Why don't you ever listen? You're useless all day. And now you're even out here hurting people! The pinch hurt like crazy. He kept yelping, "Ow, ow, ow!" Seeing the boy getting bullied, Tonyak kindly spoke up for him. "Actually, I'm fine." The boy complained to them, "It's your fault for not taking me along to fight. I'm a man now, and I'm capable of protecting this place." Fong stepped in to defend him. Cat meant well, Vuong Dick. Don't be so hard on the kid. Unconvinced, he replied, "But he's too reckless. By the time real danger hits, it'll be too late." For regrets. Noticing her arrival, Cat called out loudly, "Sister Fong!" He started catching her up on recent events. "Where have you been these past few days?" Tiu Vu has been in a bad mood lately. He refuses to eat anything at all. Now that you're back, you've got to talk some sense into him. Fong was alarmed to hear this. "What? I'll go find him right away." Cat pointed in a certain direction. "I think Tiu Vu knew you were coming back. So he followed me here earlier?" The white dog, hearing its name called, rushed over, barking excitedly. Fong happily knelt down to greet him. Tiu Vu, come here, boy, give me a hug." Song-an was speechless. No way. So Tiu Vu is actually a dog? However, Tai-hee noticed that Tiu Vu had no hind legs. Vuong Dick then cleared up her confusion. It's not that Xiao Wu has a congenital defect. It was because she was once injured by a monster. By the time I rescued her, her back legs were already a bloody mess. There was no other way, so her legs had to be amputated. He calmly recounted the story. This game has claimed the lives of so many people. Feng's parents were among them. As for Xiao Wu, Feng has raised her since she was a pup, so she has become her only family member. The sight of Feng picking Xiao Wu up and nuzzling her looks so heartwarming. "Oh, you're so clingy. I know you missed me." He said how much effort she had put in to help Xiao Wu recover her health. She traveled everywhere, teaming up with others, to hunt for news about a special medicine with restorative powers. Hearing this, Song-an finally understood. "So that's why she pleaded with me like that," he replied softly. "It seems she has been through a lot." Suddenly, Song-an called out to her, "Fing, do you still need the wood spirit essence? If you need it, hurry up and use it." Seeing him give it to her without any strings attached, Fing replied loudly, "I do! Of course I need it!" Then she turned and joyfully said to her puppy, "Xiao Wu, you're about to recover. Just wait a little longer." As if understanding her words, Xiao Wu squinted her eyes with a grin, barking excitedly while holding the wood spirit essence in hand. Feng asked him, "So how exactly do I use this?" Song-an gave her thorough instructions. "Just bring it close. The wood spirit will automatically adapt to its shape." Feng asked cautiously, "Will it hurt her?" He replied, "It won't hurt." Gaga, sitting nearby, commented that its wiggling looks just like a caterpillar. The wood spirit essence stretched out, slowly wrapping around Xiao Wu's two back legs. A moment later, the wood spirit essence formed two hind legs and attached them to Xiao Wu. A notification appeared. Wood spirit essence has been equipped. Feng joyfully set the puppy down on the ground. "It seems to be working. Xiao Wu, try walking a bit." Xiao Wu started by flexing her joints to get used to them. Then she gathered momentum and took a few leaps. Finally, she ran a few laps. It was as if her original legs were still there, as if she had never lost them. Overjoyed, she scooped the pup up into her arms. "This is great. It really seems like there are no problems at all. Xiao Wu, you can run and jump just like before." Gaga was just as excited. "All hail the caterpillar!" Witnessing the unscientific scene before his eyes, Wang Di was stunned. "There's actually a magical item like this? It completely defies any common logic." Song-an, standing nearby, reminded her, "Don't celebrate too soon. You'll have to work for me later to pay off your debt." Kai Hui, who was standing next to him, nudged him with her elbow. Such a heartwarming moment, and you just had to ruin the vibe. Suddenly, the sound of a sneeze rang out. "Achoo!" Sun Yu sat to one side, looking miserable. "Man, will somebody please pay attention to me?" Only then did Wang Di remember him. He turned around to apologize. "I'm so sorry, Sun Yue. I got so caught up with Feng's situation that I forgot about you." Sun Yu asked him, "I think I'm coming down with a cold. Is there anywhere around here where I can change my clothes?" He replied eagerly, "I'll take you there right now." He then suggested to Song-an and Kai Hui, "If you two aren't in a rush, how about staying here for a while?" "What's up with you?" He clutched his stomach and said, "No biggie, actually Wang Di listed off a bunch of amenities they had. "We have hot water for showers, and even fresh hot food." At the mention of hot water, Kai Hui's eyes instantly lit up. "Hot water?" Song-an's expression also completely shifted to one of wanting to stay. They walked through the ruined corridor. The sign hanging from the ceiling was dangling by a thread. Wang Di led the way, introducing the place as they went. "This place used to be a university, so it has all kinds of equipment. When we first found this spot, We felt it was decent enough, so we decided to stay here. He noticed the lights were on. He asked in surprise, "Wait, is there still electricity here?" He explained that on the school's roof there are many solar panels that barely manage to meet the power needs here. He opened up his heart to Song-an. Finding such a good place to rest right now is really not easy at all. So no matter what, we have to protect this place. Wang-di stopped in front of the bathrooms. He said, "The bathrooms are right ahead. The left side is for girls. The left is for men and the right is for women. Both have hot water." Daihai rejoiced, "Awesome! I've been waiting for this moment for so long." Meanwhile, Sun-yue grabbed Gaga's shirt, preparing to settle the score with him. "Get in here, brat. Let's settle that debt from earlier." Seeing he was the only one left, Wang-di asked, "Song-an, right? Aren't you going in?" He replied, "Nah." Song-an rested his chin on his hand, thinking. He kept feeling that something was off about this place. Come to think of it, the abundant energy and food, this living environment, a tag, even the monsters are just ordinary types. This place is truly wonderful. But with it being clearly this good, why do I still feel a bit uneasy? His eyes widened. There's this unspeakable, creepy feeling. What on earth is it? Suddenly, a long-haired creature with two bulging white eyes appeared right next to him, scaring him. Turning pale, "Found you!" He let out a terrified scream and jumped away from her. The ghost said sadly, "He hit me so he doesn't love me anymore." "It's not him. It's not him," the ghost said, then flew away. Song-an stood there, jaw dropped. She was gone. That totally freaked me out. Was that thing just now a ghost? Suddenly, Wang-di appeared beside him. "What's wrong, Song-an?" He replied, "A ghost just appeared out of nowhere. Do ghosts show up here often?" He scrambled to explain. "A ghost? How is that possible? I've been here for a while and I've never seen one." He scratched his head in doubt. "Are you absolutely sure you didn't see things? To be honest, don't let my big and tall stature fool you. I'm actually terrified of ghosts and spirits. If they were real, I'd probably crap my pants." Song-an fearfully pointed behind Wang-di. "I don't mean to burst your bubble, but she's standing right behind you right now." He collapsed in terror. "Ghost!" Song-an thought to himself, "No way. Did he really just faint from fear?" The ghost said in despair, "It's not him either. He doesn't like me either." The ghost was in pain. "As I thought, no one is willing to be my boyfriend." A system notification popped up. "Genzi, a heartbroken NPC, has appeared randomly. Try talking to her more. You might discover something new," Song-an pondered. "I was wondering why a real ghost would show up. Turns out she's an in-game NPC." He thought to himself, more importantly, she's an Easter egg. An Easter egg full of experience points. Genzi continued to walk away dejectedly, step by step. "As expected, nobody loves me. I'm just a failure of a ghost," Song-an whispered to himself. "Crap, she's leaving. If I miss this, who knows when I'll see her again. Can't let her go." He hurriedly called out, "Wait a sec, Genzi!" Genzi turned around. "Is there something else?" Song-an rushed over and pinned Genzi against the wall. His voice sounded incredibly seductive. "Your unique look has successfully caught my attention, young lady." Genzi felt shy. "What are you trying to do?" She thought to herself, "Is he going to hit me too? This guy is so close, he's making my heart race." Song-an spoke gently to Genzi. "Earlier was just a beautiful misunderstanding. Now let's have a proper romantic talk, okay?" Genzi stammered. But you're not really my type." He smiled. "So what if I'm not right now?" Song-an stared intently at her. "I'm willing to change for you, until I become exactly the type of guy you like." He thought to himself, to trigger this Easter egg, a few cheesy lines like this are no big deal. Genzi grabbed his hand, moved. "Really? You're really willing to change for me? I've finally found someone who likes me." Song-an quickly comforted her. "It's okay, don't cry anymore." He spoke up. "Since I've already shown you how I feel, is it time for you to—" Genzi suddenly pulled his hand. "Follow me." Song-an was surprised. "Huh? Don't tell me this Easter egg is finishing this fast. I'll go scout ahead first, and come back for the others later." The shower water continued to spray down. While showering, Kai-Hui suddenly noticed something unusual. She peeked outside. "I wonder if something happened out there." Genzi kept pulling Song-an's hand, traversing through different dimensions, until they appeared in a rather desolate place. As they landed, Genzi spoke up. "We're here." Genzi instructed Song-an, "Stay right here, don't move. I'll be right back. And remember, don't touch anything." He thought, "Whoa, this isn't exactly what I imagined. Isn't this place supposed to be the underworld?" He looked around curiously. No matter how he looked at it, this place just looked like an old warehouse. Song-an thought, man, what a letdown. And here I thought I'd maxed out her affection that quickly. Suddenly, his attention was caught by an object on the shelf. He looked at the books, puzzled. "What's this? Does Genzi actually read this stuff?" Song-an opened it and read, Female Ghost's Dating Guide, Rule 11. Wearing cool-toned clothes will enhance your cold. And Mysterious Ghost Girl Aesthetic, Rule 19 in daily life. You must always appear behind your lover. Doing this will bring much more joy and surprise to your partner. The more he read, the weirder it got. Rule 37. If you meet a boy who is sincerely willing to change, for you simply cut off his limbs. That person will stay by your side forever. What kind of nonsense is this? He suddenly froze. Wait a second. Didn't I just make a promise to her earlier? She didn't hesitate. Genzi appeared with the pair of giant scissors, making him scream in terror.
Song-an, what are you doing here?
Song-an hurriedly spoke up. Wait! We can talk this out. Let's put the scissors down first. Genzi looked at him with disappointment. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were willing to change for me? I'm giving you a haircut, aren't you happy? Song-an was bewildered. A haircut? Genzi began to show off her skills with the scissors. Song-an trembled. This is so scary. I'm like a fish on a chopping block right now. I can feel the scissors dancing's all over my head. But I can't bring myself to give up on this Easter egg, Genzi said triumphantly. All done, honey. Take a look. Do you like it? Song-an looked in the mirror and thought, I'm just lucky to still be alive. How could I expect a decent hairstyle? Was he surprised? He touched his head in disbelief. This isn't real, right? It looks this good? Genzi proudly held up a book, because I read Tony's Guide to Haircutting. Song-an thought, major thanks to Tony for saving my life. Genzi held up 2 outfits. Next, which outfit do you want to choose? I've got them ready already, he replied, the one on the left. Song-an looked at Genzi reluctantly. So I have to change right now? She nodded shyly. Uh-huh. He replied, at least give me a little privacy. Song-an glanced out the door while changing clothes. I knew it. He threw the old clothes on the floor. Song-an admired the new outfit he just put on. Unexpectedly, it fit better than he thought. Genzi looked at him bashfully. Song-an gave her a charming look. Are you satisfied with me like this? Genzi screamed with delight. System notification, NPC's name has changed. From Heartbroken Genzi to Genzi in Love. Triggered Easter egg. Heartbreak Healer. Your love has moved Genzi. You can now obtain clues about Daniel. Double experience points. The info has been sent to the map. Song-an shouted in joy, I finished the Easter egg. He quickly spoke up. Thanks, Genzi. Not only did you give me such cool clothes, but you also did me a huge solid. Genzi sat down dejectedly again. No need to thank me. Please don't come near me right now. I can't handle it. He quickly tried to calm her. Okay, just relax then. Song-an was hyped. Let me see where this double XP dungeon is. Opening the map, the screen displayed double experience dungeon location shown. He stared at the map. The cafeteria in this area? The location. With it being this obvious, I hope no one else finds it first. Or else I'm totally missing out. System notification. Downloading. Displaying monster positions within the dungeon. Red dots began appearing on the map. The red dots became more and more crowded. Song-an looked at the map in shock. He was confused. What's happening now? Why are the dungeon monsters breaking out? A monster appeared, laughing maniacally. A flashback of a massive labyrinth appeared in KuBI's mind. The double experience dungeon is a special dungeon within the new world. It can be triggered via quests, special NPCs, random encounters, etc. It works like a normal dungeon, but gives double the experience points. It's a rare spot. That is great for leveling up. There are many monsters, and the largest one is a bull-headed beast. She reasoned, however, you must be careful. This special dungeon has not only a boss, but also 15 elite monsters. In the pitch-black space, waves of energy were drifting in the air. Her flashback still didn't stop. Because they were dangerous, they had been restricted, only moving within the dungeon. As for the teleportation gate, it only allowed players to pass through. However, this time they have been set free. But suddenly, a monster's hand reached out, crushing a piece of sparkling stone. A monster popped up out of nowhere. Charging with bloodshot eyes, it swung its blade in a surprise attack. But it was quickly sliced vertically, knocking it down. KuBI stood there, wrapped in a towel. Fully alert, she held her spear and said, Why is there a goblin appearing here? Feng beside her was just as frantic, quickly speaking up. KuBI, let me find some clothes for you. She looked at the fallen goblin corpse and thought, Aren't goblins dungeon monsters? Why did it appear in this place? Plus, the experience points are doubled. Is this a double experience dungeon? The system panel quickly notified, Goblin defeated. Obtained 310 experience points. Feng, holding the clothes, quickly handed them to her. KuBI, here are your clothes. But KuBI was still worried, quickly urging Feng. We need to get out of here fast. Goblins are pack monsters. There must be more of them nearby. Hearing that, Feng also became anxious. No way, for real? Suddenly, a terrifying scream rang out, startling both KuBI and Feng. Hey! What on earth is this? She thought in panic as she looked outside. A ferocious goblin was attacking Sun Yue. He quickly called out, Cat! Cat, hurry and wake everyone up! Behind him, Cat was also terrified, shaking him hard. Wang Di was still asleep. Wang Di, how can you still be sleeping at a time like this? Monsters are here! Wake up now! Wang Di just woke up, looking around blankly and asking, Huh? What? What's going on? The goblin was becoming more and more aggressive, roaring continuously, which made Sun Yue even more annoyed. He barked, Stop spitting everywhere! You know your breath stinks, right? Then he put all his strength into a single strike, taking the goblin down instantly. Get the hell off me! Sun Yue looked at the monster's corpse on the ground and said worriedly, Where did this weird monster come from? Good thing I came out early. Otherwise, Wang Di, you would have been toast. Wang Di finally snapped out of it and shouted in agreement. Right, another monster! But then he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and asked, Now that you mention it, why did you pass out? Wang Di's face immediately turned pale, his voice trembling. I think I saw a ghost, and then I just blacked out from fear. I don't remember anything else. Sun Yue didn't buy it, immediately giving him a skeptical look. A ghost? Are you losing it? But he thought to himself, why is Song An nowhere to be found? Kai Hui and Feng ran over from a distance, out of breath. Kai Hui spoke up. I knew it, you guys ran into goblins too. Sun Yue's face lit up when he saw her, bragging loudly. Kai Hui, I took care of it myself. I'm pretty awesome, right? But she didn't answer. Her face was dead serious and full of worry. The current situation doesn't look good. I suspect the dungeon monsters have escaped. Is anyone else around here? Wang Di immediately reacted with a look of confusion. Everyone else is at the cafeteria. And it's mealtime right now? If that's the case, they're in big trouble. Kai Hui quickly scanned the surroundings and replied, Then we have to go warn them immediately. Where is Song An? They continued their serious discussion. Wang Di said, Could Song An have been tricked away by that ghost? That ghost girl scared me so bad. I'm still shaking over here. Sun Yue looked at him judgmentally and snapped, What ghost? You've seriously lost your mind. Kai Hui's face brightened, quickly deducing, Wait, could it be an NPC? Maybe he went off to do a quest? Sun Yue next to her also had an epiphany, clapping his hands in agreement. That's possible, why didn't I think of that? But suddenly the goblin behind them snapped its eyes open. It glared ferociously toward the group, screaming like crazy. It lay there, struggling to move while screeching non-stop. Everyone was caught off guard by this sight. Sun Yue blurted out, Wait, that thing isn't dead yet? Everyone quickly scattered. Kai Hui suggested finishing it off. Before it calls its buddies over. Sun Yue, still shook, asked instinctively, No way, right? Then he suddenly turned around and lunged, landing a heavy blow right on the goblin, making it shriek in pain. He cursed, Shut the hell up! What are you screaming for? Only then did the system pop up. Notification. Goblin defeated. The entire room was already surrounded by a swarm of goblins. The group moved quickly. Kai Hui reminded them, Don't get bogged down in the fight. Let's find the others first. This place has been overrun, Wang Di replied instantly. Got it, follow me. Kai Hui pulled up the system panel while running, opening the friend's interface. She thought anxiously, I messaged Song An, but he's ghosting me. At that thought, her face grew even more troubled, praying silently in her heart. I just hope he sees it soon. The system panel appeared, showing 3 unread messages from Kai Hui to Song An. Heads up, things are getting dangerous. The dungeon monsters have escaped. We're heading to the school cafeteria first. Meet us there later. The monsters are goblins. Song An looked at this panel in disbelief and said, Goblins, they come in packs. Doesn't that mean there's a ton of XP waiting for me? Ah, perfect timing. Kai Hui's group is about to head to the portal. What the hell actually happened to the dungeon? His gaze immediately turned serious. His voice sounded anxious. Damn it, I want to go so bad. I really want to go, Song An yelled in frustration. Why won't you let me go? The system appeared and replied, Zhenzi has increased your restrictions. You cannot leave this room. Zhenzi has increased your restrictions, making it impossible to transmit information to the outside world. Zhenzi suddenly appeared, her face full of concern as she said, There are so many monsters out there. It's much safer for you in here. I'm just looking out for you, Junjun explained. Besides, I can't bear to let you go. If you leave, I'll be all alone as a ghost again. Long. Song An was already on pins and needles, asking urgently, But I have to get out of here right now, to help them grind for experience. Is there really no other way? She put on a pitiful face and said, Unless you find another handsome guy who's willing to stay by my side, then I'll let you go. This condition immediately set Song An off. He raised his voice. Where on earth am I supposed to find someone like that? Can't you change the condition? Seeing his reaction, Zhenzi turned away huffily as if to leave. Then that's that. You'll just have to stay here with me. Song-an saw this and quickly tried to stop her. Hey, wait up! But only a thin wisp of white smoke remained on the floor. Lingering in front of Song-an, Sensei had long since vanished. He stood there frozen, thinking to himself, she's really leaving me stuck here? At this moment, he was genuinely lost. With a serious expression, Song-an bit his nails, trying to brainstorm a plan. What should I do? How do I get out of here? Song-an, think of something, come on! Elsewhere, the group was moving fast, with a pack of monsters hot on their heels. Sun Yue turned back and shouted, "These monsters are right on our asses!" They leaped high, attacking relentlessly, forcing him to struggle just to fight them off. He yelled angrily, "Get lost!" Up ahead, Wang Di quickly pointed out, "Once we round this corner, the cafeteria will be right there." Feng, carrying Xiao Yu in his arms, looked horrified. He pointed forward and screamed, "Guys, look at what's ahead!" The entire area in front of the cafeteria was littered with corpses. Kaihui came to a halt and immediately ordered, "Go check if anyone's still alive. We'll buy you some time first." Wang Di also rushed toward the others, shouting names as he ran. "Changzi, Langju!" He held Changzi in his arms, his voice filled with anxiety. "Changzi, hang in there, stay with me." But the only response he got was the dying breath of his teammate. Monsters, terrifying monsters. His face was pale and lifeless. The light had faded from his eyes. He mumbled broken, fragmented sentences. "Everyone is going to die." He used his last bit of strength to push Wang Di and said, "Run!" Seeing his teammate fall, Wang Di screamed in terror, "Changzi!" His expression immediately turned to anger and denial. He asked himself, no way, this can't be real. Monsters, how did it come to this? Overwhelmed, Wang Di gripped his sword and charged toward the cafeteria. There must be survivors left. Seeing this, Feng, standing nearby, anxiously tried to stop Wang Di. "Don't do anything reckless." Sun Yue also called out after him. The monsters kept lunging and attacking without pause. Sun Yu fought back while asking Kai Hui next to him, "Kai-Hui, what's the plan? It looks suicide mission levels of dangerous in there. Do we really have to go?" She replied instantly, "Of course, saving people is the priority." Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from inside the cafeteria, making her extremely worried. "Something's wrong, let's get inside, fast!" The door was kicked open. The three of them rushed in together, shouting in panic, "Wang Di! Wang Di!" On the ground next to a massive crater was Wang Di, lying in a pool of blood. "He's over there! What the hell happened here?" At this sight, a sense of dread washed over Kai Hui. These marks look like... In the distance, Wang Di, still conscious, warned them with a trembling voice, "Be careful. Behind the door is a giant goblin!" It was swinging its club toward where the three of them stood. Its eyes were bloodshot and murderous as it slammed the club down, shattering the floor into pieces. Dust and stone debris flew everywhere. The group managed to dodge just in time, but they were also blown away by the shockwave. But after the attack, it just stood there, cluelessly scratching its head. The system panel popped up with a notification. Giant Orc Elite, level 30. Seeing no reaction from Fong and Cat Cat, Tai Tu shook them to check and said, "Fong, Cat Cat, thank God they're just knocked out." Tonyak also frowned in frustration and grumbled. That recoil just now was way too strong. Seeing the orc still standing there like a statue, staring this way, Tonyak assessed the situation. This monster's damage output is insane. One hit and we're toast. Can the two of us handle this? Suddenly another massive hand appeared on the ground. Appearing right in front of him was yet another hulking figure. Tonyak completely shook, cried out, "No way!" Another one? 2 giant orcs. Half of us are already injured. How are we supposed to fight this? Getting no response from her, he asked Tai Tui again. "Tai Tui, are you there?" But Tai Tui's face looked even worse as she replied in terror, "I'm afraid those 2 monsters aren't our biggest problem." Hearing that, Tonyak's face went pale as he spun around, stuttering in panic. This can't be for real, right? Not far away, Camps sat there watching the two of them with amusement. "More prey just delivered to my door. Escaping that cramped place feels so damn good." System notification. Camps, Demon Lion King, Boss Ruler, level 36. Then he stood up regally, ordering the swarm of goblins under him. "Kill whoever you want, my children. Today is a blood feast." An orc let out an angry roar and swung its club violently at Tonyak, sending him flying away. The massive club came down, nearly pinning Tonyak down. He asked with difficulty, "Tai Tui, you okay over there?" "I can't hold on much longer." Beside him, Tai Tui swung her spear. A single slash severed the orc's arm. But she was also struggling as she replied, "I've done my best to draw them away for you." She focused on assessing the situation, glancing at Tonyak and shouting helplessly, "I still have several injured members to protect on my end. Just hang in there a little longer. They're all swarming toward you." There's nothing more I can do. Hearing that, Tonyak also lost his temper, blaming it on that damn long demon's curse. Camps remained seated up high, slowly, enjoying the show below. He praised them with a hint of interest, facing off against giant orcs and goblins, and still being able to hold your ground. Now that's what I call interesting. Then he waved his hand, instantly incinerating the corpse beside him. He muttered, "Not like that trash from earlier," croaking in a heartbeat and killing my vibe. Camps's voice suddenly turned sinister. "How about we play a little game?" Tonyak struggled to fend off the orc's attacks, while replying with pure contempt, "Who the hell wants to play games with you, monster?" Then Camps leaped from his throne, conjuring a molten red fireball, before saying with a smirk, "Don't be in such a rush. Look at this first." Then, without hesitation, he unleashed his power toward the captives tied up, not far away. A group of people were bound tightly together, every single one of them covered in wounds. He boasted with a prideful tone, "What do you think of my collection of hostages? My lackeys only gave them a little TLC, intentionally leaving them with just a sliver of life." Tonyak turned his head and cried out anxiously, "Nam!" Beside him, Wang Di cursed in angry frustration. "You bastard!" Kai Hui fought on while glancing toward the back, thinking that those were the people who came with Tong An. Still holding the molten fireball toward the hostages, he looked over at Kai Hui's group from the other side, and leisurely demanded, "The rules of the game are simple. There's a molten fireball right above their heads, melting down constantly. You need to save them before this sphere melts, completely liquefies. The glowing red orb of lava surrounding Camps." He explained, "The melting temperature of this fireball is 1,000 degrees. As he spoke, he dropped a small amount of lava onto the shoulder of Nam nearby. His voice was mockingly low. "These things can be quite lethal, you know." Camps's terrifying face grew even more ecstatic. He laughed loudly. "Listen to this sweet sound. You don't have much time left." The lava instantly scorched Nam's shoulder, making him scream in agony. Vuong Dik, lying on the ground, lost control even more. Staring at Camps with hatred, he cursed, "You bastard! Even as a ghost, I won't let you get away with this!" Kai Hui stood by with an unreadable look in her eyes, softly reassuring Vuong Dik, "They won't die that easily." Then, she raised her head, full of confidence, and declared, "I won't give him the satisfaction." The system immediately announced, "Fate Link, Grade S, Skill Level 1. Can link with other players to distribute damage, ensuring each player takes a portion of the total damage, 100%, divided by the number of linked units, minimum 20% each. While linked, all buffs and debuffs applied to the primary unit are transferred to the other linked units. Cost, MP per linked unit every 5 seconds. Deactivates automatically when MP is depleted. Instantly, flows of energy radiated out to the other team members." Tonyak received a massive power buff, and his condition improved noticeably. He said, "Wasn't Kai Hui's primary skill Phantom Shadow Slash? When did it change to this one?" System notification, damage distribution rate is 20%. Kai Hui stood tall, facing the massive monster, as it charged frantically toward her. Without a shred of fear, she whispered, "Monsters like you should only exist in 2D. She immediately swung the scythe in her hand, leaping high into the air. She shouted, "Coming into reality only to cause chaos, unacceptable," and even dared to hurt humans. A powerful attack was unleashed, sharply slicing the giant orc elite into pieces. Not lovable at all. The system panel flashed consecutive notifications. Initiating talent skill, the purest. Lifesteal effect activated. Fate Link effect activated. As the primary unit recovers, all other units receive the same healing, proportionally. Vuong Dik, lying on the ground, gradually felt better and said, "It looks like my wounds are healing." Even the hostages nearby were somewhat restored. Watching everything from the air, her gaze became more confident and relieved. Good, the healing effect is working. However, she still had some concerns. Although Fate Link helps everyone avoid fatal injuries, with so many people, my MP will drain very quickly. I must heal everyone's wounds first, so they have a chance to escape from here. Suddenly, Tonyak shouted at the top of his lungs, "What are you monsters just hanging around for?" He activated Taunt, shouting provocations. "Why not come after a prime, juicy target like me? Hey, are you guys stupid or what?" Hearing the taunts, the goblins were instantly drawn in. The giant orc elite, ticked off by the teasing, looked toward Tonyak. Seeing the opportunity, he yelled to Kai Hui, "Kai Hui now!" She acted immediately. "Leave it to me." A fatal strike was delivered precisely to the giant orc. The system responded quickly. Lifesteal activated. Fate Link healing activated. She landed gracefully on the ground with her sharp scythe. Behind her was the defeated giant orc. Giant orc elite defeated. Experience gained. Level up X3. Level 23 reached. Kai-Hui looked toward Ton-Nyak with pride, praising him in her heart. Ton-Nyak's timing was perfect. He really is a long-time teammate. Indeed, he's a giant of a teammate. He's very reliable, but the scene right in front of her was Ton-Nyak being chased by orcs and goblins at breakneck speed. He was running while pleading, no way, I surrender! Seeing this, Kai-Hui was secretly speechless. I take back what I just said. Camps stood to the side, quietly observing and calculating. The boy can draw the attention of low IQ creatures. The girl can not only distribute damage, but her combat power isn't weak either. It's no fun if nobody dies. Then a thought struck him. How about this, then? He began chanting an incantation. He shouted, "Appear!" Ho-Ho Pada emerged in midair. Energy gathered, creating a savage rhino monster that let out a roar. The massive rhino-headed humanoid monster was quickly identified by the system warning. Ho-Ho Pada, elite mount of Camps, demon rhino, level 44. Seeing this, Camps was very satisfied. He asked, "So you've smelled fresh blood too?" The monster Ho-Ho Pada charged forward. Following Camp's excited command, "Go!" Make that scent even more intense. Come on, crush them! It aimed straight for Kai-Hui, who was fighting up front, and charged at her. A headbutt sent Kai-Hui and Ton-Nyak flying. Her face showed the strain of enduring the impact. She thought, not another elite monster? Ton-Nyak wasn't doing any better. He spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed under his breath. Holy crap, how are we even supposed to fight this? Nearby, Camps prepared another fireball in his hand, getting ready to strike. A lightning-quick move. A bombardment exploded, filling the entire room with fiery red flames. Kai-Hui leaned to avoid it, thinking with difficulty, I can't transfer this damage to the others. I have to deactivate the link first. Suddenly, Ton-Nyak panicked and shouted a warning to Kai-Hui. Watch out! Behind you! Look behind you! A giant orc brandishing a club charged frantically at Kai-Hui, leaving her no time to react. Oh crap! A blow came crashing down, but luckily she managed to block it. However, the overwhelming power still caused the ground beneath her feet to shatter. Kai-Hui looked down to see the floor already caving into a pit. She screamed, "This is bad! The ground can't hold up anymore!" Ton-Nyak's side wasn't doing any better. The ground just gave way and collapsed. This whole place is going down. Both Ton-Nyak and Kai-Hui, along with some monsters, fell straight into the abyss. Camps and the remaining goblins were left completely stunned. He narrowed his eyes, silently judging them. Typical orc brain. Useless as hell, causing themselves to fall into a pit. They're nothing but a pain in my neck. Riding on Ho-Ho Pada with an impatient look, he ordered, "The Demon King instructed not to spare any humans, so I'll just have to play along. I don't want to be locked in the void ever again." He prepared to head down, but suddenly Camps paused, thinking, wait a sec. He turned his head with a sly grin. Looks like there's still a fish that slipped through the net. A blade was desperately trying to cut the hostage's bonds. Vuong Dik was stealthily sawing at the ropes, his heart racing. Damn it! Why won't this thing break? He looked seriously at Nam and explained, while the monsters aren't looking, we need to bolt. If we don't move now, we're toasted. Nam looked at Vuong Dik with touched eyes, but his voice was still trembling with fear. It's no use. We'll never make it out. Vuong Dik grew even more determined and countered, we won't know unless we try. Anything's better than just waiting to die. A ghastly grin spread across a face, revealing sharp teeth and a long, disgusting tongue as Camps mocked, he's not wrong. None of you are getting away. A goblin from behind instantly stabbed right through Vuong Dik, making him let out a cry of pain. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Camp stood above, mockingly jeering at him. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Are you trying to pull some sneaky tricks here? This rope is forged from magic. Only someone with power far exceeding mine can undo it. And besides, the moment someone tries to tamper with it, I'll know right away. Hearing this, Vuong Dik cursed helplessly in his heart. Damn it, I didn't think it was a trap. Camps grinned and laid out a condition. However, I'm in a good mood today, so it's not like I can't let you off the hook. With a face full of agony, he struggled to prop himself up and replied with a bitter smile, Are you really that kind? What's the catch for my freedom? Camps smiled sinisterly. The condition is very simple. Just kill one of your own kind, and I'll set you free. He summoned all his strength to stand and roared in fury. You're dreaming. I'd rather die than do such a thing. Hearing that, he lost all patience. Feeling a bit let down, he remarked, Oh, you'd rather die than comply? How interesting. Then let him taste a fate worse than death. A pack of goblins quickly overpowered Vuong Dik, but he still resisted fiercely. Let me go! Camps commanded, his voice cold, pierce a hole right through his chest. Let him watch himself bleed out. I'm sure it'll be quite the show. He screamed again, "Just kill me already!" He just smirked and mocked him further. The weak don't have the luxury of choosing their death. Suffer, beg for mercy. That way, killing you will be even more satisfying. Vuongdik grew even more livid. He loudly cursed him. "You demon! God will surely punish all of you!" The gloomy space was suddenly lit up by a circle up in the sky. Camps said with utter contempt, "I don't know if this world has a god, but there's definitely a hell. And I'll be sending you there right now." The energy ring suddenly unleashed a massive blast of energy, leaving Camps bewildered. He asked suspiciously, "What on earth is that?" The energy blast struck the body of the rhino. It caused Hohopada to let out a roar before being instantly taken down. Camps nimbly dodged out of the way, his entire body becoming much more alert. He was completely bewildered. What's going on? It was killed in the blink of an eye. A golden lightning bolt enveloped the area, and the entire space turned into pure chaos. Only the sound of the system notification remained, along with Camps's voice filled with disbelief. This is impossible. No way, activation confirmed. Demon Hunter has eliminated Hohopada. Exp gained, level up X2. A familiar sound rang out. As I thought, it really is double experience. Vuongdik was crying tears of joy. With glistening eyes, he said, "God really did show up." Tong-An's entire body was radiating, a brilliant, badass aura. He appeared before Vuongdik's sparkling eyes. Behind him, he let out a sigh of relief. "Good, luckily I didn't arrive too late. Camps, from now on, you're not going anywhere." The system updated the notification. Tong-An's status. Level 29. Class, Merchant Golden Warrior. HP, 190-1990, MP 388, 388, Class Skills. Business Creation, Passive. Robust, Passive. Skills obtained. Black Smoke Level 3, Venomous Level 3. Strength, 100 plus 57. Perception, 39 plus 100. Stamina, 38 plus 55. Agility, 42 plus 64. Remaining points, 6. Rank, C. Special effects. Physical damage resistance plus 8%. Magic damage resistance plus 6%. Crit rate plus 20%. Dangerous player. Forest Blessing. Pet Mole Spirit. None. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield and thick dust, Tong-An stood silently, observing Camps opposite him. He smirked, his face serious yet slightly exhausted as he spoke. "Just to find you, I've had to burn through quite a lot of energy. Luckily, no one else killed you first." On the surface, Camps responded dismissively. "You want to kill me? You got a lot of nerve. Look at yourself, you're nothing." But deep down, a sense of fear began to rise, especially after seeing how this brat killed Hohopada. Even so, it's better to stay alert. Vuongdik stood behind, shouting his praises with uncontrollable joy. "Not only did you one-shot that elite monster, but you even managed to force back. The boss, the Lord must have heard our prayers and sent a messenger to help us." "It's true." He immediately threw himself down, kowtowing repeatedly while shouting out, "Thank you, messenger, we're saved." Tong-An stood in front, speechless and looking totally judgmental, thinking to himself, "This is so extra. Lord? And messenger, what's with that? Did those monsters torture you into losing your mind?" He couldn't take it anymore and spoke up to correct him. "Vuongdik, it's me. Didn't we just meet earlier?" Vuongdik looked at him dazed and asked back, "Wait, do we know each other?" Then he suddenly screamed in shock, "Tong-An, is that you?" His face was covered in tears of pure emotion. He grabbed Tong-An's hand and bombarded him with questions. "How did you even get here? Was it because you knew we were in danger? I can't believe it's you." "Tong-An, when did you become so cracked at this?" Tong-An just gave a sheepish smile. He replied nonchalantly, "That's not exactly it. Mainly, I'm just here to take down Camps." The boy grew even more hyped and cheered wildly. "That settles it. You really are the messenger sent by God. Otherwise, you wouldn't have appeared here out of the blue." Seeing this level of delusion, he made a disgusted face and thought with a cringe, "It's only thanks to Chantu's ability, you know." A picture of a handsome guy with six-pack abs was shown, along with the question, "Do you want this person?" Tong-An said in a tempting tone, "Lin Gaito, Dinvu Yen, and so on. Plenty of hotties are right here in this bed. You can ogle them all you want anytime. How about this? I'll give you this, if you take me where I want to go." Even though she was totally into it, Chantu still felt a bit let down and complained, "But they can all talk like that, while I'm all alone here." Tong-An remained gentle as he whispered a promise. "All right, let's do this. I'll set you up with a guy in the real world." Chantu stared at the screen in front of her. She was thirsty as hell, her mouth watering non-stop. Tong-An continued speaking. "You can use whatever means necessary to help you contact him whenever you want. I think you two will definitely vibe. Chantu quickly snatched the phone from his hand. She agreed instantly. The deal was closed. Internally, he felt a bit guilty. It looked like Lee Jae-rui was going to have a massive headache later. Suddenly, a coughing sound caught his attention. His face darkened immediately as anxiety filled his heart. Camps again? Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, he roared in anger. You dare just stand there chatting in front of your opponent? Are you guys looking down on me? Fine then. None of you are going to live much longer anyway. Wong-dik saw this and immediately panicked, urgently calling out to Tong-an. Tong-an was zoning out. Tong-an! It's about to attack again! What do we do, Tong-an? When he didn't respond, Wong-dik called his name again, confused. Tong-an! This made Camps even more livid. Ignoring me completely? Tong-an walked over to where the others were tied up and knelt down on one knee. He asked seriously but gently, Can you still move? I'm getting everyone out of here. And Nam saw him and smiled as if everything would be okay now, but said worriedly, Kid, you shouldn't have come here. He had only one eye left to smile with. With a forced smile, he explained, To keep us as hostages. Those monsters already broke our legs. We can't run anymore. Coming here to save us is just a waste of your effort. He closed his eyes, his voice full of resignation. Just take Wong-dik and go. Don't worry about dead weight like us. Camps lost his patience. He immediately unleashed a lava orb, hurling it straight at Tong-an. Trying to run? Too late! He laughed with manic excitement. The lava orb will consume every last one of you. It's definitely gonna bite him. There's no way he survives. No one escapes Camps. The attack lunged forward with incredible speed. Yet Tong-an didn't even flinch. Angnam panicked instantly. Kid, watch out, it's dangerous. Get out of the way, quick! Don't worry about us cripples anymore. The lava orb was already right behind his head. He remained calm and said, Even though you say that, deep down you still have a will to live, don't you? Camps laughed even louder. Fool! At this range, you're freaking toast! Without even turning around, Tong-an delivered a single slash. The lava orb was sliced clean in half. The system updated and activated. The demon hunter damage had vanished. That dangerous lava orb was simply swatted aside like nothing. Tong-an confidently slung his sword over his shoulder and spoke with sheer arrogance. The only thing is, everyone is just temporarily lacking the courage to face it. Camps was instantly stunned, his jaw dropping in shock. How is this possible? He neutralized my attack just like that? Everyone nearby was also in total shock. Quickly, the ropes binding everyone were cut loose. Along with his voice, I've freed you all from your restraints. Then, out of thin air, a pile of weapons was dumped in front of them. There's some C-rank gear here. An-nam was still reeling. Surprised, he stammered, Tong, and calmly handed over a bottle and explained, This is elixir. It can provide full recovery and regeneration. Broken bones or any other injuries, it'll fix everything. However, with this many people, you'll have to share it. Just split it up, the effect will still be about the same. He tossed it to Wong-dik and said, Wong-dik, you take this first. Before he could process anything, he caught the potion with a dazed look. Tong-an looked at Wong-dik with a slight praising smile. If you can't win the fight, just book it. Staying alive is what matters most. That's exactly what you told me back then, to be honest. You were one of the few people who actually cared about me, so I've always kept those words in mind. You're right, running away isn't a crime. It helps us avoid problems and keeps us out of harm's way. He continued speaking. His words slowly began to wake something up inside An-nam. But avoiding things doesn't solve anything, Tong-an stated firmly. The more you run, the more fate messes with you. The more you fight back, the more fate will side with you. This is the lesson that fate taught me. He kept on talking, while everyone else remained in a daze. Don't tell me that you all want to die with such bitterness and regret. Why not face it head on and take control of your own destiny? A look of deep reflection crossed An-nam's face. Camps was furious and screamed, Goblins, what are you standing around for? Kill those cripples for me. He quickly realized something. It seems these people are his weakness. He ordered them to be surrounded. The goblins immediately charged forward. Tong-an calmly said, I'll help you guys out one last time. In an instant, a spark of fire appeared. Tong-an leaped into the air, spinning to create a massive fire tornado, slashing through all the goblins that were closing in. They were instantly forced back by the scorching flames, screaming in agony. He stood there with a smug look, thinking to himself, I've given everyone a choice. Now they have to pick their own path. Suddenly, An-nam spoke up nearby. Wong-dik, give me that water. After recovering, he picked up his weapon with absolute resolve and declared loudly, Kid, you're right. Running away never leads to anything. I'm going to take back what I lost with my own 2 hands. Seeing that, everyone felt their blood pumping. Their spirits ignited as they shouted in unison, "Vuongdik, share some with us! We want to fight too! Even if we die. We can't just go out like punks for nothing!" Exactly. One by one, they each drank the elixir and recovered rapidly. A small sip only restored them to 70% state. But it was enough to mend their broken bones. Everyone healed up fast. Everyone was now ready to throw hands. Vuongdik was deeply moved by the sight and said, "Everyone has finally found their confidence again." If anyone said Tong-an wasn't a messenger sent by God, I definitely wouldn't believe them. Facing the swarm of goblins charging madly toward them, and Nam and the others charged forward without fear, yelling at the top of their lungs, "We will never back down." The 2 sides promptly clashed. "We have to fight for ourselves." Seeing this scene, Camps was completely bewildered. What the hell is going on? In an instant, the tables had turned. Those people had clearly lost everything. Why are they standing up again? With fear in his eyes, he tried to make sense of it. Ever since that brat showed up, the whole situation has completely flipped. Wait, am I shaking? Is this a danger signal from my own body? Then a flash of light zoomed past. Only the command teleport could be heard. Camps lunged forward to strike back directly. He roared threateningly, "You dare sneak attack me?" How freaking cheap. Tong-an just gave a faint smirk and replied, "Didn't I tell you from the jump that you were my only target?" He concluded, "It really is a teleportation skill." Camps gathered another lava orb and attacked frantically. "Don't think I'm scared of your little tricks?" Tong-an simply mocked him coldly. "Your casting speed is too slow." Then he vanished instantly right in front of Camps. Suddenly, Tong-an reappeared before his eyes. His eyes narrowed as he said coldly, "Stupid." But then Camps suddenly vanished right in front of him, causing the attack to miss its mark. Tong-an was stunned, because without him noticing, Camps had teleported right behind his back, just as he was launching an attack. He's pretty cocky, huh? No matter how fast you are. "You'll never outrun my teleportation. Now that you've missed your shot, it's my turn." But suddenly his face froze in shock. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. The staff fell from his hand as Tong-an's sword pierced straight through his chest. "How?" He smiled, his eyes glowing with confidence as he explained, "Up, down, left, right, forward, back, every teleport angle." To a programmer like me, your movements are nothing more than amateur moves. System notifications spammed, Demon Hunter activated. 10x damage multiplier added. Critical hit effect triggered. Stabbed and helpless, Camps could only gasp, "Wait!" His entire body was swallowed by the energy source. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Tong-an sighed in relief and said, "Done." A goblin suddenly lunged forward. "Gah!" Nam shouted as he was attacked. That was a total jump scare. A teammate saw him in danger and asked worriedly, "Nam, can you still hold on?" "You're low level, let me come over and help." Nam replied, "No need. There's no way I'm going down like this." He slammed his forehead into the head of the goblin and roared, "Get the hell off me!" It shrieked, "Gah!" The goblin's forehead was crushed as it fell back, dazed. Nam, muscles bulging, leapt in to attack. "What doesn't kill me?" He split the goblin in half. "Only makes me stronger." The scene was chaotic, with goblins lying scattered all over the ground. System notifications. Leveled up to 21, leveled up to 18, leveled up to 17, leveled up to 19. Everyone breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Someone asked, "Wait, did we actually win?" Vuongdik said happily, "I just jumped 8 levels." But after level 19, the EXP stopped increasing. Someone else said, "Fong and Cat are awake too." The guy checked on them. "You two okay?" Fong replied, "I'm fine. All we remember is being knocked out by something a moment ago." Tong-an questioned Camps, "Spit it out. Why did you guys break Danjin's seal?" Even at death's door, he remained toxic. Still trying to dig for intel before I kick the bucket?" He spoke softly. "Even if I do nothing, the poison on your blade will still backfire on you." System notification. Injured body detected. Poison resistance has vanished. Another notification appeared. Bonus damage initiated. Lying on the ground, Camp struggled to add, "You think you're all that just because you killed me? To the Demon King, we aren't even worth a pawn on the board." "Heh heh," he continued. "Our arrival is merely a scouting mission for the army following behind. The real show hasn't even started yet." Hearing this, Tong-an asked anxiously, "What army?" Camps replied, "An alien invasion from another world." Fire suddenly erupted violently, startling Tong-an. Vuongdik panicked. "What's happening?" Fire and lava spewed out, boiling within. Someone else yelled, "Get back!" Camp's entire body was ablaze. He cackled, "Heh heh. Heh heh. Stay here and rot with me. May hell always be by my king's side." Camp's body ignited and vanished in a self-immolating blast. Tong-an pondered. An alien invasion? What does that mean? System notification. Camps has been eliminated. He realized, don't tell me. The demon invasion war has already begun. Now they were completely surrounded by fire. Tong-an looked for a way out. No time to overthink. The priority is getting out of here first. Can I use that method? System notifications. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Reached level 36. Someone asked, which way is the exit? Another person started coughing. Cough, cough! A young man said nervously, I don't know. A piece of paper appeared. Low-grade certification for a thief and a pack. Its fans are straight-up animals. Level 2 is the same as the first, but with a number 2 added. 3 is the same as 1 and 2, but adding enough to make 3 clauses. Everyone was trapped in a sea of fire. Someone said, everything has turned into an ocean of flames. I can't see a damn thing. One of them spoke up. We barely managed to defeat the monsters. Are we really going to die here anyway? Cat asked. Why hasn't the water orb appeared? Behind them, someone started coughing. Cough, cough! Tong-an appeared. He said, I have a plan. Vuong Dik rejoiced, calling out, Angel Tong! Tong-an said seriously, it might sound sketchy, but I need everyone to trust me. I need everyone to stomp on the floor at the same frequency, as fast as possible. Someone asked skeptically, stomp on the floor? Another person said, now what? Another girl spoke up, we're in a crisis! Please stop messing around. The sound of stomping began. Nam looked at Tong-an and said, kid, I trust you. Whatever you need, just say it. I'll follow your lead. Vuong Dik also said, Messenger Tong, I believe in you unconditionally. I trust you guys to get me out of here. Tong-an felt helpless about that name. Fine, call me whatever you want. Fong said, Tong-an, I trust you too. Cat said, Vu, let's stomp together, go! Seeing this, the other guy said, then let's just do it. The girl also started to agree. Cough, cough! We don't have any other choice anyway. The other guy stomped while doubting. Is this really going to work? Or are we calling on some earth deity? Tong-an spoke up. The rhythm is messy. Maintain a unified pace. He thought confidently, it's working. A small ripple of air began to appear on the ground. The air circle started growing larger. Everyone panicked. The fire is here. What do we do? Tong-an encouraged them. Don't panic. Keep the rhythm. We're almost there. They screamed for their lives. The system displayed a frequency error notification. Checking. Strange wavelength signal with high intensity detected. Warning identified as a glitch. Temporarily removing targets from the game. Everyone said in surprise, huh? I'm fine in the middle of this sea of fire. We're completely unscathed. Fong asked in confusion. No heat? No sensation, as if the fire doesn't exist at all. So how did we do it? Tong-an felt happy. He thought, it's not that the fire isn't there, but that we've been temporarily phased out of the game. We can't interact with things in reality. He began to explain. If we view the game as a single entity, it has its own operating frequency. By simulating and changing the frequency, the system mistook it for a glitch, so it temporarily isolated us for processing. The system displayed intangible state. Active. Increasing the number of people can extend the duration, but at most it only lasts for 1 minute. Tong-an said, this state of ours won't last long. Now we must quickly find an exit to survive. The other person said, we'll follow your lead, boss. Someone's voice echoed from below. Can anyone up there hear me? Tai Hui shouted, it's pretty safe where we are. There's a path leading outside here. Everyone get down here now! Tonyak asked, whoa, is a volcano erupting up there? Tong-an said joyfully, Tai Hui! You just did us a huge solid. Let's head that way. Judging by the sound, it can't be far. Tonyak asked in surprise, when did Tong-an get here? Tai Hui said, we also need to get ready to back them up. Tong-an pointed his finger and said, maybe we can get down once we cross this sea of fire. Is everything okay down there? The other person said, let's do this. There's nothing left to fear anymore. Tonyak relayed the info. Everything's ready for you guys down here. Just jump down. One by one, they jumped down. Whoa, ah! He asked. Why did these guys let the girl jump first? Tonyak said, safe landing, next person. Before jumping down, Nam asked, hey kid, aren't you coming down? Tong-an patted his shoulder and said, you guys go first, I'll be right down. He thought, I haven't grabbed the loot from the camp yet. If I don't take it, it's a total loss. Tong-an was getting anxious. Time's running out. A system notification appeared, returning to the game in 5 seconds. He thought, hope I can still make it. A piece of paper, a certificate. Level 1, thieves and their fans are literal trash. Level 2, same as Rule 1 but add a 2. Level 3, same as 1 and 2 just to complete the 3 clauses. Debris started falling down. Tonyak blocked the way and said worriedly, This place is about to blow. Is everyone out yet? Tai Hui said, Not Tong An yet. I haven't seen him come down. Vuong Dik said, The fire is surging back. This floor can't hold up anymore either. Ton Yak grabbed her arm and said, Let's go. Tai Hie, don't wait for Tong An anymore. If we don't move now, we're toasted. Maybe he's already outside. He never follows the rules anyway. He added, Since he's Tong An, just trust him. Tai Hie said, Let's move. Screams echoed, Whoa! Ah! The whole building was engulfed in flames and collapsed. Ouch! Ah! Nam looked back, panting hard. The other guy was gasping for air. Ton Yak said excitedly while catching his breath, That was a close call. Glad we're fast. The other person asked, Why don't I see Tong An? I really wanted to thank him properly. Vuong Dik said, No, he didn't come down with us. The other guy was shocked. Wait, what? You don't mean he's still inside, do you? How the heck is he supposed to get out now? Tai Hui thought anxiously, Is he really still? A familiar voice rang out. Looks like everyone made it out safe. Vuong Dik looked up at the boulder and said, There's someone up there. Tai Hui was overjoyed. Tong An, holding something in his hand, said, I guess I'm not too late, am I? Acquired, pure translation. System explanation. Pill Fate, double experience. Players can earn double experience by killing monsters. Each player per Pill Fate session can increase by a maximum of 9 levels. Once the limit is reached, no more experience will be gained. Note, Pill Fate double experience can grant skills, but no items will drop. System update. Tong An's status. Level 36. Class. Golden Age Warrior. HP. 1420-1530. MP 444-444. Class skills. Opportunity creation. Passive. Robust. Passive. Skills acquired. Black Smoke Lav 3. Poison Plankton Elva 3. Pure Translation Elv 1. Strength. 107 plus 164. Perception. 45 plus 73. Stamina. 46. Agility. 107. Intelligence. 45 plus 6. Dexterity. 49 plus 71. Remaining points 27. Special effects. Physical damage resistance. 8% magic damage resistance. 6% critical rate. 20% dangerous player. Old Forest Blessing. Pet. Star Mold Mouse. Wheezing Mouse. Tong An cheerfully said to them, Looks like everyone made it out safe. I'm not too late, am I? Vuong Dik replied, This is great. He let Tong and know that Tai Hie and Ton Yak had something they wanted to discuss privately with the two of them, which caught them off guard. Ton Yak shouted in shock, Huh? Suddenly he asked, Wait, who the heck are you again? Hearing that, Tong An was also completely stunned. To one side, Fong was looking after Lam Nam's group. Have some water. A girl in the group took it and replied, Thanks, Vuong. Ditch reminded everyone, Supplies are tight now. We have to make them last. Tong An had some thoughts racing through his mind that, I forgot that Tai Hie and the others don't know yet. My appearance has changed. It's just like in those power fantasy comics. When the main character changes, their signature hair, they become a total NPC. No one even recognizes them. Out loud, he awkwardly explained, That's pretty much how it went. A while after telling the two of them everything, Ton Yak was stunned and dazed. An NPC witch? A special dungeon? Why do all the good things happen to you? Tai Hui said, Holy cow, that's a ton of experience. Ton Yak and I leveled up 8 times. Suddenly he smirked and asked, But you didn't need to call us over just to share this on the low. Don't tell me you're trying to secretly hook us up with gear. That would be dope. Tong An replied, There's no equipable gear in that special dungeon. This is just a souvenir for me. I called you both here for something else. Ton Yak felt deflated. Ugh, what a buzzkill. He asked them, Do you guys remember the alien invasion? That question made them jump and scream. Alien invasion? Ton Yak started shouting. You mean that demon quest? The invasion of the Hadimong Kingdom? The difficulty level is SS. Even the weakest monsters are level 60, or 70, 80, even level 90 mobs, right? Tong An replied, Exactly, and I'm afraid it's about to become reality. He started clutching his head in a panic and yelled, No way, we're cooked. Tong An, why would you even tell me that? I hate you, level 60? We can't even take down one of those, let alone thousands, or tens of thousands of them. Tai Hui stayed calmer and asked Tong An, you're worried the others won't be able to handle this shock, so you pulled the two of us aside, right? He replied, Yeah. They finally managed to get some confidence. If they hear this news, they'll probably lose all hope, mainly because we all understand the new world. Maybe you two will have a better game plan. The three of them stood there in silence for a long time. Meanwhile, Fong and Vuong Dik were hiding behind a rock, acting all sus. He whispered to her, Fong, come back. If the divine messenger catches us eavesdropping, he'll be pissed. But Fong kept listening, his jaw dropping. I think I just heard something totally wild, Tonyak said worriedly. What else can we even do? Let's just find a place to hide. This is no longer something that humans can handle, Taihui said. I think we should team up with the high-tier players to face this crisis together. Tong'an sighed and replied, I was thinking the same thing. I'm planning to ask Li Jiarui what he thinks. He took out a piece of paper that read, Low-tier Certificate 1, Thieves and There. Fans are literal trash. Low-tier 2, same as Rule 1, but added 2. 3, same as 1 and 2, just to make it 3 clauses. And a notification popped up. Received a new message from a friend. Tong'an looked at the notification happily and said, Wow, speak of the devil and he shall appear. When he clicked the notification, the info appeared. It was from Li Jiarui. Tong'an, watch out for the demons nearby. Lately, they've been grinding extremely hard. It seems like they're cooking up some plot. It looks a lot like a sign of an alien invasion. Tong'an, what a coincidence, I was just about to mention that. What are your coordinates? Li Jiarui. Li Jiarui's coordinates, Bin K Field, Sector B, 723-355. He opened the map and muttered, Open map, they're at Bin K Field, 723-350. Looking at the map, Tong'an said, Oh, the coordinates are marked here. On the map, their current position was at 622-289. After checking, he turned to the other two and said, In that case, let's go meet up with them first. Taiha was confused, because Bin K Field is at least a few hundred kilometers away. How do you plan on getting there? Tong'an smirked and showed off his new toy. Don't I have a new skill right here? He further added. However, this time I'm using long-distance blink. After all, I have the full map function. The info for the skill Tong'an just flexed is Blink, Grade S, Skill Level 1. Instantly changes the user's position. Can teleport in 6 directions, front, back, left, right, up, down, maximum 30 mil. Cooldown 30 seconds after use. Each blink consumes 20 MP. Level 2. Unlock, can use 2 consecutive times before cooldown. Level 3 unlock, can use 3 consecutive times before cooldown. If the character has the full map function, a new effect is gained. Full map function detected. Unlocking long-distance blink. Enables long-distance teleportation to marked coordinates anywhere on the map. MP consumption increases based on teleport distance. Minimum consumption 30 points. Cooldown 10 minutes. Tong'an prepared to teleport and instructed, I'm heading out first. I'll leave things here to you two, leaving them both dazed. Huh? As soon as he left, they were completely floored. The two of them still had blank looks on their faces. Tonyak said, I'm starting to suspect that we aren't the ones who made this game. It's like we're just total outsiders or something. How come every item and skill becomes something else when it's in his hands? Taihui smiled and replied, No kidding. As for Tong'an, he was zooming away at high speed. Tong'an ran toward a giant turtle in a field. A girl in the group was asking Jiarui, Are we not going to the next spot yet? Nana continued to nag. If there's really going to be a war, then we should be getting prepared. Jiarui replied, No rush. Tong'an said he also ran into some demons, escaping. Besides, he's almost here. Hearing that, she screamed in anger, Not that Tong'an guy again. She pointed and said, But look at this whole field. There's no one in sight. Is he just trolling you or what? Jiarui sat there blankly and replied, I think it's fine to wait a bit longer. Right after she finished talking smack, Tong'an arrived. A notification appeared. Destination reached. He greeted everyone, scaring them half to death. He sent his regards to the strategy team leader. Long time no see. Jiarui said to Nana, See, didn't I tell you he'd show up? Cat asked, How did he even pop up like that? Did he just fall from the sky? Nana was dazed. Wait a sec. Don't you wonder how we're even supposed to recognize him? Li Jiarui said, Looks like you've gotten a lot stronger, huh? Blink and you even unlocked teleportation. He thought to himself, My gut was right from the start. He definitely has something special about him. Tong'an replied, You're almost level 39. You must have had quite a few lucky encounters too, right? He also had his own thoughts. As expected, Li Jiarui is a useful rival to have around. Cat asked, Why is the leader trading so many compliments with him? Nana replied, Jiarui is probably just being polite. There's no way that guy's strength is on Jiarui's level. Jiarui said, Let's go. Let's not waste time. We can talk on the way up. Tong'an looked at the turtle and thought, So that's the high-tier mount, the 6-path tortoise. Suddenly, he noticed something. From that moment on, he started to feel a strange gaze watching him. Looking back, Tong'an realized a purple-haired guy was staring at him. Is it that guy? The purple-haired guy looked at him with pure contempt. Cat spoke to Tong'an. Tong-an just gave a half-hearted reply, but in his mind, he wondered if that person knew him. Something feels off. Then they entered a tent on the back of a turtle. Zirui asked Song-an, "You clearly heard that it's an otherworldly invasion?" He replied, "That's right." Meanwhile, Gege was projecting a screen, up for everyone to see. Zirui pondered and said, "I only heard from the demon leader that the time for the Hell Army is running out for us. Your words have confirmed my suspicions. An otherworldly invasion. That's going to be a real pain." Song-an asked, "Where do you think they will crawl out from?" Zirui looked at the map and said, "If they want to gather that many demons, then they can only come from one place." He looked at the paper in his hand, which read, stating that, "Low-tier certificate, 1, a thief and a fraud. Their fans are total scumbags. Low-tier 2, same as Rule 1, but add a number 2. 3, same as Rules 1 and 2, but adding enough for 3 terms." Zirui stated, "The Hellgate is at the border of Sector CA. The other side of this place is known as the gathering point for demons. According to the settings, powerful demons can only enter this world through that specific gate." He also added that, "But that place has treacherous terrain. Launching a preemptive strike right there would be extremely difficult." He asked him further, "So where is the farthest point from the Hellgate?" Zirui called out to KuBI ManHwa. He tapped away and replied, "Understood." An image appeared before Song-an and Zirui. The two of them were stunned, and both realized it was Hadimeng City, in Sector A. Song-an smiled slightly and suggested a retreat to advance strategy. Perhaps it could still be considered a good move. Hearing this, Zirui asked, "Why don't you explain it?" He began to speak. "How about we skip the proactive attack and concentrate all forces to defend Hadimeng City? The terrain of Hadimeng is quite high and complex, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. It will create many great opportunities for us. If we use Hadimeng City as our base, we can also be resupplied in time." Song-an also added that, "Furthermore, for the demon army to mobilize to that location, it would take at least 3 to 5 days. Then he concluded, "Which means we will have more time to level up and upgrade our gear." Hearing this, Zirui replied, "That sounds quite reasonable." He pondered and continued, "Summoning the demon army will take at least 30 days anyway, plus another 5 days of travel. If we prepare thoroughly, it's true we can face level 60 demons." Song-an, however, thought to himself, 35 days left. Even though Lee Zirui is the one in charge of this section, normally there shouldn't be any issues, but I don't know why I have a gut feeling that the time we have left is not that plentiful. The purple-haired guy walked in and shouted, "I disagree with the plan." Seeing this, Gege called for the vice leader. He said, "First of all, I don't trust this person. Second, the battlefield is unpredictable. We should seize the momentum. Playing defense at a critical time is essentially handing the enemy a chance and only puts us in more danger." His identity is the new vice leader of the strategy team, Sachi. Chi is the younger brother of Chi Hu-li, the one you killed. "Not nice to meet you," he said, leaving Song-an dazed. Sachi looked forward with annoyance. He spoke up. "What, don't have the guts to admit it?" Hearing him say that, both Nana and Bai Mu looked clearly displeased. At this moment, Lee Zirui also looked over. However, he remained calm and said nothing. Immediately, a tense atmosphere filled the air. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Hearing that, Song-an replied unhappily, "Oh, why wouldn't I dare?" Then he thought, "What rotten luck." After saying that, his face was filled with awkwardness. He quickly followed up. It's his own fault for being so greedy for gear that he'd kill his own teammates. At that time, I killed him to protect my own life, so what's wrong with that? After speaking, Song, and concentrated the energy in his body, preparing to leave. He thought, it just has to be at a critical moment, right inside the strategy team's headquarters like this. Even though I feel I did nothing wrong. Chi Hu-li was still a vice leader? Lee Zirui. And the others won't just let this slide. Without questioning it, right? What a total mess. Should I use Blink to get out of here first? Suddenly, Lee Zirui spoke up, much to his surprise. Saki, didn't I? Already tell you not to bring this up again? Then he continued seriously. In this matter, Chi Hu-li was the one in the wrong. Killing players in secret for gear already violated the core rules of our strategy team. If anyone's to blame, it's me for my poor judgment in personnel. We cannot blame Song-an. Hearing that, Sachi replied provocatively, but he was still my brother. Moreover, with the enemy right in front of me, it's only natural to want revenge. After hearing his provocative answer, Lee Jirui's eyes turned cold as he said, "The relationship between you two brothers, it wasn't actually that good, was it?" Saki responded nonchalantly. Amidst everyone's shock and Lee Jirui's annoyance, he shrugged and said, "You're not wrong. My brother was a total scumbag. He got exactly what he deserved. Watching their conversation, Song-an was bewildered, thinking to himself, what on earth is going on? Maybe they've known the truth for a long time. Saki suddenly looked at his palm and continued with a hateful gaze. He relied on his naturally strong build to bully everyone, even being cruel to his own younger brother. After gaining special powers, he became even more reckless. From head to toe, I never had a shred of respect for him. It was mostly pain and hatred. Then his face suddenly turned somber. Saki continued, "But that doesn't matter. Revenge is just a convenient excuse." Next, he slammed his hand on the table and spoke up. "Leader, I have one request. I hope you can agree to it." Hearing this, Lee Jae-roy looked at him seriously and replied, "Go ahead." Immediately, Saki pointed his blade directly at Song-an. To his surprise, he said solemnly, "I want to challenge him to a duel." Upon hearing this, his expression became serious, with sharp eyes, as if he were deep in thought. At the same time, Bai-mu said excitedly, "Oh wow, now this is a show worth watching." After the boy finished speaking, Nana walked over and smacked Bai-mu on the head. She scolded him seriously. "Are you really gloating over someone else's trouble?" Meanwhile, Sachi was still pointing his blade at Song-an. Both were in a stance, ready to fight. Seeing this, Lee Jae-roy asked, "Why? There has to be a reason." Hearing that, he maintained his combat stance and replied, "I already told you I don't trust this guy." Saki continued with annoyance, "On the battlefield, your strength does the talking, and I simply don't buy his strength. Whether he has a special class or special gear, I don't want the strategy team being bossed around by someone who's all talk and no game. Since you've made me vice leader, I have a duty to give him a reality check." At this point, Lee Jae-roy started to explain. Before he could finish his sentence, Song-an raised his hand to stop him and spoke up. "It's fine. I accept your challenge." At this moment, his gaze became extremely serious. He spoke up. "You're right. The most important thing for a person is to have a reality check. Since you're so obsessed with attacking like that, you must be very confident in your combat skills, right?" After saying that, Song-an's face remained serious, but with an added touch of provocation. He suggested, "How about we have an offense versus defense match?" Hearing Song-an's words, Nana, Bai-mu, and Sachi were all surprised. Sachi especially had a serious look in his eyes. The same thought echoed in all their minds. Offense versus defense? At this time, both Song-an and Sachi appeared as chess pieces. On his side, red swords were charging straight toward bulls. Song-an, on his side, there was only a blue shield guarding the piece representing him. Song-an's voice rang out, explaining, "You can attack from any direction. I'll only be in charge of defense if you can just land a hit on me, you win." Then Song, and confidently added, "To keep the peace and, 2, prevent the strategy team from losing another vice leader. I won't even use a weapon, how about that?" Hearing the rules he laid out, Saki yelled out in anger, "You arrogant punk! I'll make you pay a hell of a price." With that, he stomped off in a rage, leaving Song-an still watching his departing figure. As Sachi walked away, he shouted back, "I'll see you downstairs. Don't you dare run away!" He kept his eyes on the man's direction, smiling with a serious face. Behind Song-an, Lee Jae-roy also looked at him and smiled. He thought to himself, things just got a whole lot more interesting. On the deep green meadow, blades of grass swayed in the wind. Many members of the strategy team have all gathered around. Whispers of gossip began to spread. "I heard someone wants to throw down with the vice leader." Another person added, "Isn't that brat just asking for a beatdown?" Someone else chimed in, "But since he knows the leader, the vice leader will probably go easy on him out of respect." Bai-mu was taking this opportunity to hawk snacks like a street vendor. "Seeds, melons, and beer for sale right here." At the same time, Bao, standing behind Lee Jae-roy, asked, "Leader? He doesn't seem to have prepared anything at all. Should I lend him a shield?" He just smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine," by the look on his face. He must have his own plan. Song-an was now facing Sachi head-on. Sachi held 2 swords, his expression unreadable. As for him, he just stood there watching without making any move. The air was thick with tension. Seeing that, he shouted angrily, "You didn't even bother to bring defensive gear? Are you looking down on me?" Song-an smiled confidently and replied, "Don't sweat it, just give it your best shot." Hearing that, behind Sachi, 2 panthers appeared. With glowing yellow eyes and fur made of purple flames, he roared furiously, "You don't need to tell me twice!" The 2 panthers, one with its golden eyes wide open, stared intently at Song-an. The other growled to show its dominance, ready to pounce at any second. Seeing this, the spectators were blown away. Bai-mu shouted in excitement, "There it is! The vice leader's special class skill. He can turn shadows into shadow beasts in various forms. Now it's a 3-on-1. As for Song An, he looked at the two panthers and said calmly, "Shadow dancer, huh? Bring it on." Saki immediately gave the order to the two panthers. They bared their fangs and claws, lunging towards Song An. Saki barked, "Teach that brat a lesson." After commanding the shadow beasts, he smirked to himself, plotting his next moves. No matter what he's calculating right now, once the shadow panthers get close enough, I'll use Shadow Warp to jump in and surround him on all three sides. At that point, nothing he does will matter. Meanwhile, Song An was calmly checking his system panel and thinking, "Better to be frugal. If I waste too much now, it'll hurt my soul." He turned his head, remaining composed even as the two panthers closed in. He continued his train of thought. "Whatever, I still have to use it." Just as the two panthers reached him, he manipulated the ground nearby into sharp spikes that stabbed directly at the two beasts. The system panel flashed continuous notifications. Consumed active fragments X20. Common pine wood missing. Directly deducted 20,000 star coins. Supplemented special class perks. Consumed 50,000 star coins. Construction successful. Architectural creation. Giant caltrop spikes. The two panthers hit by the attack began to dissipate. As the skill was broken, the backlash hit Sachi, making him cough up blood. Ugh! He couldn't believe it. What the? The system panel appeared. Shadow beasts are an extension of the player's shadow. When damaged, 30% of the damage is reflected back to the player's body. The shadow will automatically regenerate after a period of time. Everyone watching was in total shock. Nana couldn't believe her eyes. She turned to Lee Jae-roy and asked, "Creation? Isn't that a merchant skill? Isn't he a warrior class?" "Jae-roy, what's going on here?" Having witnessed the attack, Lee Jae-roy's face was full of intrigue. He thought to himself, dual class? He doesn't look like any ordinary merchant class. Song An, you've really been holding out on us. The two panthers hadn't fully vanished yet. They retreated in fear. Seeing this, Song An mocked them. "Why aren't you lunging?" As he raised the ground beneath his feet, he continued his taunts. "If you don't charge in, you won't even reach me. You go." At the same time, his system panel flashed repeatedly. Consumed adhesive X5. Missing common soil X40. Consumed 40,000 star coins. Supplemented special class perks. Consumed 50,000 star coins. Construction successful. Architectural creation high tower. At this moment, Sachi began to manifest, lightning at his fingertips. He shouted through gritted teeth, "Don't think I'm out of tricks!" His system panel popped up again. Shadow Beast form shift. The caster can change the form of the shadow beasts by sacrificing a small amount of HP. Simultaneously, the two panthers transformed into shadow birds. Shadow birds. The newly transformed birds dove rapidly toward Song An. In his hand now appeared a scepter embedded with a red gemstone. He looked at it and said, "It's your turn to join the fight." The system panel immediately notified him, "Cannot use." Regardless, he slammed the scepter into the ground. Around the point where the scepter met the earth, a halo of light appeared. Song An spoke up, "Even if I can't wield you directly. After all, the crystal set in you has a fire attribute. Just using you to buff the structure should be no problem." Creation buff. The system panel kept flashing. Error, error. Cannot use. Detecting fire. Crystal buff success. The earthen tower began to spit out sparks at the crows. High tower flame spout. The flames blocked their path, preventing the crows from flying any higher. Meanwhile, on the ground, Saki suffered continuous backlash, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Cough! Then he thought, wait, one of them. His eyes filled with a calculating glint. One of them managed to fly above! At that same moment, atop the high tower, Song An also noticed the bird right behind him. The bird dived in to attack him. Right then, the bird transformed into a dagger, connecting to Sachi's position on the ground. He immediately used his dual blades to deliver 2 mid-air slashes. Phantom slash. At the same time, he growled in annoyance, "It's over." The slashes closed in on Song An, but he just calmly replied, "You're right." Then Song An teleported. Simultaneously, Sachi's slashes struck down, shattering the tower. Saki was still suspended in mid-air. The system panel flashed, structure recalled. Sachi's face instantly turned to pure confusion. He thought in a panic, "No way, how is that even possible?" The panel showed Shadow Warp on CD. Seeing this, all the members of the strategy team watching shouted out in worry, "Vice Leader?" The massive stones from the once solid tower were now raining down as the structure collapsed. The winner had been decided. All that remained was a pile of rubble. Everyone around went dead silent. They were all floored by the result of the match. Lee Jae finally spoke up. Nana, go treat Sachi. The fight is over. From within the silent wreckage, a phantom image suddenly appeared. Saki struggled to pick himself up. His entire body was covered in scratches from the sharp debris. He stared forward with eyes full of resentment. He thought to himself, I can't believe I got clapped this hard. I couldn't read his intentions at all. Yet he was always one step ahead of my every move. Suddenly a hand reached out in front of him, along with the words, You okay? It was Song-an, he said kindly, just now. Your attack was pretty unique. Way stronger than your brother. Saki forced himself to sit up. He snapped, I don't need your pity. An L is an L. Insult me however you want, hey! Song-an withdrew his hand, looking at Sachi while thinking to himself, I honestly thought he fought really well. Was my delivery not sincere enough? Nana immediately summoned healing butterflies. They fluttered around Sachi. To mend his wounds, Lee Jae stepped forward and spoke up. All right, Sachi. Stop looking at him with such hostility. This matter ends here, using offense as defense. You wanted to demonstrate the viability of this tactic through this battle, didn't you? Song-an immediately agreed. Exactly. An invasion war is different from usual. We shouldn't just insist on head-on combat. Instead, we should focus more on survival. A merchant doesn't just provide gear. They can also provide defensive structures. With enough materials, it greatly boosts the safety of members, joining the fray. This is also why I want to hold our ground in the capital city. Hadimong. Lee Jae gave a half smile, his eyes sharp. True, he said. We can't let anyone sacrifice themselves for nothing. However, an ordinary merchant couldn't pull off what you did. Song-an blurted out in surprise. Huh? He wondered, when did I get caught? Lee Jae's gaze softened slightly as he continued, completing construction instantly and using them directly in combat. This is far beyond the scope of normal abilities. A special merchant. I'm afraid only a golden merchant could manage such a feat. Plus your previous status as a warrior, you're a dual-class player, aren't you? Am I right? The crowd around them gasped. Dual-class? Saki trembled. Golden, like the team leader? Song-an scratched his head awkwardly. He let out a helpless laugh and said, maybe. Something like that, I guess. He thought, smart people aren't scary. It's when a smart person is your partner that's terrifying. My class secret was leaked in a heartbeat. Now everyone knows. The way people are looking at me is suddenly getting real creepy. This is all Lee Jae-roy's fault. Everyone was looking at Song-an with hungry eyes. They started calling out to him. Are you interested in joining the strategy team? Song-an cursed internally, what the hell is the rush? Then the whole crowd jumped in at once. They took turns asking if he was interested. Team leader, you have to keep him. He's so cracked he's a perfect fit. Just my type. Song-an tried to pacify them, thinking in confusion. I know the strategy team stands pro players, but do they have to be this extra? They seemed completely hyped up. One after another, they shouted out, Master Song-an, please teach me how to use the creation function. I want to learn merchant combat skills. How do you get so many materials? Me too, I want to know. How did you predict the vice leader's moves? Lee Jae stood aside, watching the show, teasing him playfully. Seems like you're fitting in just fine. From now on, consider yourself a member of the strategy team. He watched as everyone swarmed Song-an, chanting his name, Song-an. Song-an! Song-an! Hearing Lee Jae, he shouted back helplessly, Hey, don't go making decisions for me! Saki let out a frustrated click of his tongue. Song-an was starting to get annoyed. Man, why won't these people give it a rest? Gotta find a way out of here. Gotta find a way out of here. He then spoke up to calm them down. Wait a sec. One question at a time, everyone. Someone else shouted eagerly. Master Song-an, just one more question, okay? Just one! Suddenly, Lee Jae received countless system notifications. New message received. 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 A female ghost with hollow sunken eyes crawled out of the system. A red liquid started streaming down her face. She wailed. Why didn't you answer my messages? Why? Lee Jae instinctively leaped backward, dodging Genzi's embrace. Terrified, he thought. Didn't I block these messages a long time ago? Ugh, why is this annoying NPC back again? Genza reached out desperately and screamed in agony. Why do you ignore me? The waiting is pure torture! Look, my heart is literally bleeding. This time we can never be apart again. We've never even met. This is not okay. I believe in love at first sight. Watching from afar, Song-an wondered about Genzi. Did she just cross the entire network to get here? Ha ha! Isn't this the perfect chance to bounce? He came up with a plan. Song-an shouted, "Wait, wait! It looks like your team leader is in deep trouble. Aren't we going to help him?" They immediately looked where Song-an was pointing. "Team leader!" they screamed. Taking advantage of the chaos, Song-an thought, now's the time. Then he vanished into the thick crowd. While making his escape, Song-an playfully left a message for Lee Jae-rui. "See you at Hadamong. Lee Jae-rui, I wish you a happy life together." They immediately chased after Song-an. Someone asked while running, "Why did Master Song-an leave?" Lee Jae-rui cursed in frustration. "What kind of happy life is this? Who the hell dumped this NPC on me?" Genzi struggled to pull herself fully out of the system, reaching out to touch him. The ghost squealed in excitement, "My dear baby." Since players could not close the system window, all Lee Jae-rui could do now was resist with all his might against Genzi's horrifying kiss. Lee Jae-rui screamed, "Wait, wait! Hold on!" On this side, Song-an jumped down onto an empty patch of land. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Phew, one round trip and my MP is completely drained. I feel totally hollow all of a sudden." Overall, things went pretty smoothly this time. A unified strategy regarding the demon invasion has been established. I even got to see that helpless look on Lee Jae-rui when he was backed into a corner. Ha ha. Thinking that, he looked around. He wondered, wait, where did everyone go? Did I teleport to the wrong place? Song-an spotted some tombstones. He blurted out, "Huh? What's that over there?" Walking closer, he realized the photo on the tombstone belonged to Feng. Song-an cried out, "Feng's grave? The graves of Lam Nam Vuong Dich Ngo Lap Tu? Kat Kat Kanyim Binto Bay." Why are there so many tombstones set up here? He frowned and wondered, could they have been attacked by monsters while I was away? No way. Ordinary monsters are no match for Taehyue. Wait, don't tell me among these graves there's even... Song-an? Searching with his eyes, he immediately saw the image of Taehyue. His eyes gradually filled with rage. He roared, "Who the hell caused this tragedy?" Flames erupted from Song-an's entire body. He stepped forward screaming, "Whether you're human or monster, get the hell out here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting violent." Suddenly, Taehyue appeared from behind a rock. She said happily, "Oh, Song-an is back." Taehyue turned around and said something to the others. "See, everyone? I told you I heard his voice." Furious just a second ago, Song-an froze and stared at Taehyue. Taehyue continued joyfully, "We just finished cooking. You're the only one we were waiting for." Tonyak, holding a glass of water, said dejectedly, "I mean, you took so long to show up that I already started eating." Song-an felt helpless and confused, wondering, wait, isn't everyone doing perfectly fine? What's going on here? Cutting through, his train of thought was a pot of soup boiling brightly over the fire. Song-an took a bowl of soup and asked, "So that means you all already know about the otherworld invasion? Is that why, while building graves for your friends, you also prepared ones for yourselves?" Fang, who was holding Xiao Wu, honestly came clean. "I accidentally overheard it. If you're going to blame anyone, blame me." Song-an waved it off and said, "Forget it. It was only a matter of time before you all found out." He turned to Taehyue suspiciously. "But why did even you set up a grave? This doesn't seem like you at all." Taehyue played innocent and looked away, avoiding Song-an's gaze while saying, "About this, you should hear them out first." They looked at each other and said in unison, "We hope you'll let us keep these weapons." Song-an thought helplessly, "Is that it? I'm not that petty." Thinking that, he then said, "I already equipped you all with them, so just keep them. Use them, lamb!" Nam gripped the axe and spoke to Song-an on behalf of the group. "Actually, we should have all died at the hands of those monsters already. If you hadn't appeared, we would have just died in total despair. What you gave us wasn't just weapons, but also courage and hope. The truth is, building our own graves in advance serves one more purpose. It's to say goodbye to our former selves, the ones who only knew how to run and hide. Hiding doesn't solve anything, and it doesn't save anyone. We've already lost enough. We have nothing left to fear losing. If disaster is destined to come, then I will certainly fight until the very last moment." Everyone looked determined. Fing volunteered first. "Me too," Binto 7 standing nearby also said, "And me!" Tioto and Wang Di spoke up in unison too. "Us too," Taehyue finally said happily. "So isn't now the time? We need a leader." Somehow, Tonyak still maintained a bored attitude as he said, "This time I'll reluctantly agree too." Then everyone began to cheer together. "Song-an, lead us into battle!" The scene shifts to a man yelling at someone. A person is working on a computer when a stack of documents is slammed right onto his head. The boss insults the working young man to his face. "Unfinished again? Am I paying you to be a total loser?" The old man turns back, grabs the boy by the collar, and sneers, "No wonder nobody wants to be your friend. Who'd want to be friends with a deadbeat anyway? You can't even fix these simple bugs. What the hell are you even good for?" It's bad enough that the boss is screaming, but colleagues are also passing the buck and looking down on him. "Song-an, I'm dumping this overtime on you, okay? He's just like a pathetic bug. I'd hate to be anything like him. When he's out there, he has to just take it." "Yes, sir." They leave happily. "Hey, where should we go hang out?" "How about we go grab some drinks?" "Sounds like a plan." Then Song, and starts slaving away at the computer until late at night, muttering to himself, "It's fine, I can get this done. I don't need anyone's help. I can finish this on my own. I don't need help from anyone. I don't need fake friends either. I don't need validation from others. Do I really not need anything at all?" Suddenly, there's a voice calling, "Song-an!" At that moment, he was transported to another dimension. Along with the calls of Song-an, Song-an became clearer and clearer. He returns to the present dimension. Everyone is happily calling him Buddy. "Song-an, we hope we can also carry some of the load." Tai-hwai says, "Song-an." Everyone is waiting for your answer. He wonders to himself, zoned out, huh? Looking at the expectant faces of everyone there makes Song-an smirk again. Because he thinks that in the end he's still just a guy who says one thing but means another. When Song-an finished speaking, everyone began to shout. Song-an calmly explained that, "Yes, I can train you all. But before that, everyone needs to prove that they can take down demonic beasts, monsters, of elite rank or higher, either solo or as a squad." Song-an further stated, "After all, I don't want to see a situation where an entire team is sacrificed to save just one person. And none of you want to be a burden to others." "Right," Wang Di agreed. "That totally makes sense." Song-an thought to himself, "With the otherworld invasion, we definitely need more fighters. But having courage without strength or combat experience is just a suicide mission." Tai-hwai asked Song-an if, given their current state, "Isn't that a bit too much to ask?" Hearing that, Song-an replied, "Didn't we all have to struggle to make it this far?" Then he challenged their pride. "If you can't even do that, then you might as well quit now. This is for your own good." Everyone replied indignantly, "Buddy, we're not quitters. Where are those beasts? We'll show you what we've got." Hearing that, Song-an said, "Good." He summoned the item interface, then pulled out some gear and told everyone, "All right, everyone tie these to your arms," he added. "Then pairs of you tie yourselves together." Everyone was now tightly linked together. They were bewildered and started whispering, "Like this? What's he up to this time?" "Don't ask. Even if you did, nobody knows." Suddenly, Tonyak ran over to them and shouted, "Are you really planning to use the tight team binding on them? Didn't the boss already reject that idea before?" Tai-hwai asked Song-an, "Don't tell me, Song-an, you finished a new version while keeping the original mechanics?" He replied while drinking from a vial he just took out of his inventory. "Exactly." After finishing the drink, he tossed the vial to the ground and added, "Just because it wasn't approved doesn't mean it can't be used. After all, innovation is the soul of a programmer, isn't it?" He downed it. Then a notification appeared. MP is regenerating. Song-an began to glow with rising blue energy, and he said to everyone, "Looks like everyone is ready." Song-an immediately activated the skill described as tight team binding. This can form a collective from a series of units through a shared medium. The team unit link is recalculated from scratch. Tight team binding initiated. Everyone was pulled into a strange dimension, leaving them completely stunned. Song-an reached out and told the person in front, "Give me your hand. I'll give you a ride of a lifetime today." Then he requested Tai-hwai, "Grab my other hand." Hearing this, she reluctantly agreed, but her face was beet red. Tonyak ran over and yelled, "Wait, I'm not on board yet." Someone shouted back, "No more hands left, and no more scarves either." He ran up angrily, yelling, "How could you do this? We're all teammates now, aren't we? Are you trying to force my hand?" Tonyak lunged toward where everyone was holding hands. Song-an was speechless at the sight. "What are you doing?" He yelled, "Clinging for dear life, what else? Figure out a way to take me with you." He looked at Tonyak and replied, "I never said I wouldn't take you. But if you like this position, then hold on tight." Then everyone began to teleport with a notification. Long-distance blink range expanded. The caster can bring along all units in direct contact to teleport together. Maximum of 3 units. Note: bringing more than 1 unit will significantly increase MP consumption. As they moved, everyone started screaming. They were moving at breakneck speed, so it was only natural for them to scream. It's a known fact that besides the main unit, which is protected from risks, under high-speed teleportation status, Other units will face significant hazards. Naturally, this is also a bug. Boom! They all crashed onto the ground. Everyone was lightheaded and dizzy. Only Song-an remained completely unfazed. He said to the group, "We're here." Tonyak nagged, "Hey Song-an, you haven't fixed the wind resistance bug yet, have you?" Then he went over to see Hugh. Song-an explained, "Ah, my bad, there were so many bugs back then. It's hard to avoid missing a few." Lam Nam looked at the tree ahead and asked, "A giant tree stump? The surrounding rocks are covered in sticky slime. Where on earth is this place?" Fong felt the same way. "This looks gross." Wang Di called out in a daze, "Everyone, look over here!" Everyone turned their heads and gasped. He was speechless because it was so magnificent. Standing before them was a colossal citadel, right in the middle of a city, surrounded by massive walls. Wang Di remarked, "Isn't this something you'd only see in movies?" Tonyak said in disbelief, "This is Hadimong City." Song-an replied, "That's right. Before everyone's eyes is the largest city in the game, Hadimong City." He also added that, "If war breaks out, we're going to need a base of operations no matter what. Hadimong City, with its rich resources and surroundings, is our best bet." Song-an pointed out that not far from there are two giant sculptures. This place is also known as the Gate of War. He said that to enter Hadimong City, from the outside one must pass through the Gate of War. That makes Hadimong City with its back against the mountain range, a fortress that's easy to defend but hard to attack. If the demon army comes, we'll have more than enough time to prepare. They moved away from their previous location. Upon arrival, Song-an said to everyone, "Besides, the amount of Dan Yuan along this cliff is quite plenty. You could say, this is the most suitable spot for our base camp." Suddenly he added, "However, there's still one minor issue," which piqued their curiosity. "What issue?" Song-an replied, "You'll see in a sec." Suddenly there was a massive sound of movement. Everyone began to scream in terror. "This commotion, could it be a monster?" Fong shouted a warning, "On the right, it's an elite." It was an elite bogut, level 36. Panic started to set in. Song-an, wait, an elite? Is this the monster we're supposed to handle? No way, right? He quickly finished constructing a high tower using creation. Song-an sat at the top with Tai Hui and said, "Don't worry, I won't interfere. Give it your all in this fight, guys." Wang Di replied, "Wait, that's not what I meant." He stated this was bogut territory, and unless they beat them, there was no point talking about a base. She asked worriedly, "Are we really not going to help?" Song-an replied, "No need, this is meant to be a test." Everyone drew their weapons and started arguing. "What now? We only have ourselves to rely on now." "Let's attack together, but who's in charge?" The monster let out a massive sneeze, spraying snot and saliva all over them. Lam Nam was buried in snot, struggling to breathe. He gasped, "I can't breathe!" Song-an looked down and hoped, "Don't let me down, guys." Lam Nam's duo quickly froze up, completely coated in green slime. Song-an stood to the side, silently observing everything. Tonyak hid behind a large tree trunk, offering a few comments. "I didn't expect this monster's snot to be so lethal." Cat fell to the ground, crying out for help in a panic. "Brother Dai, Sister Fong!" What should I do?" The bogut slowly approached, letting out several heavy breaths. Huff, huff, huff. But even that was enough to scare him to death. "Whoa, stay back!" Feeling that was enough, from the bottom of his heart, he finally had to make a decision. Is this really the end? If they can't even take down a low-aggression monster like a bogut, then they're hopeless. How are they going to face demons? Time to go down and save them. Just then, a voice rang out with a suggestion. Cat, use your skill quickly. Wash away that slime." He was stunned. "Huh?" Tai Hui looked down and continued to shout. "Boguts hate clean things. Its sticky slime will be massively weakened by water control abilities. You can save them." He turned to look at her with eyes full of surprise. Tai Hui stood at the edge of the cliff, still trying her best to yell down. Cat, do it now! Otherwise, everyone will be in big trouble." He was still a bit confused. "But I... Even so, Tai Hui kept encouraging him. Cat, believe in yourself. You can do it!" Seeing the bogut slowly closing in, he panicked even more. Finally, he shut his eyes tight, deciding to follow her suggestion. A massive sphere of water slammed hard into its snotty mess. When the bogut saw the water sphere, it immediately started fumbling and panicked. Boom! The bubble burst, leaving Lam Nam and the others coughing violently. It was a total frenzy. Cough, gasp. He hurriedly shouted, checking on everyone. "I did it. Are you guys okay?" He glanced at the boy, panting heavily. "That was a close call. Almost died there." Wang Di quickly replied. Cat, thank God for you." Meanwhile, over here, Tai Hui timidly glanced at Song-an standing next to her. "Sorry, Song-an. It was an emergency, so I spoke out of turn. However, he only responded with a smile. Don't sweat it. Isn't this actually pretty good? It would have been a shame for it to end like that. Then he turned his gaze back down to Cat's group, giving a low-voiced assessment. This setback will definitely leave a lasting impression on them. Raising their awareness of danger is a good thing. Your warmth has helped so many people, but these words only made her cheeks turn even redder. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Suddenly he regained his composure and shouted loudly, "Listen up, everyone!" Song-An's firm voice echoed, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Perhaps. You've already realized the issues you face during combat. Charging in blindly makes you an easy target for focused attacks. He kept pointing out key details while the group below faced the bogot again. Think carefully about your own strengths. Then coordinate your combat using each individual's advantage. That's how the weak can overcome the strong. Kier and Lam Nam glanced at each other, finally nodding in silent understanding. Got it. Meanwhile, on the cliff, he remained perfectly calm, giving his final instructions. While we won't provide any more guidance or help you further, you can make use of all the available resources at your disposal during the battle. Tonyak, who was hiding, jumped in shock when he was called out. For example, that guy hiding behind that rock over there. The teammates quickly caught on. He tightened his grip on the two branches in his hands and shouted in frustration, Song-An, what the hell is wrong with you? It's bad enough you didn't pull me up with you. But now you're blowing my cover. I was hiding here, not bothering anyone. He kept whining, totally unaware that the bogot's aggro had been triggered. Aggro, not bothering anyone, my foot! It aggressively uprooted a tree and started chasing him. Thump, thump, thump. The teammates stepped aside, barely daring to breathe. Bro, the monster's coming for you. Tonyak screamed his head off while running. Ah! I knew this would happen. Song-An, I hate you. Right at that moment, Lam Nam suddenly spoke in a low voice. Our chance is here. Maintaining his serious demeanor, he carefully gave this command, Xiao Di Chi. The two of you are fast, so you're in charge of harassing the monster. They both shouted in unison, Copy that! He yelled out, giving a final order to the two charging forward. Everyone else follow them. Wang Di and the other's teammate unleashed their skills simultaneously. One swung a sword at the waist while the other delivered a piercing thrust. Bogot took the painful hits, letting out several cries. Grah! It whipped its head around, eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Its aggro had shifted. Without a word, the two thought in sync, this isn't good. It roared, raising the tree trunk for a crushing blow. Ha! Lam Nam rushed up from behind and shouted, Xiao Di Chi! Get back, we've got this! A barrage of attacks quickly targeted the massive tree trunk it was holding. Heavy strikes and basic attacks tore it apart. Bogot stood dazed as the weapon in its hands was smashed to bits. Fong stood not far away, pulling out her inventory to prepare an attack. Watch your step, buddy! A cluster of shiny black marbles rolled across the ground, streaming toward it. Using the trip marbles item, Bogot slipped and lost its footing, just as Wang Di landed another blow on its forearm, causing it immense pain. Gah! Tonyak glanced at the intense scene, completely blown away. He couldn't believe they were actually keeping the monster in check. Tai Hui's eyes widened, unable to hide her excitement. Song-An, look, they're doing it! Beside her, Song-An also broke into a smile. Yeah. A spark of hope shone in his eyes, hard to conceal. It seems that with just a little more polishing, they'll have massive potential for the future. He once again summarized their fighting styles. For now, the general breakdown looks like this. Lam Nam's combat style. The round-head guy and the iron helmet guy all lean toward direct confrontation. They're best suited for the front-line positions. Wang Di and that girl are quite agile, perfect for forming a mobile unit. Although merchants don't have much raw combat power, Feng can use items to harass enemies, which is actually quite effective. Add in the stealing skill, and they could form a special ops squad later on. But what's really noteworthy is that Nam has some pretty solid leadership skills. That's a rare find, something you can't just ask for. As for Cat, the guy in the iron helmet saw the bogot about to spit slime and shouted a warning. It's spitting again! Lam Nam turned and yelled, Cat! Cat reacted instantly, blocking the attack with water just in time. On it! Song-An was even more impressed. A natural-born water element user is the top-tier choice for a mage. However, he quickly noticed a flaw in this team. But they don't have a healer here. What? Oh, it was that girl again. Shosu lunged forward eagerly with her sword. I'll help too. She spun her whole body like a whirlwind, performing a high-speed spinning attack. Triple sword point attack! She barely managed to leave a tiny scratch before getting dizzy and flying backward. Wow! Song An's face was the definition of speechless frustration. Between the cringe name of that skill and that weak sauce attack power, he didn't even know which one to roast first. It roared in anger, turning to attack her. Roar! Chia turned pale with fright. His eyes went wide as he yelled, Xiaosu, look out! Bogut's hand was already swinging down hard toward her, but right then, Tonyak rushed out to block the blow. You damn monster! You're freaking gross! Picking on a girl? Have you no shame? He turned back and gave Xiaosu a cocky wink. You okay, babe? Internally, he was patting himself on the back. Tonyak, you're the man! Way to find the perfect chance to flirt. She gave him a pretty awkward smile. Thanks, I'm fine. You're such a nice guy. His heart seemed to shatter into pieces. Friend-zoned again. Lam Nam took this chance to order his teammates to follow him. Let's finish it off in a heartbeat. The iron-helmeted guy replied immediately, Got it. All of them finally launched a coordinated attack on Bogut. Eat dirt, you monster! It let out a long, agonized shriek. Meanwhile, Song An, standing on the cliff, was wearing a satisfied smile. A system notification popped up amidst the falling leaves. Elite Bogut has been defeated. Cheer and Wang Di looked at each other with grins on their faces. Whew! Ha ha! System notifications kept chiming for them. Level up! Level up! Level up! The other two guys weren't lagging behind either. Level up! Level up! Roundhead and Iron Helmet high-fived in celebration. Nice job, partner! Tai Hui and Song. Anne landed gracefully on the ground to congratulate them. That was amazing! Is everyone okay? Fong looked up at the two of them, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Song An. I guess we passed the test, right? He didn't hold back his praise. You did great. Honestly, well done. A gentle smile appeared on his handsome face. I'm looking forward to working with you all, teammates. Everyone cheered in unison, awesome! However, his next words were a total 180. I'll give you a few minutes to gear up. We're about to enter the dungeon. The others felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Not again. Tonyak clearly hadn't seen this coming. So soon, we just finished a fight. But all he got was a cold response from Song An. Time waits for no one. If I'm the leader, you follow my lead. He groaned in grievance. Are you a demon or something? He turned to Lam Nam, huffing, looking for someone to back him up. Nam, help me out here. We literally just finished fighting. No matter what, we need a 30-minute break. Make it an hour or something. His whole body was shaking and even glowing. It made Tonyak curious. Nam turned around, his face sweating buckets. What should I do now? It seems I accidentally acquired a monster's skill. Snot. A skill that made Lam Nam freak out. The new skill was terrifyingly green. Everyone was standing around the green light. Vuongdik panicked. He only meant to get closer and take a quick look. But who would have thought? In a flash, he got his first skill. Fong and Cat couldn't help but scream. Bogut's skill? Don't tell me Boss is going to be shooting snot from now on. Tai He explained calmly. Don't worry. Actually, Bogut's main skill is healing. Everyone worked together so well just now. So it never had a chance to use it. Vuongdik's face lit up again. Oh, so that's why. Tai He continued. It restores its HP of itself by absorbing its own mucus. That's why it spits slime everywhere like that. Vuongdik was horrified. Wait, isn't that even scarier? Everyone around was visualizing his image in their heads. Lucky that's not me. Tongan said calmly, don't jump to conclusions. If you don't mind, try feeling the skill for yourself. Vuongdik looked at him with a confused face. He was narrowing down the effect, then tried to radiate the energy outward. Seeing Vuongdik move so slowly, is it like this? Fong watched in amazement. The green light has started to move. Everyone was now enveloped in the green light. We are inside it too. This light has an interactive force. Tongan remained calm, just smiling slightly. Perhaps everyone can feel it. This light contains healing power, though it's very weak because Bogut's skill doesn't suit humans very well. The game was adjusted from the start. Tai Hui said excitedly. Exactly, this skill is named Passive Healing Aura, Evaluation Rank. Rank A, Level 1 skill. With this character as the epicenter, the healing zone expands outward. Within a 10 mm radius, the healing effectiveness is 8 HPS. Beyond a 10 mm radius, the healing effect will rapidly drop off. It is proportional to the increased distance. At the maximum radius, not exceeding 30, the healing effect does not exceed 1 HPS. When more than one healing aura is present, they can stack up to 3 layers. At level 2, the healing effect within 10 mm increases to 15 HPS. This is your initial skill, Song-an continued, although this skill is essentially passive and can run continuously. The downside is also very obvious. The recovery rate is quite slow. His face became serious. Only by stacking multiple auras can the maximum healing potential be achieved? And then Tonyak suddenly cried out, "We finally got some healing, but it's still not strong enough. Won't I be the one who ends up taking all the damage?" Suddenly, Tuto spoke up. Everyone. Actually, my innate skill also has healing. Maybe I can help out sometimes." Everyone looked slightly surprised. So this girl is a healer? Could it be that weird skill was just a niche interest? Song-An's eyes sharpened. But the outcome is still mid. From now on, we won't lack healing anymore. Tonyak caught onto Song-An's words. Wait, what does that mean? Is there another healer here? Where? Where? He just smiled. You'll see in a bit. Suddenly, the air around began to swirl with wind. A blue magic circle appeared. Inside were Bogut, an elite level 39, and Kwandoi level 37. They roared fiercely. Those standing outside panicked. An oppressive feeling hit them. There's a Bogut here too? Song-An didn't flinch, only responding gently. That's right, starting now. You guys have to complete 3 goals first. He held up one finger. First, within 1 week, everyone's level must increase to at least level 30. Second, everyone must have a healing aura. In disbelief, everyone said in unison, an aura for every single person? Since you've made your choice, you must maximize its effectiveness. For some special reasons, after stacking 3 auras, the healing amount will increase by 3 tiers. When your lives are guaranteed, you can sustain a longer attack. Fong was stunned and shouted, "Wait, is this another bug?" With a serious face, Song-An put a finger to his lips and said, "Everyone be quiet. You know it, I know it, no need for more words." He used all his strength with his staff to strike Bogut number 11. Bogut's foot stomped down where Tonyak was standing, but it missed. Tonyak desperately called for backup. "I can't hold them off anymore, Song-An. Come help me, I'm cooked." Song-An just kept smiling. "Don't rush, hasn't help already arrived?" 3 more people appeared behind Tonyak. "Nam, from now on, you 3 are in charge of the front line. Follow Tonyak and learn how to dodge. On Taihu's side, there's Not Tu, Vuongdik, and Tioto. From now on, you'll be in charge of the assault under Taihui. Learn how to find the monster's weaknesses." Thuong-Nhan and Cat were surprised to hear, "The 3 of you will follow me to learn special tactics." Tonyak didn't agree and protested, "Hold up, this isn't fair. Why is my team full of dudes? Song-An, I bet you're trolling me on purpose. If you don't swap them for some girls, I'm—" Before he could finish, Song-An spoke up. "A set of ultimate defensive gear. Deal?" With just those few words, Tonyak's attitude completely flipped. "Since Song-An is our leader, so what? I have no objections. All right, boys, follow my lead from now on. Let's teach these monsters a damn lesson." A monster was staring in Tonyak's direction. Shayla Boss, the ruler, level 40. It stood there, watching everyone. Taihi was shocked when he saw the boss. "Everyone, watch out! This is an HP-consuming skill to buff its attacks. Everyone fall back. Quickly stay out of its attack range." Song-An looked at Taihu with a calm face. "It's fine, Taihu. Let me handle this." He stood before the bogus and shouted for everyone to hear. "Next, this is my 3rd requirement." The boss raised its flaming fist toward Song-An. "Maybe you've all been miserable and had no one to lean on. Maybe the future will hold even more dangers." The boss swung its fist at Song-An. "But from this moment on, I require you all to—" Song-An teleported, countered the boss, and roared, "Fight like hell to stay alive for me!" The boss failed to dodge and collapsed. Song-An stood heroically atop his trophy. "I won't allow anyone in Team 5 to die." "Got it?" Everyone fought back while shouting in response. "Hell yeah! We won't go out that easily. Don't you dare underestimate us!" Meanwhile, somewhere in Magic Crystal Mine Area B, everyone was working diligently. "There will be a cut for you." "Thank you, Vice Chairman." The goatee sporting man excitedly welcomed the VIP. "Vice Chairman 2, you're finally here. I heard you found a special magic crystal vein. Lead the way, my time is money." The workers looked terrified when they saw that man. "Why is that guy here again?" "He's the devil boss, known for his exploitation throughout the Currency Alliance." "Wait, don't tell me he has the rights to run this magic crystal mine?" "We're cooked. Hard times are coming." Currency Alliance Vice Chairman, former guild leader Tu-Fi, level 35. Identity? Special merchant investor. A magic crystal mine that never runs dry. I just love exploiting fine things like this. You're not pulling my leg, are you? "If not," the goatee man quickly explained, "how would I dare to reward or punish? I still know my place very well." "Don't worry, the reward is—" The vice chairman was stunned by the sight before him. "System error. Resources have started respawning. It seems to be a bug, or for some other reason, causing the ore mine here to regenerate continuously. Since I've never seen anything like this before, I came to find the vice chairman immediately." "Old Tat, does anyone else know about this?" "Besides those present, no one else knows, sir." His face looked incredibly satisfied, revealing his golden teeth. Then we've hit the jackpot! A stone monster appeared. It's the Earth Dragon boss, ruler level 43. Tonyak saw it and was terrified. I'm about to reach my limit. 2 teams split into a pincer movement. Team 7, 2 will be on the left, while Vuong Dic's team takes the right. Inside the monster's mouth, a blue energy was building up. Tonyak stood before it and smirked. Haven't had enough yet? Then bring it on! It spat that blue attack toward Tonyak. Tonyak gave a light chuckle, because he was currently wearing the Scorching Fire skink set. After being hit, it applies a stack of burn debuff to the attacker, prolonging the HP drain period, while also increasing by 30% the damage the target takes for 8 seconds. Thick armor increases the wearer's defense and reduces incoming damage. Not only can you not touch me, you're getting hit with a debuff instead! The monster roared in anger. Amidst the burning sparks, 7, 2 and Trandong attacked the left side of the monster together. On the right, Vuong Dic's team was handling it. It was at its wit's end. Song-On suddenly appeared above the monster. He had used an invisibility cloak upgraded from C rank to B rank. Song-On used the power from his sword to slash straight at it. A new recruit, Justin from the logistics team, saw the scene before him and was left completely jaw-dropped. So strong. As expected of Chairman Song-On, Song-On stood firm amidst the burning flames. Having defeated the Earth Dragon, he leveled up to 44. Good job, everyone. 6-pattern gold armor upgraded to B rank. Enhancement increases attack power by 20%. If the monster is debuffed, attack is increased by an additional 20%. CD5 basic attacks. Song-On remained expressionless but still cared for everyone. No one's hurt, right? Vuong Dic smiled and replied, Don't worry, we're all good. The 3 were surrounded by healing auras. Healing glitch. Due to a decimal setting error in the healing values, there's a 50% chance for a 10x healing crit. The auras stacked on top of each other. Even if they were injured, they'd be just fine. Justin suddenly shouted, Chairman, Man, can we start harvesting magic crystals now? I seriously can't wait. Song-On said, You guys go ahead. Justin was hyped. We gotta go all out. Can't let the chairman lose face. Justin started working with great enthusiasm. Just gotta grind hard. Then I can get plenty of God-tier gear from the chairman. Let's go, let's go. Tonyak looked at the kid with a disgruntled face. Young people these days are so blinded by materialism. Unlike me, fighting for my ideals. Song-On beamed upon seeing the magic crystals. Awesome! The dragon bone dropped this time too. Now I have enough materials to upgrade the bone dagger. Enhancing crafting. A-rank demon-slaying bone dagger. Required materials. X-rank enhancement stone. 1x earth dragon bone X3. Requirements met. Synthesize? 07. Whose jaw dropped. About to witness the appearance of an A-rank weapon. Song-On watched the items synthesize. The items flew up, floating within a red and gold light, accompanied by flickering lightning bolts. Demon Bone Dagger, rarity A-rank. Attack power plus 480. Perception plus 10. Demon Slaying. Active creates countless slashes firing in all directions. For each target hit, it will deal damage equivalent to a basic attack. Each slash is considered a basic attack and can trigger on-hit effects and MP abilities. Cost 150 maybe. Cooldown 10 minutes. Demon Hunter 2 increases damage dealt to demon-type monsters by up to 10 times. If the target isn't killed instantly, it can be marked. Piercing 2 attacks ignore 60% of defense. The dagger was so dope that everyone around was left in awe. Song-On lightly swung the dagger forward. His very first A-rank weapon. Tonyak had a competitive look on his face. It looks like some top-tier whale gear, but when it comes to actual combat, I'm sure my defensive gear is still a cut above. Song-On smirked. He said something that made Tonyak shrink back. How about I use you as a test subject? He wondered how things were going on the other side. We're pretty much done here. Should we go check if Tai Hugh has finished yet? A green circle appeared on the wall, the Danduyan Path. This path appears within separate Danduyan valleys and can lead to neighboring Danduyan areas. If you don't look closely, you'll miss the path. A finger poked through the membrane. Stepping out was Song-On. Tai Hugh, I'm all done here. How are you guys doing? Tai Hue replied while fighting, Still need a bit more time. Taurus boss, ruler level 41. The new team wasn't used to the boss's attack patterns yet. They were a bit on the ropes at the start, but now they've started to turn the tables. Tai Hue's expression turned serious. I think about 20 more minutes should do it. Song-On offered to help, but she turned him down. Don't need my help? Nope. The boss swung its fist at her. Skill. 10% current HP. Tai Hue grew tense. If I still can't handle this, then I've failed. The responsibility of leading the team you gave me. Song-an broke into a cold sweat. Actually, it's not that deep. You don't have to be so serious. I originally wanted to flex my new weapon, but looks like I won't get a chance to step in here. Then he turned to look at everyone. Let's wait outside. On the way, everyone was chatting excitedly. The other items dropped by the Earth Dragon. How should we split them? Everyone just take what you need. Regarding the respawning materials, we can have Bao Long handle them. Over the past 10 days, the levels and gear of all members have skyrocketed, plus with more solo players leveling up and people joining because of their reputation. The group grew from the original 11 members to 21. Thus, they naturally evolved from a squad into a guild. That was how the Zero Guild was formed. Tonyak spoke up with a suggestion. Song-an, don't you think our guild name is a bit too plain? How about Super Alliance? Or even Invincible War Team would work. Zero sounds just fine to me. Outside, other members were present and discussing. Zero can cancel out any other number. Doesn't that symbolize absolute power? Kyuto cheered excitedly when she saw Song-an's team. Everyone and the chairman are back. Song-an gave an awkward smile at that reaction. Everyone, there's no need to get so hyped. Just keep doing what you were doing. Suddenly becoming a chairman still felt a bit strange to him. He smiled, thinking, but at least things are different now. Suddenly, someone called his name. Song-an, quick, look at this! A gun was held in Fong's hand. She excitedly showed it off to him. I finally managed to craft a magic gun. Within the artisan's creation system, one can craft countless pieces of equipment like swords, daggers, shields, armor, knee pads, and helmets at any time. Meanwhile, some high-tier gear requires special materials. But among them, there is one most unique piece of equipment. Even if you have the special materials, the success rate of crafting it is only 0.01%, meaning only one appears out of 10,000 attempts. And that is the magic gun. The girl held a gun in her hand, with a strikingly strange design. Song-an and Tonyak was shocked when he saw the gun in her hand. I can't believe you actually crafted a magic gun. Fong held the gun and pointed the muzzle toward the sky. She chuckled and said, heh heh. Of course, it took me 9 long days of grinding just to make this one piece. The two guys and Tonyak stared at the gun in her hand. Fong was taken aback. This kind of weapon actually exists? How come even I didn't know about this? Song-an took the gun into his hands. This isn't some kind of cheat, is it? With this, how could anyone even get close? Song-an examined the gun. You guys are right, but its power comes from its extreme rarity. A window displayed 0.01%. Fong looked at everyone and pointed. To her head, there was a 4-leaf clover clip in her hair. She said, without the clover gear's buff, I'm afraid even a gold artisan like me would find it nearly impossible to craft. On Fong's hair was a 4-leaf clover clip, shimmering and flashing with a brilliant glow. Fong waved her hand and continued, you should know that to get this gear back then, I had to go through a hell of a lot of trouble. Fong crossed her arms and laughed loudly as Song-an and everyone else just stared at her. Back then when that rainbow rabbit showed up, it totally spooked me. Song-an and the others simply turned and walked away. Fong shouted in annoyance, fine then, let's just start testing the gun. Are you guys not even curious about how I got it? Song-an held the gun and looked back at her. Everyone is probably more curious about how effective the magic gun is right now. Fong whimpered in defeat after her magic gun was snatched away. There were 2 target boards set up against the cliffside. The targets were marked with an arrow and a white string. Song-an aimed the gun at the target board. He pulled the trigger and a blue beam shot out from the muzzle. Magic gun. It is called a magic gun because it requires magic power to fire. Conversion scaling. Magic stats are converted into true damage, but we still don't know its actual firepower. Let's try channeling 10 MP into it. A blue glow emanated from the muzzle. Everyone watched and cried out in amazement. It changed color! Song-an held the magic gun. A blue beam of light was radiating from the barrel. He leaped high into the air. An intense beam of light shot rapidly from the muzzle toward his line of sight, aiming right where he had targeted earlier. The light pierced right through the cliffside, creating a round hole deep into the rock wall. Everyone looked toward where the bullet hit. Holy crap, that's insane! Song-an walked over to the hole in the cliff, looked at the gun in his hand and smiled. Only 10 mana and it's already this strong? If I poured in my full mana, wouldn't the power be absolutely terrifying? High-level monsters have silent skills, unless you have a purify skill. Once silenced, you're just a sitting duck. His gaze was sharp and mysterious, but now things were different. Song-an turned to ask Fong, startling her. Fong, can you craft a few more? Fong held up a finger and said, I'd love to. But even with the clover hair clip, buffing my stats, the success rate is still tiny. And besides, we're out of materials. Hearing this, Tonyak stepped forward and spoke up. If we're short on materials, you can count on me. And the guys back there. We've had plenty of rest anyway. It's about time we stretch our legs. Fong, just say the word. What materials do you need? Song-an smiled and looked at Fong. Under a clear, cool blue sky with birds fluttering about, and the sound of chirping fills the air. On top of a handmade wooden tower, a person was peering down below. He spotted several dark figures, slowly approaching from the distance. The scout was Lam Nam, with a few others following behind him. Up there, he cupped his hands near his mouth and shouted, "Chairman, Brother Nam is back!" Song-an looked back and smiled. Perfect timing. A crowd gathered at the forest, their voices buzzing with excitement. Lam Nam walked over. "Hey, little bro, I'm back." Song-an suddenly glanced over. He saw an elderly couple following behind. "He's the spy you wanted. We're back." Tonyak pointed his thumb at the old man. The old man stared back at him. It seemed he didn't quite buy what Lam Nam was saying. "Wait, is this old man really the spy we've been waiting for? Can your ears even still hear clearly? Are you actually able to dig up any intel?" The old man shot Tonyak a sharp, piercing glare. A swift strike flashed by. Smack! Tonyak clutched his head and wailed, "Ow, ow, 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 ow!" Tonyak looked absolutely fuming at that moment. A massive lump had already formed on his head. He had just been schooled by the old man. Lam Nam held his hands out, laughing awkwardly. My bad. He's not the spy. Where did Xiao Bao go now?" The old man showed off his martial arts moves. "Ha!" Song-an looked at the old man with suspicion. This old guy might actually have some real skills. Tonyak is wearing such heavy armor. Breaking through his defense is no easy feat. The old lady's eyes turned red with fury. She angrily marched over and pinched the old man's ear, scolding him. "There you go again, showing off like a child. Can't you just stay still for once?" The old man cried out in pain. "Ah, ah, 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 ah!" Song-an watched them with an awkward smile. Lam Nam looked toward a nearby bush. A head popped out from the greenery. "I bet it's the one hiding in the bushes over there, right?" The person hiding behind the bush jumped in surprise. Lam Nam walked to the bush and grabbed him by the collar. "Xiao Bao, why the heck are you over here?" Afterward, Xiao Bao brushed the leaves off his sleeves. There's no need to hide anymore. He dusted himself off, shaking the leaves away. "Sorry, it's just an occupational hazard. If I'm not hiding somewhere, I just don't feel safe." Xiao Bao is often called the know-it-all. He's an old friend of Nam. If anything happens, no matter how small, he knows about it. Song-an stepped forward. "I assume Nam already told you why we called you here, right?" Xiao Bao said, raising two of his fingers, level with his left eye, swirling them in circles as if trying to hypnotize someone. "I knew it. It's definitely about the tea. I've got 2 pieces of intel that you'll be into." Song-an looked at him with sheer skepticism. "Which story do you want to hear first?" Song-an suddenly wondered, is it about the demons? Or is it about the glitch? At the mention of demons, Sun Yi and Feng both blurted out, "Demons? Glitch?" Song-an looked at Xiao Bao. "Tell me the demon stuff first." Then he recounted the whole situation where some demons had bizarre and grotesque beastly forms. Their eyes were red and blue, and their skin was green. Some were even bald, with patches of long hair, with sharp, deadly fangs protruding outward. He adjusted his glasses while telling the story. "I heard a strange phenomenon appeared in that region. Many monsters are becoming incredibly buffed, without any clear explanation. It's already caused a lot of players to get wasted. Within that area, there's a deep abyss. The ground split open, and a monster with just a red head and 2 horns emerged. At the bottom of the pit, a single crimson eye shone like a red spotlight from within the chasm. According to my investigation, that place is a portal to the demon underworld. High chance they're coming from there." Song-an looked at him, pondering. "Is it really going to go south like this? Is the demon army planning to move ahead of schedule?" Sun Yu spoke up and asked, "So what about the second thing? What's the glitch?" Xiao Bao signaled with his hand. "My intel has always been buy one, get one free. I already gave you one for free, so now shouldn't you—" He held an orange gold pouch in his hand, rubbing it greedily. Song-an walked over. "Quit stalling and just spit it out." He continued, "The Star Coin Alliance found an infinite ore mine. Rumor has it was caused by a game glitch." Song-an asked, as Xiao Bao and Sun Yue watched him. "They're trying their best to keep it on the down low. Do you know how many days I spent scouting just to get this info?" "How long?" Xiao Bao replied. 10 days. Song-an thought about a red gemstone. Except for the life gate, it has the potential to produce an infinite amount of magic crystals. But any other mutation of the crystals will ultimately influence the power scaling of the monsters within the dungeon. Exactly what kind is it this time? Song-an continued to ponder. If it can churn out magic crystals forever, then it's a huge win for all the players. But with the star coin, Alliance in there for the bag, it's hard to tell. Then he turned around and left. Besides, I've got a bad feeling about this. Song-an spoke up and the guy gave him an okay sign. Xiaobao, keep investigating the situation in the CA area. Report back to me once you have new intel. Song-an turned his head back. Sun Yue, wait for Hui to get out. Make sure to let him know that I'm putting him in charge of this place. Sun Yue asked, so where are you heading? Song-an said with a dead serious look. I'm going to the Starcoin Alliance solo. The mine was surrounded by various mineral deposits, especially those purple stones. Inside the mining zone, 3 men were standing above, looking down. A tent had just been pitched nearby, and a drill was busy excavating. Deep in the mine, 2 men were standing there talking shop. The magic crystal yield has been dropping lately, right? Old Bai. Have you been slacking on your supervision? I wouldn't dare, it's just that the crystals are getting murky. The men up top looked down into the mining pit. See that? That guy is the vice president of the Starcoin Alliance. They're the ones gatekeeping the magic crystal market, which is why we can't afford any gear right now. Everyone was fuming, cursing out that piece of trash. Those noobs dared to scam us out of so much money. Then a man gave the signal to his crew and jumped down. Let's go, boys, show them what's up. The people below looked up in shock at the men leaping down towards them, every single one of them strapped. You bastard, cough up the dough. He adjusted his glasses, completely overestimating himself. After that, everyone behind the man with glasses charged forward upon seeing the opening. The man immediately drew his long sword and slashed across a boy, sending him crashing to the ground. Finally, some real work. The boy, whose head was already bandaged, realized that he was the mercenary. On the other side, everyone gripped their weapons tightly and lunged at the young man. You've come to the wrong place, you little punks. The man had a powerful and solid physique. He swung his sword with a heavy hand at a young man, but the boy successfully dodged it. The young man leaped onto the ground and slid a long distance across the grass. That young man braced one hand against the earth, and his feet had just skidded a long way across the surface, leaving visible tracks in the dirt. The man snarled, "Damn it, they actually came prepared!" He angrily created a massive smoke screen. "Let's bounce!" A thick cloud of smoke billowed toward the young man, causing him to shield his eyes with his hand. The young man seemed to pick up on something. Not good, not good. "Those guys are trying to dip!" someone yelled out. Everyone there was engulfed by the smoke, and green arcs of light darted into the fray. The smoke slowly dissipated to both sides, gradually exposing them. However, they had already been bound and were lying on the ground. The leader stood there in total shock. Amidst the swirling shapes stood a blue-haired boy, holding an exotic purple bow, both peculiar and magnificent. Capture successful. Jun Tianxing, level 39. The Liberty Bow. Word is that bow can manifest all kinds of powers. They all turned their heads to stare back at him. Great, another busybody getting in the way. Jun Tianxing stood high on the cliffside, looking down as he spoke. It's fine, no need to thank me. I'll take your kindness as a compliment. The people down there were fuming. Who even asked for his help? A tall guy scowled in anger. If I wasn't so outclassed, I would have taught him a lesson a long time ago. This guy always makes us look like complete scrubs. Then a man walked over and clapped his hands. A young man patted him on the shoulder. Well done. Bravo! As expected of the mercenary group I paid the big bucks for, you really handled that fast. It really was a quick fix. He was lying on the ground with his hands tied behind his back. He screamed in rage, "You old geezer, you think you're hot stuff!" Just because you're loaded? Just wait until we get out of here. I'm going to expose everything you've done to everyone. If you try to screw us over, I'll make sure you never do business in this town again. The old man walked over holding an orange pouch in his hand. Peace brings prosperity. Harmony makes the money, you know. Inside that orange pouch were countless gold coins. The Star Alliance didn't handle things well before, and it caused you all some trouble. A sly glint appeared in his eyes. If it's money you're short on, then the Alliance will just compensate you, simple as that. He asked Jun Tianjing to release the skill. The boy snapped his fingers. Done. Immediately, the ropes binding their hands vanished. As soon as they were freed, everyone stared straight ahead. There sat a bag of glittering gold coins. They all lunged for it. Some started shoving and fighting over the loot. The sight of those gold coins blinded them. Mine! It's all mine! A man stepped up, grabbing the shimmering coins in his hand. Now that's more like it. A scumbag should act like one. He grinned, revealing a gold tooth. Since you've taken my money, well, I suppose we can talk about investments now, can't we? He replied. Investments? Then the old man reached out his hand, and he was surrounded by swirling, glittering gold coins. Levitating. Special merchant skill. Activated. Then all the coins fell to the ground. The pile kept growing bigger and bigger.
You guys...
They stared at the massive hoard of gold coins with pure greed. However, they found themselves completely unable to move. What's going on? Why can't we move our bodies? The old man raised his hand. He commanded, dig through this entire mine for me. Instantly, they were all forced into motion. A golden aura, bright like fire, enveloped them as they worked. They picked up their tools. Driven by an unseen force, they were dispersed to every nook and cranny to dig, following the old man's orders. The leader from before was absolutely livid. Why the hell are we mining right now?
You old geezer, I'm gonna make sure you regret this.
Everyone watched them dig. The young fighters who were standing behind the old man began to shiver in fear. I definitely need to be careful whenever I deal with this guy from now on. The old man turned and spoke to them. I'll settle your service fees in just a moment as well. They were terrified. As soon as he finished, they all shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." The screen displayed information about various precious minerals. Jun Taiyangxing looked at the display and whispered, I only have enough mana crystals for a few more uses. I guess I have to be stingy. I wonder how much I'll make from this job. Hopefully there won't be any more drama. Then a sudden beam of blue light descended from the sky to the ground. Everyone there was caught off guard. The old man and the young men saw a person suddenly materialize out of thin air. Tong An appeared, dropping down on one knee. Are you guys with the Interstellar Alliance? I'm carrying this team like a boss. Just then, a man walked up, holding a gemstone and examining it closely. He adjusted his glasses to get a better look, and thought to himself, is this from overmining? Why is the color getting so cloudy? Feeling helpless, he rubbed his forehead in frustration. He sighed to himself. What a headache. It's not like we can just keep going like this. Is production really going to tank that hard? Looks like I'll need to find some more hands for the job. Thinking this, he looked at the crowd in front of him and said, Good work today, everyone. Go find old Tat to get your pay. 100 star coins each. Seeing how measly the pay was, someone immediately spoke up in protest. 100 star coins? Why so cheap? This isn't what we agreed on before. Hearing this, the man with glasses' face darkened. With a threatening glare, he replied, You're lucky to even have cash in your hand. Or would you rather work for free, just like them? Hearing that, the group was slightly spooked. Suddenly, Xiao Bao walked up to the man with glasses. He snatched the stone from his hand and said calmly, I don't need star coins. Just give me the mana crystal stones. The man with glasses looked at him with intrigue and chuckled. Oh, you're a pretty interesting guy, aren't you? He then began to scheme silently. This kid isn't just the strongest among the mercenaries. But he doesn't even want money. I'll fire everyone else later, and only keep him around. Suddenly, Xiao Bao's expression shifted. His eyes became sharp and alert, making the man with glasses confused. What's wrong? Xiao Bao seemed to sense something approaching. He thought to himself, this feeling. He quickly drew his sword and said, Someone's coming, someone very strong. As soon as Xiao Bao finished speaking, from the sky, a beam of blue light shot straight down toward them. The newcomer turned out to be Tong An. He looked around at the scenery and wondered, so this is the infinite ore mine that Xiao Bao mentioned? Then he suddenly remembered something. I think I recall a bug I coded here. Tong An thought back into his programming days. Actually, it's not a bug, he thought. I'll just call it an Easter egg and leave it at that. The minerals here aren't actually infinite. What's more, once they're overmined, it triggers a hidden punishment mechanism. At that moment, a warning message appeared on his screen. Infinite mine. Congratulations, player discovered. Infinitely regenerating mineral resources. But please mine them responsibly. Don't be too greedy. Notice, bottomless greed has been an unchanging truth since ancient times. Thinking of that, Tong An couldn't help but mutter to himself, I didn't expect someone would discover the treasures of this place before me. And they're even being occupied by the Star Currency Alliance, who only care about their own profits. This is going to be a real pain. No matter what, I have to quickly warn these people. Immediately after, Tong An waved his hand at the crowd ahead and shouted, Hey! May I ask, are you all from the Star Currency Alliance? The guy in glasses looked at him curiously and asked, Who are you? Tong An didn't answer his question, but simply said, Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I know what kind of place this is. And I also know that what you're doing is actually extremely dangerous. Upon hearing this, the guy in glasses scoffed disbelievingly. Dangerous? The monsters around here were cleared out a long time ago. What could possibly be dangerous? The guy behind him also chimed in. Kid, if you want a piece of the action, just say so. Stop talking trash to try and scare us. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Tong An spoke seriously. The mineral deposit here isn't infinitely regenerating. Furthermore, once overmined, it will trigger an S-Rank Dan Yuen. By then it will be too late for everyone. The mercenaries were startled and said in unison, "What the heck is an S-Rank Dan Yuen? Doesn't that mean we're all totally screwed?" Lao Chi also looked at the guy in glasses in confusion and asked, "Vice President, could what this kid is saying be true?" Lately, the produced crystals have indeed been getting muddier. The guy in glasses still didn't believe it, gritting his teeth and yelling, "Don't listen to his nonsense! How could some random guy with no background know the situation here so clearly? He definitely wants to scare us away so he can hog the entire mineral mine for himself." Seeing how stubborn they were, Tong An let out a long sigh and replied, "Believe it or not, it's up to you, but I must stop you all from continuing to exploit this mine." Seeing him trying to interfere with their work, Lao Chi furiously barked at the mercenaries. "The Vice President is absolutely right. This brat is just trying to gaslight us. Everyone charge and grab him. The promised bonus will be paid in full." Seeing that talking nicely wouldn't work, Tong An drew his blade. He coldly said, "I tried to advise you out of kindness, but since you refused to listen, I'll have to use force." While his comrades were rushing in to attack, Xiao Bao was staring in shock at Tong An's blade. That weapon, who exactly is this guy? At that moment, Tong An also lunged forward, attacking the group of mercenaries. He leaped high into the air, then unleashed a cloud of black smoke below. The mercenaries were surrounded by the black smoke, completely blinding them. They frantically asked, "What's going on? I can't see a thing!" From within that black smoke, Tong An charged out and easily took down the mercenaries. Seeing the mercenaries being quickly defeated, the guy in glasses panicked and shouted orders at Xiao Bao. "What are you just standing there for? Take him down now!" Xiao Bao was still a bit hesitant about what Tong An had said earlier, thinking to himself, "I've felt something was off with this infinite mine for a while now. Could everything he said actually be true? That overmining will trigger an S-Rank Dan Yuen. Is it for real?" Seeing Xiao Bao still motionless, the guy in glasses desperately added more incentives. "Catch that kid! You can have as many monocrystals as you want." Hearing this, Xiao Bao let out a soft sigh. Then, within the black smoke, he drew his bow and thought, "No matter what, I'll neutralize him first, then get the answers I need later." And Freebo fired its shot. His arrow pierced through the smoke, flying straight toward Tong An. Watching the arrow flying towards him, he was a bit surprised. Clearly, everyone here had their vision blocked by the black smoke, so how could they still aim so accurately? With that thought, Tong An quickly used Blink to dodge the arrow, but suddenly the arrow looped back around. Seeing this, his eyes widened in shock. The arrow lunged to attack him again. A moment later, it pierced right through Tong An's calf. He quickly landed on the ground. HP -200. Xiao Bao emerged from the black smoke, with a calm face looking at Tong An. Tong An was also staring at Xiao Bao, silently evaluating him. His bow is different from usual. It's like the arrows have their own homing ability. They won't stop until they hit the target. Tong An then rushed towards Xiao Bao, thinking, "If he's a long-range archer, then I have to close the distance and take him on in close combat." At this point, Xiao Bao took out a mana crystal and transformed it into flames. He fused the crystal with his arrow, making it burst into fire, then aimed straight at Tong An and fired. "Flame shield!" The arrow fired created a massive shield. Tong An couldn't break through it. He gritted his teeth at the shield and said, "A fire shield this time?" Xiao Bao still had one mana crystal left. Finally, he took a steady aim at Tong An. The Freebo was ready to fire. The arrow was charged with magic stone energy, and at the same time, based on the different attributes of the stones, they could combine into various forms and effects. Xiao Bao released the arrow and said, "You've lost." Vines began to sprout from the point of impact, tightly binding Tong An in place. At this point, the black smoke gradually cleared. The mercenaries, now relieved, said, "Our vision is back." The guy in glasses finally dared to bark out orders again. "Charge together and finish him off for me." A mercenary with a blade walked up to Tong An and said aggressively, "Let's see where you can run this time." At this moment, Xiao Bao stepped toward them and intervened. "Wait a second. I have a few things I want to ask him." The white-haired guy in the group heard that and asked irritably, "Jun?" "Xiao Bao, what are you trying to do now?" Tong An also looked at him and asked curiously, "For a high-level player like you? Why did you join a guild that only cares about money like the Star Currency Alliance?" Xiao Bao shook his head and replied, "I'm not a member of the Star Currency Alliance. I'm just a mercenary hired by them. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Jun Xiao Bao. I'm a solo player." Hearing this, Tong An looked at him with a smile and said, "Wow, a level 39 solo player. That's really interesting. My name is Tong An. Not long ago, I was just like you, a solo player with no strings attached. But now I have my own guild, and a group of like-minded brothers. The guy in glasses shouted impatiently, "Why are you wasting your breath on him? Finish him off already. Ignore." The guy's screaming. Xiao Bao still calmly asked, "Was everything you said earlier true? That if we overmine, this mine will trigger an S-rank Danyuan?" The guy in glasses screamed, pressuring Jun Xiao Bao, "Are you deaf or something?" Tong An looked at him and answered honestly with a smile, "I have no reason to lie. And besides, in this fight, the loser isn't going to be me." As soon as he finished speaking, right before Xiao Bao's stunned face, Tong An used Forest Blessing. Easily breaking free from Xiao Bao's vines, Tong An broke through the vines, then suddenly wrapped tightly around the mercenaries, making them wrongly assume Xiao Bao had betrayed them, making them yell, "What the hell is this? Why are the vines wrapping around us?" Jun, "Xiao Bao, are you betraying us?" Xiao Bao, still confused about what was happening, was also gradually being tied up by the vines. Tong An then finally spoke up to explain, "Technically, you had a chance to win, but your mistake was using a wood attribute mana crystal at the very last second. Forest Blessing allows me to freely control the form and growth of all nearby plants, even if they were summoned from a mana stone." After explaining, he immediately turned and pressed his blade against the Four Eyes' neck and demanded, "Get the workers out of the mine right now. Shut down the mining operations." The Four Eyes replied calmly without a hint of fear, "It's useless. It's totally pointless. Once my investment skill is activated, not even I can cancel it." At this point, he continued to provoke Tong An, "Unless every single bit of ore is stripped clean, otherwise those people will be trapped inside. They'll never make it out alive." Hearing this, Tong An used vines to bind him and toss him aside.
How can a skill be this wicked?
"I must find a way to get those people out quickly, or it'll be too late." The guy in glasses burst out laughing and yelled, "Ha ha ha, give it up, exploiting workers. To death? That's just the capitalist way, isn't it? Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a loud explosion rocked the mine. Purple light from the elite stones surged out. Outside the mine entrance, a massive gap appeared because of the blast. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Blinded by the thick dust, Tong An couldn't see what was happening. He gritted his teeth and asked the void, "What's going on in there?" Immediately, a worker trying to escape was swarmed by wraiths. He screamed as he tried to flee. "Let me go! Stay back! I don't want to die!" Behind the worker, the wraiths clung to him relentlessly, despite his desperate pleas. "Someone help me!" Even so, the worker couldn't break free. The blood of the worker splattered onto the mercenaries, terrifying them as they ran off screaming, "Run! I don't want to end up buried here!" Witnessing this scene, Xiao Bao finally believed Tong An's words and thought to himself, sure enough, he was right. The Four Eyes was now shaking with fear and stammered, "Lao Chi! Lao Chi, this is way too scary!" Lao Chi rushed over to pull him away, saying, "Vice Leader, we need to get out of here right now. If we don't leave now, we're toast." Standing there trembling, unable to move his feet, the Four Eyes replied, "My legs, they won't listen to me anymore." Seeing them trying to escape, Tong An said coldly, "Thinking of leaving?" He threw his blade, blocking the path right in front of the two. They cried out in sheer terror. Tong An was absolutely fuming with rage. His eyes were sharp and cold as he stared them down, saying, "Just for the greed of the Star Currency Alliance. You people caused the deaths of so many." Thinking of the innocent people who lost their lives because of them, he furrowed his brow and shouted, "Do you really think you can just run away now?" Immediately, the Four Eyes threw himself onto the ground, begging, "Young hero, please spare my life.
I beg you, please spare me."
While he begged, saying he didn't want this place anymore. "I won't mine anything ever again." But inside he was thinking, "I'm the vice leader of the Star Currency Alliance. There's no way I'm dying here?" Tong An, radiating murderous intent, stepped toward him. The Four Eyes immediately tried to make a deal. "How about this? You let me go. And when I get back, I'll have the Guildmaster give you a position." "Wait, there's more. "I'll give you a third of the mana crystal profits." "No, I'll give you half." While he was still yapping on, "We can get rich together." Tong An landed a punch right in his face. That single punch sent his puny, pathetic body flying backward. Tong An's anger still hadn't subsided. He growled out, "Do you really think the lives that were lost can just be paid off with your dirty money? You bunch of people blinded by greed!" With a loud crash, the Four Eyes slammed into the rock behind him, causing it to shatter. After that blow, the Four Eyes' teeth were knocked loose and his mouth was a bloody mess. Lao Chi cried out in panic, "Vice Leader!" Seeing this, Lao Chi hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Please have mercy and spare us! We won't ever do it again!" Tong An gripped his blade, turned his back on them, and said, "You'd better remember exactly what you just said. Get lost!" Hearing that, A groveling Lao Chi helped the four eyes up as they hurried away, saying,
Thank you, thank you.
Tong An also walked away. Killing these people would only dirty his hands. Reaching the cave entrance, he thought to himself, the most important thing right now is still this dungeon. If I don't enter now, the entrance will seal up again. As he was about to head in, Xiao Bao called out to him, Wait! Tong An finally realized he was still there and said, I almost forgot about you. Everyone else has left. You should get out of here while you still can too. Then he snapped his fingers. Forest, blessing, release. Xiao Bao rolled his wrists, looked at Tong An and asked, Are you really going in there to save people? For a brief moment, Tong An's eyes showed a hint of sadness. He replied, Sadly, those people can't be saved anymore. After saying that, his gaze hardened as he looked ahead, and continued, From now on, it's just for me. A dungeon like this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. It's dangerous, but it's a gold mine. There might even be S-Rank gear inside. He thought to himself, Not to mention, I still haven't found a proper fourth skill. Thinking of the people he needed to protect, his eyes softened slightly as he added, To protect everything I care about. I have to get stronger. Xiao Bao was taken aback by his resolve. He looked at Tong An with an interested gaze, thinking, Interesting. First time I've met someone with this much guts. Xiao Bao smirked slightly. Feeling a surge of adrenaline himself, he thought, and then stepped closer toward Tong An, reaching out his hand to offer, If you don't mind, let's party up and head in together. Having an extra hand won't hurt, right? Without waiting for Tong An to answer, Xiao Bao added, As for the loot, you can have first dibs. Those words left Tong An a bit surprised, and he asked, Why? He calmly opened the system and replied, I've always been a solo player, trusting the rules. And with my own strength, I'm used to coming and going alone. The title Grind King appeared above Xiao Bao's head. He gestured to it and said proudly, That's why the system gave me the Grind King title. Xiao Bao began to recount his past achievements. I farmed mobs in the Luanfeng forest for 9 days and 9 nights straight. After slaying the 99th one, this title popped up. The system notification appeared back then. Congratulations, player has earned the title Grind King. Physical resistance, Prt. Magic resistance plus 3%. Luck attribute. Attacks have a chance to deal 5 wards crit. Damage to monsters. Chance scales with critical rate. Tong An was shocked. 99 and 99 of them? Xiao Bao replied. I was farming birds so much I started seeing them in my sleep. As he spoke, Xiao Bao's ego grew larger. But hey, the grind paid off. This title has been a total carry for me. Tong An sighed helplessly. Bro, you're a real tryhard, aren't you? Despite his words, Tong An was quite satisfied with his new teammate. He thought to himself, He really is just like I used to be. Xiao Bao extended his hand toward Tong An again and asked, So what do you say? Am I fit to be your partner? He shook Xiao Bao's hand without hesitation and replied, Fine, I'll give it a shot. Tong An didn't forget to warn Xiao Bao beforehand. But think it over. This is a level 60 dungeon. Even I can't guarantee that we'll make it back in one piece. Xiao Bao chuckled and replied, If I didn't have that kind of grit, I wouldn't have said a word. He looked at Tong An with resolve and said, Life is just one high-stakes game after another. Tong An looked at him, feeling extremely satisfied. Xiao Bao's words continued to echo, If you want to be the player, who takes the final W? You have to grab every opportunity by the throat. Tong An gripped his blade and headed into the cave, saying, Talk is cheap. Prove it with your skills. Xiao Bao followed closely behind and replied, Now you're speaking my language. In an instant, a skeleton wielding a scythe lunged at them at top speed. It was a level 58 undead warrior. Its head was sent flying with a single strike. Tong An took it down with 0 effort. His eyes narrowed as a warning appeared. Warning, monster count exceeds 30. Tong An charged straight into their nest. Dangerous player effect activated. Attack power increased. Damage taken decreased. Tong An said confidently, Zerg tactics won't work on me. It took a direct hit to the eye. The undead warrior has been blinded. Tong An's sword began to glow as energy surged upward. He stared them down. Seconds later, a whole crowd of undead was wiped out at once. Tong An calmly turned and walked away. Undead warrior defeated, gained Fix XP. Something dropped from their remains. A demonic soul stone. Tong An wondered to himself, I wonder how things are going on his end. Regardless, level 60 monsters aren't exactly pushovers, right? Meanwhile, several undead were shot through the neck with arrows. They let out ragged, choking gasps. A massive fire erupted. Freebo 299 magic damage dealt. 5,000 critical damage dealt. On this side, Xiao Bao was taking down his 36th wraith. They let out ear-piercing shriek. Xiao Bao dodged their blades with ease and quickly finished them off. He held a newly acquired soul stone in his hand. Xiao Bao drew his bow, the free bow again. The undead exploded. 650 magic damage dealt. 3,000 critical damage dealt. Tong An watched him and thought, that's insane. He was utilizing soul stones with different attributes that dropped from the dead undead warriors, activating the different forms of the free bow. I've got to say, when it comes to archery skills, this guy is definitely a pro. Tong An watched Xiao Bao and thought, come to think of it, if Li Jiarui and I are right, there are only 14 days left until the demon invasion. The most urgent thing right now is to gather the high-tier players together to deal with the coming threat. Xiao Bao was picking up soul stones. Oh! 2 dropped this time. Tong An looked at him and wondered, I wonder if I can get him to join my Zero Guild. Mine? While he was distracted, thinking a boulder above was about to fall. Tong An moved fast and managed to dodge it. The two were shocked when they saw something. What? This skeleton is the Indomitable Wraith, a level 65 sub-boss. Xiao Bao looked up and asked, is this the dungeon boss? The look in its eyes was absolutely terrifying. It summoned more undead and hundreds of undead guards. Level 61, Undying Undead Guards. It looks like this time, even. Tong An has to watch his step around them. Undying, this is going to be a total pain. An undead guard drew its bow and aimed forward. It fired at Xiao Bao's back. Black flames erupted, but luckily Xiao Bao dodged it. That was close. This firepower is freaking insane. Seeing that, Tong An asked, you good? Xiao Bao replied, yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Tong An said in a low voice, that's a skill from the Indomitable Wraith. She's summoning an invincible army. Xiao Bao was shocked. Invincible? Tong An continued to explain, the undead. Guards are immune to any status effects. My black mist, or even the corrosive venom, won't work on them at all. While they only last for 30 seconds. 30 seconds after they vanish. The Indomitable Wraith can summon another 410 new guards at any time. If we go head-to-head with them, they're definitely looking for a death wish, Xiao Bao said angrily. Do you have any strategy to deal with them? Tong An raised his sword and said, I do. Let me lure those guards away. You find an opening to attack the main body of the Indomitable Wraith. Aim for a one-shot kill. Xiao Bao looked at him worriedly. A one-shot kill? That's easier said than done. Tong An hesitated. But there's still one annoying thing. Xiao Bao asked, what is it? But Tong An didn't answer, simply opening a potion bottle in his hand. Never mind, you'll see in a bit. With that, Tong An threw the bottle into the crowd of guards, agro powder, luring the monsters. They were hit by the powder. The undead were successfully distracted. Then he shouted, I'm leaving the rest to you! Tong An fought the undead guards all by himself. Xiao Bao felt helpless. What a reckless guy. He watched Tong An fight, wondering, a one-shot kill? How? You're really something else. But if you trust me this much... Xiao Bao reached through something. The inventory frame, he pulled out a soul stone. Then I can't keep being stingy and holding back. A rank equipable item. Increases player's magic and physical. Damage resistance by 50 points. Special effect, light seal, grants 200%. Counter effect against undead-type monsters. Can also be used as a forging material to craft. A-rank weapons, with light attribute. Xiao Bao summoned the Temple High Priest, a level 40 ruler boss. Xiao Bao focused intensely. This is the reward I got from clearing the level 39 Radiant Temple Dungeon. It's a shame I only have one. But isn't it true that the more valuable it is, the more it should be used at the critical moment? Right now is the perfect time to use it. Xiao Bao gripped his bow. A divine arrow appeared in his hand. Xiao Bao gave the command, go. The arrow immediately streaked straight toward the Wraith. The Indomitable Wraith gets hit and screams in pain. The arrow pierces through the Wraith's body. On Tong An's side, he is also fighting with all his might. The undead guards roar to the heavens as they are banished. Suddenly, Tong An is shocked to see something. Looking toward Xiao Bao, he sees a massive burst of flames. He actually pulled it off. Xiao Bao calls back, see, when I say one shot, I mean one shot. We won. From within the flames, another Wraith emerges. It screams frantically for vengeance. Tong An sees this and shouts urgently, no, it's not over yet. Watch out. Xiao Bao turns back, annoyed. You've got to be kidding me. Even after that, it's still not dead? The Wraith unleashes a move. Death Surge. Tong An rushes over to shield Xiao Bao. Get out of the way! Instant slash. He blocks with his sword. Who knew this attack had a mind of its own? Xiao Bao quickly runs to Tong An. He's worried seeing Tong An injured on the ground. Xiao Bao notices him clutching his stomach. You're bleeding, Tong An replies. I'm fine, it's just a scratch. He grits his teeth in frustration. even though he just leveled up to 42 and restored his HP. Who would have expected the damage output to be this high? With just one hit, more than half of my HP is gone. The Wraith continues to summon the undead. Xiaobao gets a bad feeling about this. He takes a leap of faith and charges forward. I don't believe for a second I can't kill this thing. Tong'an calls out, wait, Zun Tianxing. Xiaobao repeatedly fires arrows at the Wraith. Gold Star Stone, Crystal Star Stone, Earth Star Stone. Every arrow pierces the Wraith, but the damage is negated. Xiaobao's eyes widen in amazement. No way, it's not taking any damage? Tong'an speaks up from behind. Once it activates the Indomitable skill, it becomes completely invincible. By the time you landed that critical hit, it had already activated the skill. Xiaobao is fuming. So you're saying it's just like those undead soldiers. It keeps summoning? Wait, Tong'an added. It gets even worse. With the Indomitable Will skill, it can maintain its soul form for 60 seconds. It ignores all damage and crowd control. Both its own power and that of the creatures it summons will be massively buffed. Hearing this, Xiaobao panicked. Massively buffed even more? Those monsters were already freaking strong before. How are we supposed to fight this? Tong'an replied calmly. This time we don't fight. We run. He grabbed Xiaobao's shoulder, making him jump. Huh? Undead guards with spears gave chase. Blink 2. The Wraith shrieked and pursued with a death surge. Blink 3 was cast immediately after. The two of them managed to dodge. Blink cooled down 30 seconds. Look at them. They're attacking non-stop. They're not even giving us a chance to breathe, Tong'an thought anxiously. Blink is on cooldown right now. I'm completely sitting ducks here. It's probably been less than 20 seconds since it used that skill. What do I do for the remaining 40 seconds? The wound on his leg was worse than Xiaobao's. Charge! Leave this to me. He glared at them. I'll buy you some time, even if it costs me my life, because I don't like owing people. Next, I'll use Wood Soul Stones to CC the guards, and Earth Soul Stones for defense. I can't keep this up for long. So run as fast as you can in the opposite direction, okay? Suddenly, Tong'an said, wait, say that again. Xiaobao asked, confused. I said I can't hold out for long? But Tong'an told him, no, the part before that. Xiaobao answered, Wood Stones to control, Earth Stones to defend. Tong'an demanded, do it! Attack me now! In Tong'an's mind, vines whipped toward his position. Attack me with the Wood Element Soul Stone. Just like before. Xiaobao looked down, gritting his teeth in hesitation. He didn't know how to strike. No more stalling. He made his move. Drawing his bow, he loosed an arrow. I get it now, he really is a weirdo. The arrow flies at the speed of sound, streaking toward the horde of skeletons. Fine, I'll trust you one more time. Tong'an begins the summoning. Lacri uses the skill Forest Blessing. Tiny sprouts start bursting from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tong'an grabs Xiaobao's hand in a flash, pulling him up onto a tree trunk. Standing on the branch looking down, he can't help but gasp for air. There's no way in hell they're getting up here anytime soon. Beneath the tree, the skeletons look up helplessly, unable to do a single thing about it. Xiaobao glances at Tong'an. You're a real daredevil. You were bleeding out. Yet you still wanted me to loose that arrow. Weren't you afraid I'd just cap you right then and there? Tong'an reaches out his hand toward Xiaobao. I trusted you. Xiaobao is stunned. Trust? A solo player like me has always walked alone. No one has ever trusted me before. Tong'an looks him straight in the eye. Actually, my old self was just like you. Flashback to Tong'an's younger, reckless days. He didn't trust anyone, only believing that might makes right. But things are different now. Now he has teammates, people he can trust to have his back. Besides, before long, an even greater threat will be waiting for us. For every single player here, visions of a demonic cave appear. The demon invasion is about to begin. The memory fades. Tong'an looks at Xiaobao. Speaking of which, Xiaobao, would you be willing to join my guild, Zero? My own? Xiaobao is caught off guard. He stares at Tong'an in disbelief, but he shakes his head. Let's talk about that later. You could say that I'm just not mentally prepared for something like this yet. As if expecting Xiaobao's answer, he simply replies, fair enough, I won't force you, but I have to give you a heads up. In the future, the path of a solo player won't be a walk in the park. The indomitable wraith struggles and shrieks. The presence of the soldiers is also gradually fading away. As it touches its own dissipating body, it says, my beloved king, please forgive me, before slowly vanishing. System. The indomitable wraith has been defeated. Level up. Status fully restored. At this moment, a system notification appears. Leveled up to 4. Leveled up to 40. Following the notification, the two of them begin to recover rapidly. Not only did he level up, but he also received a bonus item, Shadow Wraith Scepter. Rarity, Grade A. Unique effect. Loyal summon. Can summon 4 to 10 undead guards. They follow the user's commands. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. The level and attributes of the undead guards will scale based on the level and attributes of the user. Legend has it this item is a remnant of a calamity from the ancient era. The system screen pops up once more. Skill, Indomitable Will. Rating, Grade S. Level 1. Skill. Effect. Upon taking fatal damage, you will not die immediately. Instead, you maintain a soul form for 30 seconds. During these 30 seconds, you are immune to all types of damage. Reminder, you have an open skill slot. Accept the skill of the ruler, Indomitable Wraith. The indomitable, vengeful spirit couldn't see that skill. He's surprised. Players can use this skill too? Tong-an felt a bit stuck. If this were just a game, this skill would indeed be incredibly OP. However, what I have to face are real-life monsters. What the hell is a soul form good for then? His finger hovered over the choice. No, it looks like I'll still have to find a different useful skill. As for this, even though it's not an S-grade item, a great equipment is already a huge deal. Having said that, he picked up the scepter. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from within the cave. Cries for help rang out continuously. Looking toward the source of the sound, the two of them were suddenly startled. Xiaobao was the first to speak. Could it be the workers? Who were captured here before are calling for help. In contrast to Xiaobao, Tong-an was much calmer. Forget it. Before we even entered, I told you they were long gone. The one calling for help is someone else. The scene shifts back to the cave once more. Who could it be? Without hesitation, the two jumped straight down. Let's go. We'll know once we head further in. The sounds inside the cave became clearer and clearer. Help me, save me! Standing before the two of them now was a colossal door. The cries for help were still coming from the other side. Standing before the gate, Xiaobao was cautious. The sound is coming from in here. Tong-an stared seriously at the door. This door gives me a really bad vibe. Standing before the door, radiating a thick aura of death, it's highly likely this is where the boss of this dungeon resides. Xiaobao hesitated. Should we go in? Tong-an placed his hand on the door. Wasn't our goal to defeat the boss and grab the S-rank gear? How? At this point, we just have to risk it. The door creaked open. Instantly, a massive cloud of black smoke surged out. Appearing inside was a row of flickering torches. Blue flames lined both sides of the walkway. Before them was not just a vast chamber, but also a hazy dark silhouette. A hand reached out from the void toward where the two stood. Help! Nay, someone save me! Master? That hand belonged to the dungeon's boss. The Headless King, ruler, level 68. Has anyone seen my head? Xiaobao panicked. This is bad, it really is the boss. Tong-an lunged forward, striking directly. Blink! But the damage dealt was 0. He wondered, I can't break its defense? The Headless King quickly grabbed Tong-an. He gripped him tightly in the palm of his hand. A fire arrow streaked toward it. The arrow struck the Headless King's hand directly, allowing Tong-an to break free. Xiaobao asked, Are you okay? Tong-an, just having escaped, replied, I'm fine just now. My bone daggers couldn't even scratch its defense. But your crystal arrows actually managed to damage it. From that, it's clear that its physical defense is insanely high. Only magic power can deal any real damage to it. The Headless King gripped his sword, then raised it high. He asked them, Have you two seen Felina? They were both shocked to hear this. What? He stepped forward, recounting Felina, my beloved, my queen, and the one who stole my head. I am waiting for her. I have waited for 300 years. He raised his sword and spoke. The Headless King activated spatial distortion, pulling Tong-an and Xiaobao toward him. The Headless King asked again, Have you met her? Then he swung his blade down at Xiaobao, but he was quick enough to dodge. This is bad. Tong-an used his bone dagger to block a blow for Xiaobao. He attacked Tong-an relentlessly, but he managed to jump back in time. He urgently yelled, Xiaobao, go! But the Headless King swung his blade, saying, Think you can run? He continued to pull the two of them in. I'll be taking your heads now. Tong-an reached out and screamed, Look out! Unfortunately, he was hit by the attack instantly. Tong-an clutched his stomach in pain, coughing up blood. Xiaobao cried out in panic, Tong-an! The Headless King pointed his sword at them and laughed out loud. Tong-an grabbed the king's blade with one hand. He used every ounce of his strength despite his injuries, surprising him. Oh? Still got some fight left in you, huh? Tong-an dropped to one knee. Damn it, this guy is too strong! His body was trembling, yet his hand still gripped the blade tightly. His wounds were getting worse by the second, making Tong-an scream out in agony. He was worried. If this continues, I'll end up dead right here. Tong-an observed him closely. He Even though this guy has no head, he must still have some concept of line of sight, right? With my back against the wall, I've got nothing to lose by trying. Immediately, Tong-an used all his might to attack the headless king. "Black mist!" he shouted. The headless king became disoriented. "I can't see anything. This black mist feels so familiar." He suddenly remembered something. "I remember now, the rats! It's those damn rats!" Tong-an observed. "The black mist actually works on him." Xiao Bao replied, "Look, he's actually scared." The headless king ran around frantically. "Horrible memories are flooding back into my mind." "My crown! Where is my crown?" "Warning, health is critically low." Xiao Bao worriedly supported Tong-an. "Tong-an, are you okay? How are you holding up?" Tong-an struggled to reach for his weapon. "This is bad." "The injuries are way too severe." His health bar was practically at 0. "Warning, health is critically low." He spat through his teeth and forced himself up. He tried to think of a way to turn the tables. The headless king was still screaming. "My crown! They stole my crown!" He charged forward like a maniac. "Give it back to me!" "Give my crown back." Tong-an glared at him as he approached. "Is there any other bug I can exploit? What about an Easter egg?" The headless king closed in on him. Tong-an flashed back to the past. It was when he was sitting at work. "There's a bug here that's impossible to fix." Tai Hui asked him, "So we can just farm infinite crystal essence?" Tong-an scratched his head in a panic. "What do I do now? This bug is a huge deal for game balance." He imagined the boss grabbing his collar and saying, "Tong-an, how do you plan on fixing this mess?" He was absolutely terrified. "If I can't fix this before the game launches, the boss is definitely going to skin me alive." Tai Hui looked at the screen and replied, "Then why not just turn it into an Easter egg?" Tong-an asked in surprise, "What kind of Easter egg?" She gave him a suggestion. "Human greed is a bottomless pit. Let's turn this place into a mining zone, where resources can be farmed infinitely. But once it's overexploited, a terrifying dungeon instance will appear. The kind where nobody makes it out alive." Tong-an exclaimed in delight, "Tai Hui, you're a total genius." "Why didn't I think of that?" "You really are my lucky goddess." Tai Hui blushed and said, "Stop it. Actually, I've been designing a dungeon recently. We can add some lore to the boss." Tong-an started working. "All right then. I'll add an S-rank dungeon, right here, just like you suggested. I'll make sure. Not a single player can escape this place alive." Back in reality, Tong-an was deep in thought. "I remember now, I designed this dungeon myself. Its purpose was to teach greedy people. A punishing lesson." The headless king continued to wail. "Rat! You disgusting rats!" "The crown! Give me back my crown!" Tong-an observed him. There really are no bugs left to exploit here. He quickly pulled Xiao Bao out of harm's way. "Blink!" Tong-an exerted himself further, losing more health. "Warning, health is critically low," he said helplessly. "I never thought I'd die in the very Easter egg that I designed myself." Xiao Bao called out, "Watch out, the boss is attacking again." The headless king charged madly. "The crown! Give my crown back to me!" Tong-an reached for his bone dagger, trembling. "It's no use. Blood loss is too severe. My vision is starting to blur." Xiao Bao raised his bow and shouted, "Tong-an! Run now! I'll hold him off for you!" Suddenly, something appeared, triggering a massive explosion. The headless king had no idea what was happening. Bough of freedom, forest's blessing. Colossal tree roots sprouted from the ground. Xiao Bao caught his breath. "That was close! Lucky I've synced up with you before," Tong-an replied anxiously. "But this is our final shot at staying alive." They stood on a high peak in the distance. The headless king. This monster's attack damage is insane, with massive HP and unnaturally high physical defense. He's way too OP. They realized it wasn't just that. He also has a very bizarre attack pattern. The headless king glared at the two of them. "Are they trying to kite me? Too bad, before my dragon blade. Everything is useless." He raised his sword, then lunged forward with a slash. Tong-an and Xiao Bao were pulled back toward him. "Damn it, how is this possible?" Tong-an gritted his teeth in agony. He hit the ground, clutching the wound in his gut. The headless king looked down and said, "No one escapes my grasp." Because the dragon blade cuts through space itself, the sharp tip of the blade thrust forward. He bellowed, "Die!" Tong-an thought helplessly, "I can't move. I can't even budge an inch." Under this crushing pressure, I can't even gather enough energy to use blink. He panicked. He had tried every trick in the book, but I still can't take down this monster. Even his will to fight had completely vanished. As Tong-an thought in terror that he was about to die here, suddenly a voice called out, "Tong-an!" He snapped awake at his office desk. Tong-an was gasping for air, as if he had just survived a horrific nightmare. He scanned his surroundings. Tong-an was stunned. This is the office? Someone rolled up a piece of paper and smacked him. Tong An rubbed his head and looked back. His boss was fuming and shouting at him. "Sleeping on the job, you slacker! Tong An, do you even want this job anymore?" Everyone around him was laughing at him. Tong An looked down and said, "Sorry, boss, I worked way too late last night, so I just..." He wondered to himself, what's going on? I clearly remember fighting that boss, or could it be? Was everything before just a dream? While his boss kept barking orders, "Working OT is a blessing for you. You still have the nerve to complain?" Tong An clutched his head in pain. "Ah, my head hurts. Some terrible memories are flooding back." Tong An held his head. A faint voice kept calling his name. An image of Xiao Bao calling him flashed by. Tong An, no, I remember now. In that moment, as the sword swung down at them, he thought he was supposed to be dead. So where exactly is this place? His boss was still lecturing him. Tong An was stunned. Did I travel back to the past? The aggressive boss smacked him again and said, "Don't just stand there dazed. The game launches in just a few days. If you don't finish fixing those bugs for me, you can pack your bags and get out." Tong An said nothing and returned to his desk. He felt that everything before was so real. There was no way it was just a dream. The only explanation could be that a game bug was triggered. Sending me back here? He sat lost in thought for a long time. Looking at the computer screen, Tong An was surprised. Huh? What is this? I remember clearly. This software wasn't installed on the computer before. Could it be another bug? He clicked on the software. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, player Tong An, on activating triangle sticker. The system panel kept flashing with information. Triangle sticker is a system created specifically for lucky players, only players who master the game's bug mechanisms, and utilize at least 20 bugs during actual combat are eligible to activate this system. Triangle sticker is the ultimate integration of in-game bugs. The player who successfully activates it can use it to create various bug mechanisms within the game, completely unrestricted by the environment. Activation condition: player dies within the game. Reward: activation grants the player one chance for death recall. Unique reward cannot be reactivated. After reading the info, Tong An realized something. He muttered, "Death recall. So that means everything before was real. I really did die once." Finding this interesting, he smirked and added, "Even though I don't know where this thing came from, it definitely brought me back to life." Suddenly, Tong An's boss walked over. He slammed his hand on the desk and barked, "Tong An, what are you smirking at? Get back to work now!" Tong An stood up abruptly, pushing away from his desk. He looked at the man with pure contempt. The boss stared at him and said, "Tong An." Before he could finish his sentence, Tong An slapped him hard across the face, sending him stumbling backward. Everyone in the office witnessed this and gasped in total shock. Tong An ignored his surroundings, took off his glasses, looked at the man and said, "After everything I've been through, do you really think I'll still bow down and be a mindless corporate drone?" Despite just getting hit, the boss still screamed at Tong An, "Are you starting a damn rebellion?" Tong An didn't even bother answering. Instead, he delivered the powerful kick straight to the man's groin. The boss clutched his crotch and howled in pain. Tong An wasn't finished yet. He grabbed the man's collar, lifted him up, and said between strikes, "Damn it, this is my own. Recall, did you really think I'd let you bully me here too?" Xiao Mei was terrified by the scene and screamed, "Ah! Tong An is beating the boss. Quick, someone go downstairs and call security." The surrounding colleagues rushed in to pull Tong An away, shouting, "Tong An, stop it. You've lost your mind." Tong An struggled and kept cursing at the cruel boss while trying to hit him again. "You son of a bitch! I should have taught you this lesson a long time ago." Xiao Mei then hurried to the boss's side and pointed her finger at him, criticizing Tong An. "You've gone way too far. How could you do something like this to our dear boss? Just wait until the cops get here." With that, she helped the boss up and asked worriedly, "Boss, are you okay?" Tong An had been sick of this girl for a long time, so he snapped at her. "You little bitch. You think kissing the boss's ass is going to get you a future? You damn pick-me girl." Hearing this, Xiao Mei felt a sting of guilt but tried to justify herself. "Hey, how can you talk to me like that? I'm just standing up for what's fair." The word fair only made Tong An more furious. He yelled, "Fair? Ask your own conscience. Has this toxic company ever given its employees anything even close to fair?" Tong An vented all the injustices from the past: unpaid overtime, day after day, year after year of salary cuts and stolen bonuses. And in the end, you let them gaslight and control you until you have nothing left. The nearby colleagues listened in silence, secretly agreeing with him. Xiao Mei didn't see it that way and argued back with her hands on her hips. You can't say that. Without the boss, where would you even get a paycheck? Whoever pays you is your benefactor. Tong An didn't want to waste any more breath on her. He turned to leave, saying, "Forget it, your kind is hopeless. Anyway, once the game starts, you and your dear boss won't have much time left." Xiao Mei angrily asked him, "Why are you cursing people like that?" Tong An didn't answer. He just pushed the door open and left. As soon as he stepped out, Tai Hui rushed over and asked anxiously, "Tong An, are you okay? I heard you got into a fight with the boss." Sun Yui, standing nearby, chimed in, "Damn, that's savage. Is it over? I wanted to see." Seeing them, Tong An walked up and said, "Tai Hui, Sun Yui, you guys are here." Tai Hui grabbed his hand, checking on him. "Are you sure you're okay? Why'd you do something so impulsive?" I can't believe Tong An, the nicest guy ever, actually lost his cool. It's honestly hard to believe. Looking at his two friends, Tong An thought to himself, that's right. From beginning to end, the only ones who truly stood by me were you two. He was just about to. He opened his arms to hug them both while thinking to himself, I might not care about anyone else, but for the two of you, I swear I will protect you both no matter what. Watching Tong An's strange behavior, Sun Yu said in a panic, "Tong An, what are you doing? You're really something else." Tai Hui shyly whispered his name, "Tong An." At that moment, Tong An was surrounded by a glow of light. He knew the time to leave had come. Tong An looked at them and said, "All right, I guess it's time for me to head back. After all, this is just my dream. We all have to find the courage to face reality." He gave a bright smile. Waving goodbye to them, he said, "Tai Hui, Sun Yue, see you in the future?" As soon as he finished speaking, everything blurred away. The system notification appeared, triangle, sticker. In effect, death recall execution complete. Suddenly, amidst a thick cloud of dust, Tong An reappeared with his blade and whispered, "A brand new reality begins now." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the clear blue sky, a small island appeared floating in midair. Raphael saw the system error notification. The chaotic space-time data was baffling. Frustrated, he spoke to the person beside him. "What's going on? Why does it feel like for a split second? Time actually rewound?" The other person pulled up the system and replied, "Your intuition is right, Raphael. Just now, someone indeed triggered a time reversal mechanism." Raphael asked in disbelief, "How is that even possible? Is it some kind of bug in a game that we don't know about yet?" Saying that, Raphael suddenly thought of Tong An and yelled in a rage, "It couldn't be that cheater Tong An. Pulling another stunt, could it?" The pink-haired youth gave a sly smile and said, "Yeah, if someone initiated a time reversal, then that proves..." He thought of the red crystal stone and added, "He's probably already gotten his hands on that thing, hasn't he?" Raphael heard this and roared in anger, "I suggest, Master, if Tong An is indeed playing tricks, then we must punish him. Otherwise it wouldn't be fair to the other players." The pink-haired youth immediately dismissed this, opening the system and replying, "That's not necessary. This is just a small game, the bigger test." He wore a calculating and amused smile, "is still to come." Just then the system flashed a new notification. Time until the full scale. Demon invasion, 14 days remaining. Deep inside the forest, a battle was about to break out. A ferocious python was preparing to attack the group ahead. The infection data appeared next to it. Boss ruler level 43. Sun Yui charged forward and yelled to the group, "I'll tank the front. The rest of you look for a chance to ambush it from its rear." Sam Geem let out a low growl. Then aggro was triggered. Aggro activated. Lam Nam quickly rushed up and called out to everyone. "Everyone, let's go!" Hearing this, the others dashed forward together and shouted in unison, "Charge!" Tai Hu then spoke up to remind the team, "Keep the formation tight. Healing squad, stay in cover. Provide support for the frontline team 5 at all times." Cat Cat yelled fiercely, "Watch this!" The boy unleashed a burst of power at Sam Nangim. Paralyzed by Cat Cat's attack, the others coordinated their strike and attacked at once. Sam Nangim and Tai Hui were pleased to see everyone working so perfectly together. "Exactly. Keep it up. Support each other and try to reach level 35 or higher before Tong An returns." Lam Nam replied, "Definitely. We can't be a burden to the guild master." On the side, Vuongdik calculated and said, "We also need to collect some more materials to mass-produce more magic guns. We'll give one to every single person. We're making free magic guns for everyone a reality." The merchant heard this and snapped back angrily, "Hey! Don't you guys treat me like I'm some corporate slave?" Everyone around burst out laughing at that. "Ha ha ha!" Watching all this, Tai Hui thought to herself with relief, "Tong An, you're the one who brought everyone together. That's why the Zero Guild exists. Back in the day, I never would have imagined that it would turn out like this. Who would have thought that one day you'd become such a leader in everyone's hearts? She remembered how he used to whine, "Why is there such a bug?" Then she looked at how united everyone was now, and she couldn't help but feel proud. But whether it's the past or the present, I've always believed in you. And just as she was thinking that, suddenly, the data stream began to glitch and scramble. Tai Hui sensed that something was happening. Once again, Sam Geum appeared. Everyone was in shock. "What's going on?" Sun Yue asked. "I clearly remember we already took Sam Geum down. Is this an illusion?" The merchant replied firmly. "That definitely wasn't an illusion. Could the game be glitching out again? However, if there's a bug, it definitely has something to do with Tong An." Hearing that, Tai Hui froze in confusion for a moment, then started worrying about Tong An, wondering, Tong An's going to be okay, right? At Bin-Kei Meadow, 3 people stood together. Nana had a bit of a headache. "Jae-Rui, what was that just now?" Jae-Rui replied. "If my gut feeling is right, Tong An probably just triggered another exploit, somewhere in the game, causing time to rewind." She got a little annoyed. "What is he doing?" "We're busy investigating the demon invasion, and he's clearly not. Give me a break." Who knows where he ran off to cause trouble this time? But Bai Mu calmly told her to chill out. "Nana, can't you look on the bright side? Maybe something bad has finally happened to him." After that, Jae-Rui rechecked the situation. "Now that I think about it, where did the Seiki group go?" Meanwhile, another group was exploring the volcano. Straight ahead is the entrance to the Hell Realm. They were inside the subterranean royal palace. Unfortunately, little Anne was suddenly attacked by the Headless King. Tianxing worried for Tong An. The Headless King approached Tianxing. "You're next. All who intrude upon the palace must die." He froze as it launched an attack at him. Suddenly, in a flashback, Tianxing saw his mother. "When did I start being all on my own like this? Since when exactly? Was it from the day Dad left? Back then, he was just a kid, and his mother held him tight. Tianxing, from now on, you'll live a good life with me. Don't count on your father anymore." Or was it the day the game began? At that time, his mother, Tianxing's mother, had braved the swarming monsters to protect him. "Tianxing, go, run now. Just go, forget about me. Even if you're all alone, you have to live a good life, okay?" He asked himself, if all of this really is just a game, then how cruel is the fate it has forced upon me? From that point on, I only knew that I had to become stronger. Tianxing fought countless monsters, helping him level up bit by bit, getting stronger and stronger. No need for empathy, no need for pity, and definitely no need for company. Tianxing obtained the A-grade item, Bull of Freedom, and earned the title Gutsy King. All I've ever chased is raw power. But that day, through him, I seemed to see a very different path. In his mind, Tong An had once said, "To protect everything I hold dear." "Oh, I almost forgot, Tianxing. Would you be willing to join my Zero Guild? It's a way to escape the loneliness. A path toward righteousness." The Headless King swings his blade down. Tianxing thought to himself, if I could do it all over again, I don't think I'd hesitate anymore. "Tong An, I'm down to join the Zero Guild. You heard that? Oh, really?" In an instant, Tong An parried the sword for him. He added, "No takebacks on what you just said, all right?" He didn't expect him to appear. "Tong An, you?" The Headless King was baffled by the situation. "Impossible! This is impossible!" It was furious. "I clearly sliced you in half." Tong An replied, "The one you sliced was the old me. But now I've geared up with a completely different body." He attacked without hesitation. "I'm back and fully healed." Using Blink, he lunged at its weak spot, starting to give it a taste of pain and defeat. "Round 2 starts now." Tong An powerfully unleashed Dark Mist, a black wind spreading out, leaving the Headless King blinded for a short duration. Then he said, "Only your magic arrows can deal real damage to it. Let's take it down while we have the chance." Tianxing understood. Though he didn't know what happened, he still followed his lead. But if you've come back to life, it means there's still a way out. He fired a volley of magic arrows, dealing 499 magic damage per hit. 998 critical damage! The Headless King couldn't fight back and completely lost its cool. Tianxing said, "We can do this. If we keep this up, we might actually have a fighting chance." Tong An countered relentlessly. "Demon Slash!" The system notification appeared. Dealt 0 physical damage, effect triggered. Demon Hunter has marked the target. I've got it now. Now that I've figured out your ability, I'm not afraid of you at all. He also activated the magic guns on his feet. Besides, I've got items made by my teammates. This rank rarity with magic bullets. When it transforms into true damage, while simultaneously boosting the damage value, along with all related coefficients. Tong An activates the catalyst. The magic value infused at that time was 244, infusing half of his own magic value into it. Immediately after he fires, "Eat my ultimate move." The Headless King has realized it. It spins around and counters with a spatial slash. Tianxing is slightly anxious. Another freakish skill? He wants to avoid it, dodging attacks by literally ripping through space. It says that spatial slash isn't just for offense, but can also be used for defense. I can step into the severed space and appear at any location within the royal palace. You absolutely cannot hit me. But Song-an doesn't give a damn. Oh? Is that so? The shot redirects. He can control the attack towards it. It realizes that was the exact spot it just attacked earlier. Song-an continues to unleash physical blows. He knows the passive skill of the evil hunter's bone crossbow, which can mark the target with every bit of damage. That way, no matter where you hide, my magic bullets will track you down. A direct hit. It deals 3/9 damage, and then it falls. Regardless, the health the Headless King lost wasn't much. After all that, only 1/3 of its health is gone. So even if I burn through all my MP, I still can't kill it? Looks like I'll have to find another way. It screams in agony. It's also hit by an arrow carrying 499 magic damage. That arrow binds it tight. The target is imprisoned. Song-an walks over to Tianxing. He asks firmly, "What exactly happened back there?" "I clearly remember you." Song-an says, "Save the details for later. Our priority now is to figure out how to take down this tough-ass boss." He asks, "Should we just hightail it out of here? Right now?" He replies, "No can do. The Headless King can slash through space. We can't escape from this place. Our only choice is to risk it all and take him down for good." Tianxing gripped tightly. "Fine then, I trust your judgment. Once we get out of here, I'll apply to join your guild." Song-an is stoked. "You're more than welcome. We'll definitely make it out of this dungeon in one piece." The Headless King loses it. "I've had enough. You two disgusting rats. I'll definitely tear you to shreds." It uses a lethal ultimate move with its blade. Spatial slash. Overwhelming power crushes the two of them. Tianxing and Song-an are being sucked into the spatial rift. He shouts, "The same trick again? I'm not falling for that a second time." In top form, "I'm strong enough to tank your current attack." He charges forward for a head-on showdown, but it uses a soul burst to knock him back. The souls are assisting the Headless King. Song-an really didn't expect it to play for keeps. Dark souls keep clinging to them. Too many, too difficult. He's a bit spooked. This is bad. Didn't think he had another ace up his sleeve. Suddenly a soul pierces through Song-an's body. Consequently, he falls into a different state. His body won't obey his commands. Hallucinations begin to appear in his head. It's as if his soul is leaving his body. Tianxing sees that he's in deep trouble. "Watch out!" He rushes up to support him, saving his life. He was almost sliced by the Headless King. They crashed to the ground but managed to sit back up. That was way too close. Song-an realizes things are looking grim. What the hell was that? I'm not physically hurt, but he's got my mind locked down. Tianxing says they shouldn't duel him head-on. They must find a way to create some distance. The Headless King calmly tells them, "The only person who could ever defeat me was my queen Felina. For love I endured, and for love I cast all away." Then it uses the severing blade again. "I've sworn to take my revenge on this world." Their bodies won't follow their commands, and they are being pulled in. Luckily, Song-an used Blink just in time. Luckily, the cooldown for Blink just finished. He begins to feel anxious. This is not looking good. I have to find a way to create an opening, to use the magic gun again. Think, are there any other items left that I can still use? He checks his inventory. Song-an discovers an A-rank wraith staff, huh? So he summoned it. An A-rank weapon, obtained from that unyielding wraith. It can summon 410 undead guardians at once. Maybe it will be useful. Song-an puts his whole heart into the power. Loyal summoning. The turquoise light of the staff summons level 44 undead soldiers. The Headless King looks nostalgic. Felina's wraith staff. That is Felina's magic staff. That was the gift I gave to her. Every single one of them. The undead soldiers charge relentlessly. He seems overwhelmed with grief like a human. How ironic. Just like that night long ago, you led the Hyman Kingdom's army to come and plunder the kingdom, my Earl's Manor territory. And even my head. The Headless King has gone berserk. Growl, growl. Unforgivable, unforgivable. I hate you, Felina. I hate all of you. They see the system warning. The Headless King has entered berserk mode. Alert, physical defense decreased by 999. Alert, all attributes increased by 200%. He's losing it. All traitors must die. Tianxing is uneasy. This is bad. That guy has already gone into berserk mode. It uses spatial slash, slaughtering every single undead soldier. All traitors must die. Song-an strikes from behind. He deals 1-200 physical damage. So going into berserk mode, it means you're no longer immune to my damage. Now is the perfect time to kill you. It's losing control. Controlling the dark undead. Soul bursts are coming in a frenzied wave. Song-an is wary of these moves. It's that eerie trick again. The Headless King tries to slash him, but Song-an uses Blink. He uses Dark Mist to attack from behind. He holds him down. It spins around, countering his strike and throwing him away. It didn't notice Tianxing using Liberty Bow magic. Vines tightly bind its body. He's pinning down the Headless King. Song-an, are you okay? I'm still good. He notes that in berserk mode, this guy's movement speed has also increased. That was my bad. But it breaks free from the vines, quickly closing in on them, charging like a raging bull. Song-an tries to stay calm and sort out his thoughts. Blink is still on cooldown. Am I backed into a corner again? That's right. When I reversed space-time, I received something. It's the triangle sticker. A system created specifically for players with insane luck. Only players who master the game's glitches and use at least 20 glitches during actual combat are eligible to activate the system. The triangle sticker is the synthesis of all in-game glitches. Those who activate it successfully can use it to create various mechanics. Glitches in the game are not restricted by the environment. If I don't use it now, then when? Activate glitch. Safe room. System. You have entered the safe room. Xiaobao looks around. Where is this place? Where's the Headless King? A streak of light flies straight down. The Headless King looks up. Huh? Xiaobao touches the space. He says in surprise, I can't believe there's a glitch like this here. It's absolutely magical. Song-an is chugging a potion. All debuffs have been cleared. HP and MP are full. He throws the empty bottle on the ground. Glitch collector. It can help me use the glitches. Already in the game however I want. Time to give the king a taste of his own medicine. Song-an requests to remove the safe room. The room vanishes. The Headless King spots them. You annoying rats still dare to show your faces? Ah! Song-an looks at him and smirks. Activate glitch. Lag. Jump to stall for time. The Headless King uses a skill, spatial slash, to pull the two of them in. Song-an and Xiaobao are face to face with him. The Headless King screams, just die! He delivers a lightning-fast downward slash. When the blade gets close to Song-an, his sword hand freezes up and won't move. Song-an says smugly, how do you like that? Headless King. Looks like your ping is through the roof. Xiaobao takes the opportunity to draw his bow and fire repeatedly at him. Damage dealt, 400. Song-an looks at him mockingly. If your ping is high, just sit tight and don't move. Now it's our turn to put on a show. Song-an and Xiaobao launch a combo attack. The Headless King uses his sword to block the strikes from the two of them. Xiaobao says angrily, what the heck? This guy's speed is actually insane right now. The Headless King replies, no matter what tricks you play, in the face of absolute overwhelming power, they are all useless. If you like running around so much, then I'll make sure you have nowhere left to hide. With that, he swings his sword. Spatial turbulence. Song-an and Xiaobao are hit by his technique. The Headless King roars. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. Song-an thinks frustratingly. I didn't expect him to use such a massive AoE attack. If this keeps up, both my health and Tianxing's will hit 0. Xiaobao suddenly calls out to Song-an, hurry and use your safe room. But Song-an replies exhausted. In the same situation, the triangle sticker cannot repeat the same glitch twice. I have to find another way. Xiaobao gritted his teeth, holding his ground. I'm about to hit my limit. Song-an focused his mind, thinking hard. If there were any other glitches to neutralize this crisis, there must be a usable glitch left. Right then, the mouse with the crown on its head appeared. Song-an asked it anxiously. Mouse. Oh, why are you popping out now of all times? It took the crown from its head and handed it to him. Song-an took it, feeling puzzled. Mouse. Oh, are you saying this crown might actually work against him? Hearing that, Mouse-O gestured to him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Song-an said seriously, fine, I'll trust you this once. He lunged toward the Headless King alone. Blink! Getting hit by his move, the king said, still trying the same old tricks? Too bad that in berserk mode, you can't even touch my speed. With that, he delivered a swift counterattack. Song-an was sent flying backward. His HP continued to drop. I'm completely out of potions now. Song-an struggled to sit up, suffering from critical wounds and bleeding. If I can't finish this, boss and level up soon. I'm the one who's going to end up dead. Health still draining. The Headless King raised his sword. Every single traitor can go straight to hell. Song-an used all his strength to block the strike. He shouted, parrying the king's blade away. The Headless King was shocked. How is this possible? Song-an pulled out the crown. He said firmly, one last shot. Let's settle this. He shrieked, you damn brat! I'll tear you into a million pieces! Song-an jumped up and threw the crown at him. The crown on his head drove him insane. Something is piercing my head. About 300 years ago, in the Hadimong kingdom, Princess Felina burst through the door. She asked angrily, "Brother, what is the meaning of this administrative order you just issued?" "The order for my marriage," handing me over to the king of the Dior kingdom. "Was that really your call, brother?" The king of Hadimong frowned and replied, "Correct, that is the order I have issued," Princess Felina said, feeling deeply wronged. "But why? Our Hadimong kingdom is clearly at odds with the Dior kingdom." An attendant spoke up. "Princess Felina, the king has his reasons for doing this. It was a last resort. The reports from the front lines say the 30,000 elite troops we sent out have been completely wiped out by King Dior." The king's anger was visible on his face. Princess Felina replied, "I see." Tears falling, she said, "So I'm just a trophy for King Dior, aren't I?" The wine glass fell, splashing her face. The king of Hadimong stood up in a rage and barked, "Insolent! How dare you speak to me like that?" Princess Felina couldn't help but fire back. "Is it not the truth, brother? What you couldn't win on the battlefield, you're settling by using me, your own sister, to go and take the heat for you." The king growled, "What would a woman like you know? This matter is final. Say no more. King Dior is all brawn and no brains on the battlefield. He's got no real game. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you and your kingdom fade into nothing." Early morning, a few days later, at Sunset Mountain, troops from both sides crowded the base of the mountain. King Dior and the king of Hadimong were both present. Princess Felina turned her face away in disgust and said, "So you are King Dior? The legendary, mighty demigod's son everyone talks about?" King Dior said with delight and satisfaction, "Very good. You must be Princess Felina, the king of Hadimong's own sister, Suis. This gift from the king of Hadimong I shall gladly accept." The king reached out and said, "Let's go, Princess Felina." The princess gave her hand to King Dior. The king immediately pulled her close. "From this day forward, you are my queen." Princess Felina felt a whirlwind of confusion in her heart. I originally thought he was just a warmonger, with a cruel and heartless nature. But what caught me off guard was that he is actually a wise monarch, forgiving and kind-hearted. She followed King Dior back to his land. She was surprised to see how much the people of Dior truly loved their king. More importantly, he treats me with such tenderness and care. He never treats me like a prisoner of war. The king took her sightseeing. "Look, Felina, the azaleas here are in full bloom. They're gorgeous, just as breathtaking as you are." Those words touched her heart deeply. Being by his side helped me taste true happiness for the first time. They signed a ceasefire agreement together because of the marriage between us. The Dior kingdom reconciled with Hadimong, signing a peace treaty. Princess Felina began to worry. But I know, my brother is a cruel and two-faced man. His ambition certainly won't stop there. Without a strong rival like King Dior, my brother began his path of expansion. The territory of Hadimong grew larger by the day, swallowing up all the neighboring small states. Soldiers seized everything. That fake peace didn't even last 5 years. Finally, the fires of war reached the gates of the royal city. Princess Felina pleaded with the king, "My love, I beg you, please surrender to my brother. Don't fight him anymore." The king replied angrily, "Surrender? He's the one who trashed the peace treaty first. I'll make him see exactly what I'm capable of once again." Princess Felina said through her tears, "But Hadimong is nothing like it used to be. You're no match for him now." The king pulled her into his arms. "Don't say another word. I will protect you and this citadel with everything I have, even if it costs me my life." The princess thought with a heavy heart, "But my brother, he will never show mercy. He won't go easy on you." Back in the Hadimong kingdom, Princess Felina was stepping inside. On that day, I had kept it from him and secretly fled back to the Hadimong kingdom. She spoke through non-stop tears. "Brother, now that I've returned, I only ask one thing of you." The king of Hadimong asked in surprise, "Oh, and what is that?" The princess knelt and said, 5 years ago you ordered me to marry King Dior. Now, I only beg you to spare me and my husband, Sui. Don't hunt us down to the very end." Hearing this, the king burst into laughter. "You've done well over these 5 years, Felina." He stepped closer and said, "Thanks to you clouding King Dior's eyes, I finally had the chance to grow this powerful. But now that things have come to this, what right do you have to make demands of me? However, his royal city is heavily fortified. Taking it down won't exactly be a walk in the park. How about you use your status as queen to lead my personal guards into the city?" Hearing that, Princess Felina wept in fury. The king continued, "Once I capture him alive, the war will end on its own. Whether he lives or dies won't even matter anymore. Suiti. The king of Hadimong set his terms. If you agree, I promise I'll consider letting him live. He gave a devious smile and said, with King Dior's temperament, there's no way he would ever surrender on the battlefield. Feeling helpless, the princess thought this was the only way to save his life. Please forgive me, King. My love, I only want to keep you alive. Princess Felina said in agony, I agree. I hope that my brother will value our bond and keep his word. The sound of rushing footsteps approached. Princess Felina entered with King Hadimong's personal guards. King Dior, you have nowhere left to run, just surrender quietly. King Dior gasped in shock. Felina, what are you saying? She replied, hand over your territory and your crown. My brother has promised me that he will definitely spare your life. King Dior questioned her. Felina, is this it? Was it all just a lie? You married me 5 years ago just for this betrayal. Today, wasn't it? King Dior was absolutely livid. Anyone but you should have never betrayed me. With those words, the king drew his sword, intending to end Princess Felina's life. The king suddenly stopped. He said with agonizing hesitation, I can't do it. Princess Felina reached out, deeply moved. My king! At that moment, a sword flew in from nowhere. Princess Felina rushed forward in a panic. No! As King Dior's crown fell to the ground, a rat scurried over and snatched it up. Princess Felina witnessed it all, paralyzed by wordless pain. She collapsed to her knees. No! Why? No! Princess Felina turned back and demanded, Why? I did exactly what we agreed. I helped you take over the Dior kingdom. Didn't we have a deal to spare his life? King Hadimong replied with a devious look on his face. I changed my mind. The capital has fallen, and the war is over. Go back home, my dear sister. Princess Felina's expression turned cold and stony. I'm so sorry, she said icily. My king, please forgive me. It was my own selfishness and stupidity that ruined you. If you are gone, then my life has no meaning anymore. Her nails grew sharp and wicked, and a dark magical aura radiated from her body. Even if I have to turn into a vengeful demon, I will help you protect this last bastion. King Hadimong, I hate you! I hate you so much I could rip you to shreds. Even in death, I will become a ghost that haunts you forever. These were the final words Princess Felina sent to the king. Dior, my king, I'm so sorry I've ruined you. I never intended to betray you. Just please understand this. Please know the truth. Back to reality. The headless king recalled the image of Princess Felina. Something is crawling into my head. Princess Felina collapsed. My husband, I'm sorry. I'm the one who caused your downfall. I never once thought of betraying you. Only this one thing. I beg you to understand me. The headless king suddenly dropped his sword. Then he knelt down prostrate before Tong An. He guessed his head had transformed once again. Perhaps it had something to do with the item inside the crown. Tong An said excitedly, so the crown really does work on him. Rat Zero, you really came through this time. Xiaobao's hurried footsteps rushed over. He said to Tong An, the space has suddenly returned to normal. The headless king cried out, so that's how it was, Felina. It turns out, everything you did was just to protect me. His tears hit the ground. You never actually betrayed me. The headless king spoke with deep regret. I was the one who was wrong all along. I was so obsessed with peace that I let the kingdom fall and backed you into a corner. Damn it! It was all my fault. He was consumed by guilt and self-blame. Tong An was exhausted. Finally, a chance to catch my breath. He felt a surge of anxiety. Crap, my HP is way too low. This is the third time I've taken a fatal hit. Post-battle grace period active. Statistics, 3 fatal strikes sustained. 10-second grace period initiated. During this window, any damage taken will not be registered immediately. However, after 10 seconds, all damage will be applied to the player at once. Tong An thought helplessly. Unlike the fight with the demon last time, I don't have any more immortal spring water left to use, which means I absolutely have to defeat the boss and level up within the next 10 seconds. If not, I'm definitely toast. The king approached and asked, You seem to be in a bit of a jam, don't you? His attitude had completely flipped from before. Honorable adventurer, thank you for finding my crown, and thank you for letting me know the real truth. Tong An was taken aback. The truth, the headless king continued. Can I ask you for one more favor? He immediately grabbed his sword and stood up. Take my final strike! Tong An gritted his teeth and thought, he wants to settle this with one blow? I only have 10 seconds left. I've got to go all in. He stepped forward aggressively with his bone knife. Works for me. The two of them faced off head to head. Tong An lunged forward with incredible speed. His velocity was absolutely mind-blowing. The headless king also charged, shouting, Felina! Tong-an risked it all on a single life-or-death strike. Even if the odds are slim, I have to give it my all. He screamed as they both unleashed their moves at the same time. Tong-an attacked relentlessly. He dashed past him, but the king remained standing, motionless. A second later, the headless king let out a cry of pure agony. Then he slumped to his knees on the ground. Tong-an was also drained, wondering to himself, I clearly couldn't dodge that last hit, so why am I totally fine right now? Did he? The headless king spoke up. Consider this blow a repayment of my debt to you. Tears rolled down his face. Felina, forgive me. For these 300 years, my hatred and rage were all for nothing. Are you still willing to stay by my side? He reached out his hand, and another hand reached back to touch his. The two of them were finally reunited. Felina? The headless king couldn't hold back his tears. His physical form began to fade away. This time we can be together forever. Thank you, adventurer. He vanished, leaving behind only the crown. The system announced, the headless king has been defeated. Only then did Tong-an and Xiaobao breathe a sigh of relief. We're saved! Tong-an was stunned to see he had jumped up 3 levels in an instant. This is unbelievable. I've reached level 47. Me too, said Xiaobao. I'm up to level 43. He ran over. That's absolutely insane. I can't believe you beat the headless king in that final clash. You are seriously cracked. Tong-an replied, it's not like that. No matter how strong I might be. There's no way I could have taken that hit. Completely unscathed. The headless king must have held back. He said in a low voice, even though I don't know what secrets lie within the crown, it seems there's a very touching story behind it all. System, please select your boss reward. Spatial/rank S. Skill level. Level 1 activation effect. Randomly impacts the surrounding space within a 5-min radius, causing distortion, warping, and spatial fractures. Effect radius increases with skill level. Max skill range 20m. Maximum upgrade level, level 3. Soul Strike. Rank S. Skill level 1 effect. Upon landing a successful hit on an opponent, applies a soul mark. Marks can stack. Upon detonation, unleashes a direct soul-shattering attack on the target. Soul Strike effectiveness. Scales with the number of stacks and total damage dealt. Maximum upgrade level, level 3. Eternal Crown. Rank S. Exclusive item special effect, absolute loyalty. The Eternal Crown forms an eternal covenant with its bearer. Grants +20 to all attributes for the wearer. Additionally, it absorbs 1 fatal strike for the host, once per battle. Born from the greedy pursuit of power, this crown inherits this unique trait. Xiaobao gasped. Rank S equipment? Tong-an held the crown in his hands. This is the very first time I've had a rank S drop in a dungeon. I just never expected it to come from upgrading. That rank D gear from earlier, Tong-an said excitedly. Immunity to a fatal hit, for real? That means in every single fight, I basically get an extra life. Rank S equipment really hits different. Xiaobao was floored after hearing that. He turned his head and said, Tianxing, take this crown. It can save your life when things get real. It can protect your life. You're the one who carried the team in this fight. Besides, this crown was originally yours anyway, so this crown definitely belongs to you. Tong-an smiled and said, then I won't stand on ceremony. What about the remaining 2 rank S skills? Xiaobao stared intently at the skill. He said excitedly, my level 10 skill is tracking. It allows my arrows to always home in on the target. If I combine that with spatial slash, I can pull off precise long-range snipes. Tong-an replied, in that case, it really does suit you perfectly. I already have quick teleport anyway, to reposition during a fight. Spatial slash is a bit redundant for me, so I'll take Soul Strike. He reached out and received his 4th skill, Soul Strike. Tong-an did the math in his head. Soul Strike must be the type of skill that can mess with someone's mind. Crowd control and manipulation skills like this are definitely rare as hell. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Someone's voice echoed again. Another person has luckily unlocked an identity card. Well then, this game is getting a whole lot more interesting. Tong-an was startled. Who's that? Who's talking? The voice continued, young man, keep trying. One day you will find me. At that moment you will understand where the true meaning of this game actually lies. Tong-an held his head. What was that silver flash just now? And that mysterious voice? What the hell was it? Xiaobao worried about Tong-an. He walked closer and asked, Tong-an, are you okay? Tong-an just replied, I'm fine, I've just been fighting for a while. I just feel a bit tired. But deep down, he was suspicious. Looks like there's an even bigger conspiracy lurking in this game, Xiaobao said happily. Glad you're okay. Finally, the boss is down. They looked out toward the mouth of the cave. It's about time we get out of this stuffy cave. Xiaobao reached out and said, "Take me back to the Zero Guild, Tong'an. Actually, I should probably be calling you guild leader now, right?" Tong'an shook his hand and said humbly, "No need to be so formal. Just calling me Tong'an is fine." They left the cave together. Xiaobao turned and asked, "I remember you saying before that there's a bigger threat coming. What exactly is it?" Tong'an replied. "The otherworld invasion. Let's get moving. I'll give you the lowdown on the way back. 14 days until the localized demon invasion. At the Kalong area, also known as the volcano, several people were approaching the base of the volcano. One person in the group pointed at the map and said, "Vice Guild Leader. According to the markers on the map, the entrance to the sludge demon abyss is right up ahead. Are we still pushing forward to that spot?" Sachi said firmly, "Our goal this time is to investigate the demon invasion's movements. We absolutely cannot go back empty-handed. Don't tell me you guys are getting cold feet." Li Yu and Zhang Shou hesitated slightly. Saki continued, "I have no use for weak teammates. Or cowards. If you're scared off before even seeing a shadow of a demon, then you're not worthy of being teammates of mine." Li Yu and Zhang Shou both replied, "Yeah, we got it." Right then, strange flames erupted from the volcano's crater. Strange flames. They were surrounded, sending them into a panic. "What's going on? Could this be the demons doing?" Sachi fended them off while urging everyone to keep moving. "No matter what's ahead, we have to find out the truth." A terrifying, glowing red eye appeared. It was nestled deep inside the volcano's crater. The three of them gasped in shock. "Vice Guild Leader, look, what is that thing?" Saki cursed angrily. "Damn it! Is the demon invasion actually for real?" The eye began to move. They quickly ducked behind a large rock. "Damn, I think it's already spotted us." Something was flying toward them from a distance. Saki watched it, his face growing tense. Malak flew in with a devious smirk. She said with a look of pure contempt, "And here I thought it was just another volcano rhino passing by. Turns out I was wrong. This snack looks even tastier than a rhino, doesn't it?" "Humans!" Li Yu screamed in terror. "A demon! It's a real-deal demon!" Saki was equally stunned. "No way. The demon invasion isn't supposed to happen for another 10 days. Why the hell is it showing up here?" "The Lord has commanded Moloch, my apostle, one of the 8 mighty demon gods. Do not let these humans leave alive. Before I am fully manifest, no one can be allowed to ruin our plans." Moloch immediately replied, "Understood, my lord. I won't let them take back a single shred of intel." With those words, she lunged forward. "Be good now, and just become a snack for my belly." Saki couldn't react in time. "We're cooked!" Her chains shot toward them, tightening around the necks of Li Yu and Zhang Shou. They were completely paralyzed. Saki glared at Moloch with eyes full of resentment. His leopards were already pouncing toward her. Moloch said excitedly, "Not bad. My first time trading blows with a human. Show me just how formidable you really are." Saki pressed forward, slashing repeatedly. Meanwhile, Moloch calmly parried every strike with ease. Moloch was thrilled. "Impressive, very impressive. This is the first time I've ever felt pain. This sensation is absolutely divine." Saki tried to steady himself. "Don't let fear take over. Master your mind. And no enemy will be invincible." Moloch gave a mocking laugh. "Very good. Keep it coming. Let me taste even more suffering." Saki hurriedly turned back and shouted to the other two, "Hurry, move while you have the chance. Get the word back that the demons are already here. Go!" They replied, "Copy that." He glared at her, gritting his teeth. "I'll hold her off right here." As Li Yue and Zhang Xiu were sprinting away, Moloch's chains had already snared them. She growled, "Who said you could leave?" Saki shouted in a panic, "Li Yue, Zhang Xiu, don't! Behind you!" Moloch joked playfully. "All right, playtime's over." She lunged forward with incredible speed. "Human, I've taken a liking to you. That's why I'm going to devour you and make you a part of me." Saki gripped his weapon tightly. His fierce resistance caught Moloch off guard. "You still have the guts to fight back?" She then coiled her chains tightly around his arm. "Know your place!" Moloch crushed Sachi's arm even harder. He let out a scream of pure agony. Saki clutched his mangled arm in pain. His arm was snapped. Moloch looked at him mockingly. "It seems the human body really is pathetic. Just a little bit of this and you can't even stand the pain. If you had known it would end like this, giving up on resisting, and being a good little snack would have been better, wouldn't it?" Saki thought bitterly. "I know. From the very first blow I realized I'm completely outclassed by this thing. I just hate myself for being so damn weak." Saki flashed back to his past. Just like when he was bullied by that thug, he didn't even have the courage to stand up for himself. After the game started, he became a shadow dancer, a special class. He finally had enough power to face that guy. The thug had told him, "Sachi, find me a rank B sword hilt within 3 days. Remember, 3 days. or else you know exactly what's coming to you. Saki had replied helplessly. Fine. Back to the present. He struggled to pull himself together. But I'm still so used to just taking it, unable to find the nerve to actually fight him. But this time I'm not running away anymore. I have human pride and courage, Malak said enthusiastically. Interesting. You're really quite interesting. I'll make sure to prepare you carefully into a delicious meal to savor. Little human. Sachi activated his shadow dancer skill. Illusions manifested surrounding Moloch. Seeing him appear from behind, Moloch smirks. Child's play. She hurls the chains toward him, then lunges forward. Saki grips the sword in her mouth and takes Moloch down with a single strike. Both fall, causing the ground to explode. Saki lies on the ground, her mission accomplished. I'm leaving the rest to everyone. A bird is soaring through the air. Fly away, little bird. Fly out of this hellhole. Bring everything here back with you. Just as the words are spoken, an arrow suddenly rips it apart. Moloch appears right in front of Saki. Like I said, is this really all humans are capable of? I gave my word to my lord that I absolutely wouldn't let them deliver any intel back home. Song-an and Xiaobao are flying over the mountains. Xiaobao asks in confusion, was everything you just said for real? Shortly after, is a demon invasion actually going to happen? Song-an replies, yeah, I've fought demons before. This is the real deal. Xiaobao says with a serious face, then we'd better get back and gear up properly. We need to summon all the pro players back immediately. Everyone must unite as one. To clear this stage, Song-an agrees. You're right. That was exactly my goal and intention. When I first founded the Zero Guild, they land right in front of the gate. Song-an leads Xiaobao along. Let's go. We're finally home. Wang Di sees him and shouts excitedly, it's the Guildmaster. The Guildmaster is back. Then shouts loudly, open the gate! The massive gate slowly opens. Song-an and Xiaobao step inside. Song-an looks around in surprise at signs that read, Medical Corps, Equipment Corps, Patrol Corps. Song-an exclaims, I didn't expect that not only is everything reinforced, but all the internal facilities are fully prepared too. They've even divided everyone into medical, equipment, and patrol teams. Song-an says happily, I've only been gone a few days and this place has changed so much. The others saw him return and all rushed over. Guildmaster, you're finally back! I missed you so much. Fong asked curiously, who's that behind you? Song-an replied, a lot has happened. I'll fill you guys in later, okay? He thought to himself, I've only been gone for a few days. Why is everyone being so extra? Tai Hui pushed forward, her eyes glistening as she was about to cry at Song-an. Song-an waved and said, Tai Hui Sun-yue, I'm back. A second later, Tai Hui lunged straight into his arms, leaving him feeling quite awkward. Tai Hui sobbed, you idiot! Why couldn't I get a hold of you all these past few days? Where on earth did you go? Do you know how worried everyone was about you? San Yui spoke up. That time recall event from a few days ago was also your doing, right? It seems whenever something happens in the game, you're always right in the middle of it. Song-an comforted Tai Hui. Some unexpected things did happen earlier, but everything has been settled now. Tai Hui choked out, it's good that you're okay. Don't ever vanish for that long again. Song-an replied, yeah, I promise. Sun Yue said excitedly. I knew these two would end up together eventually. Fong enthusiastically snapped photos of them like it was a rom-com. This is exactly the kind of stuff girls love. Tai Hui shyly stepped back and turned to ask, who is this? Xiaobao was speechless and helpless. Song-an patted his shoulder. Let me officially introduce him to everyone. His name is Jitian Xing. He's an incredibly powerful long-range marksman. Starting today, he'll be joining our Zero Guild to help us deal with the upcoming demon invasion. Only 13 days left until the local demon invasion. They brought out a pile of gold and various gems, Cat said gleefully. Guildmaster, look. These are the resources we've gathered from farming monsters nearby lately. Fong teased, oh, you little brat. You were slacking off while we were actually fighting. But when it's time to take credit, he's extra as hell. Song-an walked closer and said, there's really this much? You guys are legit goats. Cat raised a hand and replied, so how is it, Guildmaster? Aren't we top tier? Song-an said, you guys worked hard. Fong, have you tried using these materials to craft another magic gun yet? Fong waved her hand. I wish I could, but the success rate for magic guns is trash. Even with the help of a 4-leaf clover, the rate won't go higher than 0.1. She pointed her finger and said, making even one is a miracle. This stuff is all about luck and vibes. You'd better thank me properly. Song-an rubbed his chin and thought, I can't waste these materials on something with only a 0.1% chance. Fong is right. The success rate for magic guns is way too low, not to mention some of these resources are extremely rare on their own. If I can find a place to sell them, I might be able to make a massive bank. Glack's staff, rank B, obtained 1 power, 200. Suddenly he remembered, oh, that's right. Ajong gave me this VIP card before. He held out the card. He said it's a certification for the New World Merchant Guild. Whenever I go to the area a merchant guild to trade, I can get discounts and high-end treatment. Song-an held the card in his hand. Next step, head to Area A for trading. At the same time, in the Soros Merchant Guild of Area A, inside the VIP room of the castle, Guildmaster Liu Su held a wine glass. Are you guys for real? Vice Guildmaster Tu Fei reported in a panic. The situation is exactly what I just reported, Guildmaster. That infinite mining site has a major problem. It's hiding an S-rank dungeon inside. Liu Su set the wine glass down on the table. I don't care about the process. I only care about the results. She asked slowly. So you two are admitting that you've ruined that mining site? Is that it? Tu Fei crawled forward, explaining frantically. It's all that kid's fault, Guildmaster. Please, let me explain. If it wasn't for that brat suddenly charging at me, The bodyguard, Zheng Qian, immediately punched him in the face. Tu Fei clutched his face and stumbled backward. Zheng Qian cracked his knuckles and said, no one gets within 5 meters of the Guildmaster. That goes for you too, Tu Fei, even if you are the Vice Master. Liu Su rested her chin on her hand and said, that's enough. Zheng Qian, out of respect for his past contributions to the guild, I'll spare his life this once. Zheng Qian shouted loudly. Yes, Guildmaster, Liu Su continued. Besides, the moment he discovered that infinite mine, I already suspected something was fishy, Tu Fei said while crying. Thank you for sparing me, Guildmaster. I, Tu Fei, will dedicate my life to you. I'll do anything. Liu Su looked at him and said, actually, I should thank you, Tu Fei. At least you helped me hook a big fish. Tu Fei was surprised to hear that. Huh? He stammered. That kid's name is Song-an. If he knows that much about the infinite mining site, it proves he's definitely one of the masterminds behind this game. Liu Su's eyes turned cunning. If I catch him, maybe I can follow the breadcrumbs and uncover the truth of this game. On a bustling street in Area A, people were everywhere. A magician held a deck of cards in his hand. Next up, it's time to witness a miracle! The surrounding crowd was full of excitement. Song-an's group had already arrived. Xiaobao was stunned. I didn't expect Area A to be such a lively city, Song-an explained. When the New World game was first developed, Area A was set up as a free trade zone. For players, of course it's popping. It's naturally very prosperous. Fong asked curiously. Speaking of which, why didn't that chubby Sun Yue come along? Song-an replied, I did invite him. He just turned me down, Tai Hui said excitedly. Well, since we're here, everyone, let's split up. Go ahead. It's rare to get a chance to shop till we drop like this. Fong replied excitedly, exactly! Just buy whatever you like. After all, we have the president here. Our big spender will pick up the tab for us. But the two of them couldn't wait and rushed ahead. I should probably pick up some cosmetics too. And some cute bags as well. It feels like forever since I've been out on the town. I want to buy some new outfits. Tong-an looked at them. I called you two here. It wasn't so you could treat me like a walking ATM. Xiaobao had already scurried over to the ice cream counter. Give me a strawberry one. The guy behind me is paying. The owner replied, sure thing. Tong-an looked on helplessly. What the? You're joining the squad too? Just buying and not paying. Why is everyone like this? Seriously, we didn't come to Sector A just for a vacation. Xiaobao, with ice cream still on his mouth, replied, what's the big deal? Don't you see? Relaxing once in a while is exactly what we should do, right? Tong-an smiled and thought, that's true. So much has happened lately. Everyone has been so stressed out. Maybe a little fun and games is actually necessary. With that, he put his arm around Xiaobao's shoulder. If we're talking about relaxing and having fun, then as two men, us, we've got to go to the kind of place men belong, right? The two of them headed to a casino. A girl standing right at the door said sweetly, welcome, guests. Please come inside. Tong-an and Xiaobao walked in. On the tables were the usual things found in a casino. Xiaobao asked in surprise, whoa, I didn't expect you to bring me to a casino. Turns out you're a bit of a gambler too, huh? Tong-an shook his head. Actually, I've only ever seen what a casino looks like in movies. I've never seen one in real life. As they were about to enter, someone called out, please stop right there. Two bodyguards blocked them and said, pardon me, but the floor above is the VIP room. You two can only play in the outer area. Tong-an immediately pulled out a gold card. Is this enough to get us in? The two guards' jaws dropped. What the? It's a gold card certified by the Merchant Guild. This card? You need to drop over 100 million to even get one. The two guards instantly flipped their attitude and bowed. Honored guest, you are more than qualified to enter. Right this way, please let me show you the way. Tong-an said to Xiaobao, let's go. This is the real reason I came here. The two of them opened the door and entered. Inside, there were many people in masks gambling. A waiter brought 2 masks over to them. Please put these masks on, gentlemen. Xiaobao put his mask on and asked, I get it now. Earlier, the guild members had gathered a massive amount of precious resources. The total value is something an average person couldn't possibly afford. You're here to find the right buyer. Tong An replied, not only am I looking for the right buyer, I also want to find the right seller here. Wu Yongsong raised his hand and asked them, the minimum bet for this round is 500,000 and up. You guys sure you want to go around? Tong An replied without hesitation, bring it on. I'm in. He held the cash in his hand. At the end, the dealer announced, 21, the house wins. Wu Yongsong gloated, you lost again! That adds up to 10,000 you've lost already. My friend, do you want to keep going? Xiaobao realized something was off with Tong An. Tong An said coldly, keep going. Why wouldn't I? This kind of pocket change means nothing to me. Wu Yongsong said excitedly, I like your style. Then why don't we raise the stakes? Let's make this showdown more interesting, okay? He thought to himself, these 2 rookies dare to bet recklessly without even knowing who they're up against. They're really asking for it. Total death wish. Using luck appraisal, grade B. Skill level, grade A. Effect, prayer to the goddess of luck. Can boost your own luck attribute for a short period of time. After the effect wears off, all borrowed luck points must be repaid. Note, once activated, you may need to watch out in the following period, as bad karma is coming for you. Tong An said coldly, how significant is this one match? Xiaobao patted his shoulder. Tong An, you've lost it. Why do you have to bet against him? Wu Yongsong admitted, from the moment you walked in here, I knew you weren't just some ordinary gambler, but a player. A real player in this game. Tong An replied, so what? Wu Yongsong pointed. I'll be straight with you. Even though I'm a merchant by trade, I also know that in this game, the only thing that truly matters is power. No matter how much money you have, without absolute strength, it's all just a fleeting dream. He laughed loudly and sinisterly. That's why it's your gear I'm after, not your money. Tong An caught on, gripped his bone blade and said, so you want this weapon of mine? Wu Yongsong immediately stood up. Exactly. Given my knowledge of system equipment, that's at least a grade A weapon. Plus, it still has room for enhancement. The value of upgrading a weapon of this tier can't be measured in simple cash. He smirked and asked, so, do you have the guts to bet it? Tong An replied, if you want me to put this bone blade on the line, you'd better bring something of equal value to the table. Wu Yongsong reached into his pocket. Of course. The reason I'm interested in your weapon is because I have the materials to upgrade it. He pulled out a colorful stone and said, an elemental stone, an essential material for crafting. It can upgrade grade A equipment to grade S. In this entire realm, this stone of mine might be the only one left. Xiaobao's eyes widened in shock. He actually owns something that precious? Tong An couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder he has his eyes on my bone blade. Wu Yongsong said smugly. Is this enough to qualify as a bet against that weapon in your hand? Tong An slammed the table and replied, fine, I'll take that bet. Lu Su clapped her hands as she walked in. Oh my. It seems I've arrived at a rather awkward time. Does Big Boss Wu already have an opponent? Wu Yongsong asked irritably. Lu Su, president of the Jingji Guild. What are you doing at my place? Hearing this, Xiaobao was shocked. What, Jingji Guild? Why do we keep running into people from the Jingji Guild here? Shufei stammered in fear. It's you two. Liu Su turned and asked him, Shufei, what's wrong? Shufei replied, reporting to the president, it's those two. The punks who destroyed our infinite mine. Xiaobao said angrily. You actually have the nerve to bring that up? Because of the Jingji Guild's greed. Do you have any idea how many innocent workers lost their lives? Liu Su's eyes turned sharp. So it's them. I didn't expect us to cross paths again so soon. Tong An stood up, fuming. Looks like the world really is a small place. Might as well settle the score with the Jingji Guild right now. The two bodyguards immediately stepped forward. Nobody gets near the president! Suddenly Liu Su ordered, wait, you two step aside. The bodyguard asked worriedly, President, what are you doing? Liu Su motioned for them to stand down. From Shufei's report, I've heard of your heroic deeds. Anyone who can make it out of an S-rank dungeon alive is certainly no ordinary person. She bowed right then and there. I, Liu Su, on behalf of the Jingji Guild, bow to you. I apologize for offending you two heroes before, and for all the trouble we've caused. Xiaobao was confused. What's she playing at? Tong An whispered to him. Let's just see how this plays out. It's best to avoid a scene here. Being here is for the best, Liu Su said softly. If you require compensation from Jingji, please just say the word. As long as it's something I, Liu Su, can provide. Wu Yong-song slammed the table, stood up and barked, Liu Su! They are my guests right now. We are in the middle of a very important bet. Can whatever you have to say wait? Liu Su remained calm and said, what kind of important bet is it? That would make CEO Wu bring out such a precious elemental stone? Really now? Wu Yong-song's face turned red with anger. None of your business. Please take your Jingji people and get out. Liu Su immediately pulled out a vial and said, in that case, may I join the game? As a betting guest? Just then, Tai Hui and Fong walked in. Tong An! Tai Hui asked worriedly, Tong An, what's going on? Fong also spoke up. We got your message, and rushed here immediately. Didn't even have time to take off this makeup. Everyone looked at her face and fell silent. Tong An said, Tai Hui Fong, you're here? Wu Yong-song couldn't take it anymore and screamed, one after another. Constant interruptions from uninvited guests. You guys, and do you actually want to do this bet or not? Fong scratched his head. A bet? Don't tell me. Tong An gestured and said, these two ladies are my goddesses of luck. Of course the bet is still on. Liu Su chuckled and replied, this bet just got a lot more interesting. Wu Yong-song slammed his hand on the table with satisfaction. Fine, now that everyone's here, let's all put up stakes that satisfy all three parties, keeping all three parties happy. Let's get this game started. The three of them looked confident. Wu Yong-song spoke first. To save everyone's time, we'll simplify the rules. Winner takes all in one go, all right? We'll each roll the dice once. Whoever gets the highest score walks away with everything. Liu Su smiled and replied, CEO Wu seems very sure of himself. I'm in. Tong An raised his hand. I have no issues with the rules. I just have one small request. The two of them were surprised. What request? Tong An patted Fong's shoulder. Let her play this round for me. Fong waved her hands. What? Why me? No way, no way. Tai Hai was worried. Tong An? Xiaobao wondered. Tong An, you've put everything on the line, even your most important weapon, so why let someone else play for you? Tong An replied, it's exactly at times like these that I must trust in the strength of my teammates. He placed his hand on her head. Fong, don't feel any pressure. Even if we lose, I won't blame you at all. Fong was moved to tears. Tong An, I didn't think you'd trust me this much. I'm so touched. Then Tong An handed her a vial. But just in case something goes wrong, please drink this. Before she could refuse, he immediately poured it into her mouth. Come on, don't be shy. Drink up, I still have plenty more. Fong said, fuming, I knew you were up to no good. Give me back my feelings. Tong An patted her shoulder. All right, everything's set. Let's get started. The referee asked them, please check everything to see if there are any issues. Wu Yong-song picked up the dice and thought, they still don't know. From the very moment this bet began, it was already destined that I would be the winner. Zhu Fei whispered to Liu Su, President, this old guy Wu Yong-song definitely won't play fair. I think maybe we should... But she interrupted him. No need to check. I trust everyone's integrity. Zhu Fei was worried, but from Tong An's side, they replied, we don't have any objections either. Fong was uneasy. Are you sure it's okay? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? He shook the dice. All right then, let's begin. Then he slammed them down hard. Wu Yong-song stared intently. Merchant skill, borrow luck. I was literally born for betting. He ordered the activation. Liu Su smiled, certain of victory, while Fong was trembling. I'm finished too. Suddenly, Tong An patted her shoulder. He said, what do we do now? I feel like this froghead is totally useless. Fong clapped her hands, coming up with an idea. Wu Yong-song told Fong not to worry. Think about your skill. She rushed toward him. Then let's reveal the results. Fong wailed miserably and asked, Big bro, swear to me. You really didn't cheat, right? Wu Yong-song barked, Are you kidding me? Are you just being a sore loser? Fong laughed to reassure him. No way, man, jeez. I was just trolling you, don't be so mad. Liu Su revealed her dice. All right then. This thing called gambling is all about individual skill. The rest is up to Lady Luck. We all have the guts to play for keeps, don't we? Everyone was stunned when they saw her dice. Liu Su covered her mouth and said, Oh my God. Looks like Lady Luck isn't on my side today. Zhu Fei panicked. President, how could this be? Clearly, Liu Su's glare sent a chill down his spine. Wu Yong-song said confidently. Looks like today is my lucky day. He shook the dice cup. I've won this round. Upon opening it, there were only 2 dice left. Wu Yong-song flew into a rage. How is this possible? Fong doubled over laughing. How can you beat me when you're missing a die? You guys are cooked for sure. She opened the lid, 655. I win! Wu Yong-song, don't be salty! I was definitely supposed to win. I absolutely do not accept this result. I demand a body search of everyone right here. Tong An's group watched it from the sidelines. He was holding the die that Wu Yongsong had lost. Then he crushed it to get rid of the evidence. Liu Su spoke up, CEO Wu. Everyone already agreed to the rules. Trying to flip the script now. Isn't that a bit petty of you? Wu Yongsong pointed his finger and screamed. You're just as bad as the rest of them, Liu. Su stood up and placed her item on the table. You can't just say whatever you want, I told you. If we're brave enough to bet, we should be brave enough to take the L. You wouldn't want to drag the whole casino down over this, would you? Where's the blacklist, right? Wu Yongtong glanced back. After that, he reluctantly threw his spirit stone onto the table. He left irritably. Fine. You guys think you're so tough. Just you wait. Wu Liang will. Sooner or later, I'll get my payback for this. Fong breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, things didn't escalate. Liu Su said, Congratulations, everyone. You are tonight's winners. Song-an held the item in his hand and asked, You went easy on us on purpose just now. What's your angle? Liu Su said seriously. Song-an, a researcher for the New World game. Originally responsible for fixing in-game bugs. From the very first day the game launched, you exploited bugs you created to hack your identity. And your profession. Song-an replied calmly. What else do you know? Keep going, Tai Hui thought, curious. How does she know so much about Song? Anne's identity? Liu Su smiled and said, Then you continued to use bugs. To create numerous wins for yourself. The levels, the gear, the wealth that normal players dream of. As far as you're concerned, are all just things easily obtained through a simple exploit. Compared to everyone else, you are the one I've been looking for. A true player of this game on the field. Song-an had received the treasures. Liu Su also announced her congratulations. You're the big winner today. From Phi, standing nearby, saw Song-an's group leaving and asked urgently, Are we really just letting them leave like this, boss? I don't get it. Liu Su gave a mysterious smile. I don't expect you to. You've never been able to see the big picture. One day, you'll see that I'll reap a massive profit from this investment. Tu Fi was both bewildered and full of regret. But we had to trade 1,000 billion coins to get the sands of time. How could we just hand it over to him? Liu Su gave him some advice. The more valuable the gear, the more it needs a worthy owner to truly unleash its full potential. Song-an is definitely the best fit to use, the sands of time. On the other side, Tai Hui was anxiously asking Song-an, Song-an, that woman knows way too much about you. Could this be some kind of trap? Xiao Bao also warned him. Don't forget, we destroyed the Star Koi Guild's infinite crystal mine. She might still be holding a grudge. Song-an gave a calm chuckle. I know she's up to something. But as long as she stays chill, we have no reason to start beef here. The priority now is getting out of here safely. Song-an took his items to trade with the merchant. 20 B-tier items, 80 C-tier items, and 100 D-tier items, totaling 120,000 coins. The merchant accepted with satisfaction. The trade was successful. Song-an grinned happily, holding the pile of cash. It's a shame the effect of the Crown of Greed only works on NPCs. Otherwise, I could have pocketed another 12,000. The item you're using is Irresistible Greed. When trading with NPCs, you receive an extra 10% in gold and benefits. But be careful, too much greed brings bad luck. Afterward, Song-an whispered to the merchant, Sir, I have a few more very valuable items. Would you be interested? This is the Wicked Helm. A-tier, increases mana by 200 and magic resistance by 5%. Eternal Gauntlets, A-tier, increases all stats by 150. Rumor has it that if upgraded to the max, the user could destroy the whole world. The magic-resistant cloak is also A-tier. Increases magic resistance by 250. They can be combined to create even more powerful items. The merchant immediately looked thirsty. Oh, these are all A-tier gear. Are you sure you want to sell them? Song-an waved it off and said, Of course. Everything's for sale. I don't really need these items for now. It makes sense to sell them for coins. Then I can distribute the funds back to the guild members to level up skills or craft gear. The merchant didn't hesitate to spend. I'll take it all. The others in the group couldn't help but smirk. We already knew he was both loaded and gullible. And Song-an successfully pocketed another 560,000 coins. He looked at the poor merchant and thought, I could have made more if I sold these one by one. But that's too much of a time sink. Either way, selling to him is still at least 10% more profitable than selling to Uyan Theo R. Suddenly, the notification board popped up. A friend had just sent a message. Song-an was a bit surprised. Who's messaging me? The sender was Chet Due. Where are you, Song-an? I have something urgent to discuss with you. Coordinates 671980, Sector A. Katmong City. Now it was Song-an's turn to be confused. Why is Chet Due in Katmong? He was supposed to be investigating the invasion in Sector CA, right? I have a bad feeling that something went south in Sector CA. Tai Hai walked over to check in. What's wrong, Song-an? Fong had also seen the notification. Who was it? Song-an immediately hurried them along. No time to explain. We need to head back to Katmang City. He was in such a rush that Tai Hui was startled. Huh? Wait! Song-an didn't hesitate. He cast a long-range teleportation skill. The three of them left so abruptly that Fong panicked. Hold up, I'm not ready yet. Meanwhile, at the Katmang Palace in Sector A, Nana was admiring the palace. Every wall here tells an ancient story. This wall is about a princess who fell in love with the king of a rival kingdom. Bokmak heard this and laughed. Nana! Are you so bored that you've resorted to telling fairy tales? What's the deal with Chiet Due? She recounted seriously. The Vice Guild leader led a team to the Dragon's Breath volcano in Sector CA. 1 week ago, it's been over 3 days without a word from them. Chiet Due guessed that something had happened to Saki over there. They might have been killed in action. That's why he brought the Raiders Guild to Katmang. Currently, the guild leader is performing a ritual to upgrade the Holy Sword. Chitu sent word about the demon invasion to all the strongest players. All that's left for us to do is wait for them to arrive and discuss how to handle the upcoming threat. At the same time, Song-an's group had also arrived. Fong was dizzy and asked, What's the rush, Song-an? Nana and Bokmak also sensed someone approaching. Song-an pushed the door open. What's going on, Chiet Due? Nana couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I knew Song-an would be the first to show up. She hurried to welcome them. Chiet Due is performing a ritual. Please wait a moment. Nana quietly observed him. He's even stronger than the last time we met. Bokmak was even more excited and rushed over to greet Tai Hui. I missed you so much. Song-an inquired, What's the situation in Sector CA? How is the demon invasion going? Nana shrugged. You'll have to ask Chiet directly. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by a dry cough. Nana started and turned around. It was Chiet Due. The moment he arrived, he spoke up. You're right, Song-an. Something went down in Sector CA. Song-an was shocked. He noticed his sword had leveled up again. The info panel for the Holy Sword Saga appeared. Rank, Special Unique A. Levels up according to the main storyline. Stats increased by over 300 points. Crit rate increased by 40%. Chiet Due explained the situation to him. Something happened to Saki. The squad he led to investigate the invasion might have been wiped out. Song-an was horrified. What? He's the Vice Guild leader. That's impossible. Chiet Due's expression darkened as well. As one of the 2 people who have faced a real demon. You surely understand what that implies. Song-an, you sighed. I get it. They must have been slaughtered by demons. Chiet Due added, which means the deadline has been moved up. The Demon Legion might have already arrived in this world. Your plan makes sense, Song-an. We should scrap the offensive and focus on defending Katmang City. I've already sent word to all the top-tier players. We have to join forces if we want a snowball's chance in hell against the Demon Legion. He even turned to look at Tai Hui. Chiet Due stated his goal. I really hope you and Tai Hui can join the Raiders. In this mess, no one can carry this solo. However, Song-an just smiled and shook his head. Thanks, but I'm not riding solo anymore. I've already started my own guild. Guild 0. Nana was a bit taken aback. Wait, what? You set up a guild that fast? Tai Hui also smiled as she introduced them. That's right, and we currently have 45 members. We might not be as big name as the Raiders yet, but we're family. Bokmak sniffled, looking heartbroken. I can't believe you joined another guild, Tai Hui. I'm literally crying right now. Chiet Due, who had now reached level 49, wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he offered his congratulations. That's impressive. You've changed a lot since the last time we crossed paths. Song-an, you're no slouch either, having hit level 47. You've gotten way stronger, too. Suddenly, Liu Tu appeared. Sorry for dropping in like this. Looks like I'm a bit late to the party. Song-an turned around in shock. Huh? Tai Hai was also surprised. The leader of the Star Coins Guild? What is she doing here? Chiet Due went over to welcome her. Oh. Since you've already met, I don't need to do introductions. Guild leader. Liu Tu is one of those players I invited. She gave a friendly smile. Nice to see you again so soon, Song-an. I heard about the demon invasion, so I came to lend a hand, Fong remarked sarcastically. What help can a merchant possibly be? You gonna throw money at the Demon Legion? Liu Tu actually doubled down. Exactly. War's expensive. You think just because you're a warrior class can stand up to the Demon Legion? Come on, don't be so naive. Getting clap-backed, Fong snapped, What did you just say? Tai Hui quickly intervened. That's enough, Fong. I'm sorry, she didn't mean any harm. Liu Tu turned back to talk to you. It seems that the sands of time I accidentally dropped into your hands is about to prove its worth. It is the sands of time, an S-rank special tool. Unique effect. Create as a time labyrinth. Note, this item was once used by an ancient god to seal away powerful enemies. It's unclear how much time has passed inside, so don't use it recklessly. Liuto said to Song-An's group, I had to cough up 1,000 billion coins to acquire that treasure. I hope you won't let me down, Song-An. You knit your brows, carefully weighing your options. She was right. This sigil is extremely valuable. It will be incredibly useful in the war against the Demon Legion. The scary part is that it doesn't just target a specific person, meaning she could have totally sealed me away when we first met. Song-An then flashed a gentle smile. Ms. Lutu, I know you threw the fight on purpose, just to give me this item. Since you're now joining the fight against the Demon Legion, we are allies now. As a gesture of goodwill. Could you tell me your real motive? Luto said sharply. I am a merchant, and when a merchant invests in something, we simply expect a much larger return. Song-An, have you ever considered that the demon invasion is just a trial within this game? Only once you pass this test, can I find out the truth behind it? I want to keep living until this game ends, until I become the ultimate winner. Cheat Dewey eased the tension. All right. Everyone, now is not the time to second-guess each other. If we can't join forces to get through this, then no one will have a future anymore. Song-An probed. You must have some kind of plan since you summoned all of us here. Lay it on us. Chiet Dewey immediately pulled out a map. First of all, since we don't have enough intel on the Demon Legion, the only way is to prepare for the worst-case scenario. We can assume the Legion has finished assembling. Based on the movement speed of an army, normal people would only take half a month to move from Sector K to Sector A. With the current strength of the players, defending the outer walls is simply impossible. We need to stay inside Katmang City, using the gates as barriers and setting traps inside. I want to summon everyone here to combine our powers and form a dedicated army. With the strongest players guarding the main entrances, we will stop them when the Demon Legion arrives. We can't let them break the line and slaughter everyone. After explaining, he firmly placed his hand over his heart. The fate of humanity depends on this battle. That's why we must set aside our differences. Tai Hui also spoke up in support. I agree with your plan. The existence of guilds doesn't matter at a time like this. As humans, we need to unite. Cheat Due praised her. Back at the company, I always thought you had leadership potential, Tai Hui. We'll need your help mobilizing the player army. She shyly replied, Oh no, I don't have any leadership skills at all, but I will do my absolute best. Next, Chiet Dui turned back to you. What about you, Song-An? Do you have a better plan? You frowned, resting your chin on your hand. Like you said, we know too little about the enemy, so I don't have a plan yet either. You thought to yourself, I think Chiet Due is being too optimistic. This plan clearly has holes in it. Suddenly, someone raised their hand. Excuse me, I don't support this plan. Chiet Due turned to look at the speaker. So what do you suggest, Luto? She smiled and replied, We can't just sit around and wait to die. Since we're flying blind, I think we should send someone to scout Sector CA, Chiet Due said somberly. It's not that I haven't considered that, but that's exactly why Saki already... She confidently cut him off. Even if the scout doesn't bring back any intel, we can still use a few small sacrifices to determine the Demon Legion's movement speed. It's still a win-win for us. Song-An frowned, clearly displeased. You want to use people as fodder? Liu To crossed her arms and said as if it were obvious, Why not? Among us players, only a few are actually useful in combat. The rest are just civilians. Fong was the first to explode in anger. Hey, a merchant like you is useless too. Why don't you lead the way then? Tai Hui quickly stepped in. It's okay, Fong. Cheat Due asked for your opinion again, Song-An. What do you think of her proposal? You flatly refused. I'm not down with sending ordinary people to gather intel, but if we just sit here and play defense, I'm not confident either that we can stop the invasion. Cheat Due pondered, I see. Even Saki was defeated, so we clearly can't send anyone weak out there. We need a strong and reliable player. He boldly announced, Let me go investigate Sector CA. Nana immediately objected. No way, you're the leader of the anti-demon army. And boss, you're the highest level player right now. How can we let you take a risk like that? Bokmok crushed his drink can. Let me go in your place, boss. If anything happens to you, the whole plan will fall apart. Cheat Due stopped them. It's precisely because I'm the highest level that I have the best shot at surviving and getting top-tier intel. If someone has to step up, it has to be me. Song-An was still deep in thought. We can't let Chiet Du go. He's the only one who can rally all the players together. I have to stop this. At this moment, Bok Mok was still trying to convince Chiet Due. Then the whole Raider Guild goes together, ride or die. Chiet Due stopped them again. No. It was my mistake to send Saki out there. I can't let you guys risk your lives anymore. Nana's voice choked up. Song-an frowned as he watched. Liu Tu was right. We can't win if we're clueless about the enemy. If Chiet Due can be that determined, then I can't be selfish either. You stepped forward.
Let me go.
I'll handle the investigation. The three from the Raiders turned to look at you in shock. Tai Hui quickly tried to stop you. No, Song-an. You promised you wouldn't just vanish again, Fong said worriedly. For real. What happens to the Zero Guild if you leave? Tu Bao even suggested. I'll go with you, Song-an. Liu Tu spoke up, sounding annoyed. Hey kid, I didn't give you the sands of time just so you could go play hero. Song-an brushed off their concerns. I'm not planning to waste my life. But like Chiet Due said, we need someone strong and reliable. Is there anyone else here who can teleport long distances like I can? Chiet Due was speechless. Song-an flashed a confident smile. If anyone can escape being surrounded by demons, it's me. Meanwhile, at the Dragon's Breath volcano in Sector CA, the female demon Morak knelt respectfully. Master, the Demon Legion has fully assembled. Please give the word so we can level this land. Lucifer, in the form of a giant eye, spoke raspily. My disciple Morak, though the army is ready, we still have one mission. Of the utmost importance to complete. She wasn't surprised. Oh? You mean summoning the remaining demon gods? Lucifer confirmed. Indeed. But unlike creating the Demon Legion, summoning the 8 demon gods will drain my life force. Only when human life here is wiped out can I be reborn. Morak smiled confidently. Please let me fulfill that mission in your stead, my master. I have just received a new skill after absorbing a human player, Night Jaguar. Lucifer was pleased. Every demon god possesses a special ability. Yours is gluttony. Everything you devour will become a part of you. But gluttony is not what I need right now. I need a destructive force much stronger than that. Morak frowned, realizing he meant her. At the same time, a woman with a serpent's tail appeared. That's right, Morak. Master needs my scouting. Morak looked at Bodis with disgust. That vile snake. She then laughed out loud. Bodis coiled around her. When a bird attacks a snake, it's usually the one that gets eaten instead. Morak popped her claws, enraged. Want to go right now? Lucifer cut them off. This is no time for infighting. Listen to me, Bodis. She immediately became obedient. Yes, Master, Bodis is ready to serve. He coldly commanded. Take 1,000 demons and march toward the humans. Destroy everything in your path. These words caught Morak by surprise. Bodis gave a wicked smile. I won't let you down. The system panel displayed an upgrade notification. Legendary Bone Sword, Grade A. Upgraded to Divine Bone Sword, Grade S. Materials, 1 Cosmic Spirit Stone, 10 Grade A upgrade stones. Requirements met. Commencing upgrade. Song-an watched the scene intently. The powerful cosmic stone merged with the bone sword, triggering a massive energy shockwave. It transformed directly into a blinding pillar of light that pierced through the heavens. Bok Mok was shaken and rushed to steady himself. Nana also gasped in shock. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Chiet Due shielded his eyes from the dust. Not an earthquake. That is the resonance between heaven and earth. When an S-tier weapon is born, Bok Mok stared in shock, trying to see. What? Someone other than Chiet Due owns an S-tier weapon now? Nana scrambled to her feet after the fall. Who could it be? Is it Tong-an again? Liu Tu observed the situation, also marveling at the emergence of the S-tier weapon. Finally, Yukagu's Cosmic Spirit Stone has proven its worth. She smiled, thinking to herself, I hope you can use my sands of time just as effectively. For Tong-an, the fusion process was now complete. Divine Bone Sword, S-tier, attack plus 930, perception plus 20, skill, Phantom Slash. The weapon automatically splits into multiple parts, attacking from all directions and dealing basic attack damage to each target. Each successful basic hit can trigger effects and skills. Cost, 220 MEP. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Skill, Hellish Intuition. Alerts when demons are within 300 Range grows with demon kills. Skill, Demon Bane 3. Deals 10x additional damage to demons. If the target survives, they are marked. The next strike deals maximum damage. Skill, Armor Break 3. Attacks ignore 75% of target's defense. Tong-an gripped it with satisfaction. The S-tier weapon was complete. He examined the sword. Every skill has gone up a tier, and I've gained demon detection. This is going to be clutch for scouting the demon. Invasion. Tai Hui's group rushed over to Tong-an. We finally caught up with you. Tong-an smiled at them. Oh, you're all here. Check it out. I just upgraded my bone sword to S tier. Suddenly, Ton-nyak stepped forward. Tong-an asked, slightly startled, What's wrong, Ton-nak? He grabbed Tong-an by the collar and barked, Tai Hui told me everything. Are you freaking insane? How could you come to Sector CA all by yourself? The others joined in. Exactly, boss. You can't just go taking risks like that. I'm not down with this. If something happens to you, what about the guild? So what? Xiao Bao walked up and spoke out. At least let me go with you, Song-an. I can take some of the pressure off you. Sonya got even more pissed and snapped. You're the leader of our gang now. You can't just act all reckless like this. Start acting like a real leader, you idiot. Song-an wasn't angry. Instead, he was secretly moved. I can't believe everyone showed up to stop me. Since when did I have so many people who cared about me? This much? He immediately reassured them, thanking Sun Yue, Kai Hui, and everyone else. Honestly, I'm really grateful for everyone's concern. But this mission is more important than any mission we've had before. If I take everyone along, my teleportation abilities will be limited, and I might get distracted in combat. Sun Yue was beyond frustrated. What do you mean? You think we're just dead weight? Afong couldn't hold back his tears either. After everything we've been through together, are you going to dismiss all our hard work like that? Song-an calmly explained, It's not that you're a burden, and I'm not ignoring your efforts either. He thought to himself, honestly, I just want to protect everyone. That's why I'm willing to take this risk. Song-an didn't say what he truly felt and brushed it off. But I'm sorry, no matter what you say. I can't take anyone with me on this trip. Sun Yue looked at him in disbelief. He, Kai Hai, and Fong all tried to hold Song-an back. He decisively turned away. I've made my decision. If you really respect me as your leader, then please don't follow me. Stay here, protect Katmong City, and train hard. Become even stronger. Get ready to face the demon invasion. That is an order. Sun Yue didn't give up and asked again, Are you sure about this? Song-an, last time when you faced the demons, at least you had us and Jerui by your side. But this time, you're heading into enemy territory completely solo. Song-an confirmed, that's right. But I've also become much stronger than before. I promise you guys I won't lose. I will make it back alive. Sometime later, at the Ka Mountain area. Dragon's Breath, Song-an teleported there in the blink of an eye. He frowned and looked around. What's going on? There's no sign of life at all. Suddenly, a noise put him on high alert. Song-an turned around and shouted, Who's there? Surprisingly, it was a small group of people. They seemed to be covered in wounds and were eating something. Devouring something bright red like there was no tomorrow. Song-an analyzed the situation, confused. There's no warning from the sword. That means they aren't demons, but something is definitely off. As soon as he spoke, the group startled and turned around. What are you guys doing here? One of them stood up, looking ragged and starved with glowing green eyes. Song-an thought in horror. These guys don't look like the living at all. They lunged at him like he was a delicious snack. What the hell, did a demon do this? One of them let out a feral scream. Song-an gritted his teeth in disgust. I have to take these guys down first. He immediately leaped out of their reach. Song-an summoned Black Bones to strike at the mob. In a flash, he appeared right behind them. Song-an threatened them coldly. Don't move. Tell me who you are, and what happened here. Suddenly, the creature twisted its head around in a freakish way, shocking him. What? They're not affected by Black Bones? In an instant, the monster tried to strike him back. Song-an thought fast. They aren't human anymore. He dodged and slashed one of them down. Immediately, he faced the rest of the pack as they swarmed him. He vaulted high into the air. His golden sword glowed brilliantly. Mystic Slash! He brought the move crashing down. Everything exploded. Song-an landed safely. Behind him, only a pile of corpses remained. He let out a sigh and frowned. Clearly, something unexpected happened here. It looks like these people were turned by demons into some kind of living dead. Even though I don't see any demons, my gut is telling me that something terrifying is lurking in these mountains. The demons might actually be here already. At the same time, on the outskirts of Breakfast Village, Please spare me, I'm begging you. Otis smiled as she coiled around a villager. Humans are so weak. When faced with death, all you can do is beg? Don't worry. Even if your human life ends, I will grant you a new life. She flicked her tongue, licking the hostage's neck. Become my child, and embrace that new life. The man let out a painful scream as he was bitten. Slowly, his eyes turned lifeless. When Bodis let go, he slumped down as if dead. Suddenly, the man's muscles flexed and surged. He had transformed into a monster with glowing blue eyes. The other villagers were terrified seeing this. Andy, what are you doing? Stay away from me! Someone cried out. Andy glanced over at the tied-up crowd. Instantly, his eyes turned bloodshot. Andy lunged at his former companions like they were a tasty meal. Botus licked her finger in sheer delight. Suddenly, she felt a connection snap. What's this? Someone destroyed one of my children. And they're at the mountain. Dragon's Breath, where the master is staying. At this moment, Song-an was deep in thought. The bone sword wasn't giving any warnings. That means there are no demons within a 300-meter radius. I'll head up there to see what's going on. Suddenly, Botus's snake tail slithered forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, she appeared right behind him. The sword in Song-an's hand reacted immediately. He gritted his teeth in horror. A demon! A real demon! The demon's info appeared before Song-an. Demon Botus, one of the 8 demon gods, representing the power of greed. Ability. Can turn any living creature into a minion under her command. He backed away defensively. Song-an recalled an old enemy. This familiar feeling is exactly like the dragon illusion from before. There's no doubt about it. This is a demon. Botus chuckled and said, How the hell did you slip past the demon patrols? Human ever since I led my troops down the mountain. No one within a 50-mile radius has been able to escape my hands. So how did you end up appearing here? Song-an frowned in fury. So, she is the one responsible for this freakish terrain. He pointed his sword at her. No more talk. If you're a demon, then you're my enemy. Botus didn't show a hint of fear. You stupid mortal, you dare challenge me? The great Botus, get ready to despair and die. With that, she hurled an energy sphere to attack him. Song-an nimbly dodged it. Another ranged attack, just like the light thunder, exactly like the skill the dragon illusion used. He summoned the black bone mist, catching her in its effect. Why is my vision fading like this? Only when she was hit did Botus sense Song-an behind her. He's too fast. What's going on? My wounds are burning! The system popped up a notification. Armor break triggered. Demon slay triggered, Song-an kindly told her. The bone sword was made to slaughter savage demons like you. Wounded, Botus was absolutely livid. You've really pissed me off, kid. She unleashed a strike that sent him flying. Song-an was also shocked. Insane recovery speed, and her stats are unreadable. I guess I can't take down this demon with just one shot. Botus immediately created countless more energy spheres. Where do you think you're going? Song-an quickly crunched the numbers. Even though the fight just started, it's clear she's way stronger than the dragon illusion. Meanwhile, Botus attacked him based on pure instinct. Song-an thought while dodging, now that she's temporarily blinded by the mist, I could teleport to get away, but he lowered his center of gravity to steady his body. Song-an decisively slashed, cutting an energy sphere in half. I don't want to run like a coward. Lu Su was right. We know way too little about the Demon Legion to win the upcoming war. I promised to bring back intel, so I have to defeat her right here. This is where the black bone mist pays off again. Botus looked around in shock. What? His energy signature just vanished. Find him. He couldn't have gone far. Answering her were hands clawing up from the ground. The zombies and minions shouted, Yes, ma'am! Song-an hid in the safe room to evaluate the situation. It seems she's one of the demon leaders. Could she be one of the 8 legendary demon gods? And those people look just like the zombies I see on TV. Based on what she just said, it seems she has the power to turn humans into her puppets. My bad if she converts most of humanity. Then we'll be facing a threat, even greater than the demon invasion itself. I have to take her down right here. A portal opened right behind Botus. Song-an lunged out. Surprise, you demon! I chugged every last mana potion, just to pour all my energy into this strike. Instantly, a powerful beam of energy blasted from him. The move was a direct hit on Botus. Song-an blew the smoke off his barrel. Eat my dust, demon. A massive trench was carved into the ground where the blast hit. He watched on, slightly anxious. No matter how insane your regeneration is, how can you possibly survive such a massive explosion, right? But as the smoke cleared, an eye slowly emerged. A murky red liquid squirmed and moved with its own consciousness. The pieces gradually converged in one place. Song-an was horrified again. What the hell is this? I feel a terrifying demonic aura coming from her eye. Botus regenerated in a flash. Now you've really ticked me off, you puny mortal. If I hadn't already used up so much life force, that last move might have actually killed me. Song-an gritted his teeth, scowling. Unbelievable. She recovered from that? Botus massaged her neck. I might as well tell you, we 8 demon gods were all born from absorbing. We 8 demon gods were all born through absorption. Life force. This means as long as my minions are still alive, I can respawn forever. Are you shaken by these words? Absorbing other people's bodies. To rebuild yourself. That's so freaking gross. The energy spheres converged again, raining down relentlessly. Botus roared as she struck at him. I'm not giving you another chance for a sneak attack. Song-an gritted his teeth, calculating. If she can revive after being taken out, then hitting her head-on is just pointless. I need to back off and come up with another plan. Bodis realized his intention. Don't even think about it! Tear him to pieces for me, minions! The undead horde immediately lunged at Song-an. He was pinned down, making it hard to escape. I've used up all my safe room turns, and I can't use the magic gun anytime soon. Blackbone is also on cooldown. While he was surrounded, an energy sphere struck. It caused a massive explosion, regardless of the zombies still there. Song-an luckily dodged it, shocked that she'd even attack her own minions. Suddenly, he noticed something overhead. A giant figure was crashing down. Song-an raised his sword to block the demon minion's hammer strike. Bodis laughed gleefully. If I keep spamming attacks like this, you won't be able to pull off that weird surprise trick anymore. Besides, after I kill you, I can make as many minions as I want. In the blink of an eye, another explosion occurred. This time Song-an was blasted directly into the zombies. He gritted his teeth and used his teleportation skill, successfully landing in a safe zone. Luckily, teleportation finished cooling down just in time. But my HP dropped by half after that hit. Bodis pursued him relentlessly. Still want to hide, kid? If you want to live, you've got to kill all the demons and minions first. Song-an collapsed, feeling hopeless in this situation. I'm really cooked now. Is there really no other way? Calm down, think, Song-an. What aces do I have left up my sleeve? I need a move I haven't used yet. A move that can turn the tables. The zombies lunged at Song-an like starving beasts. Bodis commanded, "Protect me, minions! Don't give him any opening for a sneak attack!" Song-an gritted his teeth, deep in thought. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. He worked the system interface. This damn area doesn't meet the requirements to activate Forest's Blessing. But I still have the merchant's special crafting skill. Song-an slammed his hand on the ground. Construction crafting! An ice wall instantly materialized. Shielding him, used 100 ice crystals. Short 100 ice crystals, 30,000 coins deducted. Class special skill. Used additional 50,000 coins to complete construction. In an instant, the zombies charging in were immediately blown back. The demon guards also skidded to a halt. Bodis screamed in a rage. Don't hesitate, we must take down this annoying pest. I don't care how many of you have to be sacrificed. She spread her powerful demon wings, swooping toward Song-an with the demon guards. He braced himself and got ready. He immediately leaped up and unleashed a dark slash. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Crap! The moment he jumped out from behind the ice wall, they exploded. He leaped away just in time. That was close, I almost got hit. It was another one of those high-intensity light thunder bombs. Bodis was frustrated by the miss. Damn it! He's too fast, slippery as an eel. He clearly has a specific strategy to counter demons. If I'm careless again, I'll fall into his trap just like before. She commanded the zombie horde to move forward. Song-an clicked his tongue and quickly worked the interface. Crap! Here they come again! An earthen pillar raised him up, separating him from the zombies. Construction crafting, used 5 glue, short 50 bricks. Short 50 bricks, 40,000 coins deducted. Class special skill. Used additional 50,000 coins to complete construction instantly. He watched the zombies looking dazed, trying to climb up, even though the crafting skills of the merchant class can keep them at a distance. This only drags the situation into a deadlock. I'm burning through way too many coins and materials for every craft. I can't keep this up forever. I still have to find a way to reach and finish off the final boss. Song-an sprang from the high platform. He nimbly jumped down while activating Black Bone. The bones immediately swarmed the zombies, even causing a distraction for the demon guards. Song-an struck down decisively. What's wrong, demon god? Are you too chicken to face a human head-on? He wiped out the monsters with a single move. If this keeps up, I'll slaughter every last one of your minions. Bodis gritted her teeth in a fury. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. I won't fall for your tricks again. She suddenly gave an order. Anunsena! It's your turn. The 2 demon guards under her command appeared clearly. Bodis bestowed her power upon them. As leaders of the Demon Legion, your stats already far exceed common demons. And now I grant you unique power. Become my true lieutenants and take command of the other demons. Their eyes turned bloodshot in an eerie fashion. A powerful energy radiated from their bodies. It was as if they had just been reborn. Embrace your new lives, my minions. Song-an frustratedly cut down the zombies. Damn, these guys are really stubborn. Suddenly, a shockwave hit, making him jump. What the? Song-an quickly turned to check. He immediately saw a demon guard. Anun lunged forward with a punch. Song-an quickly used his sword to block the strike. He struggled to hold his ground. Good grief. His strength is insane. Song-an quickly teleported and leaped up. Unexpectedly, the demon caught his leg and held him back.
No way!
He gasped in shock. This tank. This thing can keep up with my movement speed. Unbelievable.